Magical Lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Mental Power is purified once, and a new talent is added, Lake of No Thoughts. The 2 layers of rune protection array covering the room shook slightly, and the translucent energy shield was like a calm water surface hit by a sudden rainstorm, stirring up a large number of large and small ripples. Just a few wisps of breath from the half-demon state were almost unbearable for this second-level rune protection array. Ronan did not delay. After entering the half-demon state, he quickly cut a flesh on his wrist. The particularly bright red blood flowed out quickly, dripping on the body and roots of the holy blood sapling in front of him. Half a minute later, all the noise in the room subsided. Ronan, who had returned to his normal state, sat on the floor of the room, his long white hair and robes scattered together. While silently pouring healing potions into his mouth, he looked at the holy blood sapling in front of him, which was growing stronger and stronger as if washed by fresh rain. The holy blood sapling seemed to have grown a few inches taller than before, and the 8th leaf had begun to grow on the 3rd branch, constantly conveying a strong sense of closeness to Ronan. Ronan's face showed satisfaction and relief. His watering was not in vain. The idea of watering the holy blood tree seeds after entering the half-demon state was something he had thought of not long ago. In the ancient giant demon form, the blood flowing in Ronan's body contained many times more vitality than in normal state, and the effect of watering the holy blood saplings was many times better. Of course, more vitality was consumed, but it could be replenished with healing potions, which was still worth it in Ronan's opinion. Watering in the state of complete giant demon should have a better effect, but that was unnecessary. Ronan paid too much? After the routine watering, Ronan put the holy blood sapling aside, and then took out a piece of translucent gel half the size of a fist from the space ring, the essence of the mind-stirring monster brain fluid obtained from the wizard of the 7th ring tower. The nightmare tungsten steel transformed into the appearance of a knife, and gently scraped off some almost invisible fine white powder on the gel. Then pour the powder into the prepared magic potion, mix it, put it into a small metal dish, and lightly ignite it with a magic flame. In an instant, an extremely thick white smoke emerged, quickly hovering above Ronan's head, blocked by the light shield of the rune array, hovering motionless, and not dispersing, just hanging down wisps of fine smoke, drilling into Ronan's mouth, nose and ears. The smoke entered the body and was absorbed by the brain. Ronan immediately felt a wave of awakeness that kept rising like a rising tide. His mind became more and more active, and the accumulated fatigue disappeared in the blink of an eye. The effect is better than expected. I don't know how to assist the growth of mental power, but it is indeed a huge auxiliary effect on meditation. Ronan evaluated the effect of the brain fluid essence of the mind monster and was quite satisfied. He had seen in a wizard book in the tower that although the mind monster was classified as a monster of warcraft, it actually belonged to a special race in earlier times. Just like elves, dwarves, barbarians, etc. They are good at spells of mind and illusion, and each of them is a genius wizard in these 2 fields. However, due to the magical effect of brain fluid essence on the wizard's mental power, and the stronger the mind monster, the better the effect of brain fluid. Therefore, this population was hunted in large numbers by wizards, and almost completely extinct, and even directly classified as non-human monsters after extinction. In fact, many things about the wizard world are much more cruel than normal people can imagine. Ronan felt a little emotional in his heart, and quickly gathered his mind. Before the effect of the brain fluid essence of the mind monster was exhausted, he quickly laid a super micro meditation array around himself. This array is consistent with the rune arrays in the Silver White Tower and the 10 meditation towers, but the effect is not as strong, but it is much better than the normal meditation of ordinary wizards. Ronan is now a 6 ring and rich, and without having to worry about the consumption of magic stones, naturally all aspects of the cultivation conditions are directly maxed out. In fact, Ronan has now reached a bottleneck. The mental power of the late level is perfect, and no matter how much meditation is done, it will not promote the growth of mental power. But now he was on the ship, and the only practice he could do was meditation. Moreover, the promotion of a 1st-level wizard to a 2nd-level wizard required a very high purity of mental power. Meditation had the effect of purifying mental power, and could more or less increase the success rate of promotion to the 2nd level. Not only that, Ronan's master level proficiency in basic meditation, clear realm, was already very close to 500 points. According to his original expectation, 500 points of master level proficiency was a threshold. After crossing it, the extraordinary domain of magic could enter a realm of domain resonance. Clear realm might also undergo some kind of qualitative transformation when it reached this proficiency. Closing his eyes and immersing his mind, Ronan quickly entered a state of meditation. The magic ship to Whitestone Castle would take a total of 20 days to fly, and he didn't want to waste these 20 days. In the following days, Ronan's daily routine was calm and regular. All the time was spent in meditation. Occasionally, he would stop to rest, water the holy blood sapling with blood, study the rune inheritance from the mirror court, and eat a simple meal. In this state, the master level proficiency of basic meditation was steadily rising, getting closer and closer to Ronan's goal of 500 points. On a sunny afternoon, everything came without any signs, and it was logical. On the character panel that no one saw, the master level proficiency of basic meditation, clear realm, quietly changed from 499 to 500. At the moment when the number jumped, Ronan, who was in a deep meditation state, suddenly felt a slight shock in his consciousness space. Then a wonderful change occurred. The ball of mental power in his mind suddenly collapsed inward, and its volume was reduced by nearly 2/3. The color that was originally close to translucent viscous glue suddenly became blurred. It became more viscous, and there were even some scattered small particles in it, which were extremely tiny crystals of mental power. The spiritual power is purified at once. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, and the light that suddenly bloomed in his azure eyes filled the room in front of him with light, as if he had suddenly returned from the dim afternoon to the bright noon. This bright process lasted for half a minute, and then it slowly dimmed as the light in Ronan's eyes converged, returning to normal. My spiritual power, the total amount has not changed, but the quality has increased by a full 3 times compared to before. Ronan was full of surprises after checking the changes after the promotion. He even saw that on the character panel, in the strength column, the words, First Level Formal Wizard, 100%, had actually changed to, First Level Formal Wizard, 101%, 102, 103, 104. The progress numbers are still growing upwards with the help of various methods to improve spiritual power and assist meditation. In his mind, the size of the spiritual power water ball that had shrunk to 1/3 was also growing rapidly. Ronan felt this change and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, his eyes shaking. If this continues, my spiritual power after I advance to level 2 will be far superior to that of a normal level 1 wizard in the late stage. Ronan didn't know what this change would bring to him, but there was no doubt that it was definitely a good thing. With his eyes flickering, Ronan took out a bottle of gray potion from the space ring. This potion was prepared by Kosti for him to assist in his advancement. Its main function was to help purify his spiritual power. It was taken before he officially reached level 2. Ronan hesitated for a moment, then swallowed the entire bottle of potion. He closed his eyes and silently felt the changes brought about by the potion. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and an inexplicable light flashed in them. It really has no effect at all. After the master level proficiency of basic meditation reached 500 points, my mental power was purified thoroughly on its own. After purification, my mental power has been close to a solid liquid mixed state, and the purity is terrifyingly high. The purification potion that was originally very effective for a normal level 1 wizard in the late stage is no different from drinking water. Ronan's heart was filled with great joy. He continued to feel the various changes brought about by the upgrade of meditation, and subconsciously activated the effect of empty and clear realm. When activating the effect of empty and clear realm, Ronan was still imagining in his mind that after 500 points of proficiency, the mental power recovery effect of empty and clear realm might increase to what extent. But he never thought. At the moment of activation, he suddenly found that the jumping light spot on the original consciousness space had disappeared. Instead, there was a huge pure white disk. The disk released a circle of halo, and the halo slowly spread like ripples. As the ripples spread, Ronan felt that all the various thoughts and emotions that were surging, rolling, and arising in his heart seemed to be frozen by some force and quickly sank to the bottom. All distracting thoughts and emotional fluctuations were frozen or smoothed. Ronan entered an unprecedented, absolutely peaceful and calm state. No thoughts, No desires, no demands. What kind of ultimate sage state is this? The magic ship, which was shrouded in the light of the rune array, broke through the heavy clouds and mist, like a huge blue bird, or a glowing blue whale, silently cruising in the sky. On a deck near the upper level of the magic airship, a middle-aged man with thin cheeks, slightly sunken eye sockets, a head of gray hair tied into small braids, and complex white lines on the back of his hands stood quietly on the platform outside the cabin. He looked down at the lower-level wizards standing or sitting on the large deck below, and asked the people around him indifferently, "How long will it take to reach Beishi Castle?" The young crew member waiting beside the man was extremely respectful and careful. He knew very well that the lord in front of him was one of the few second-level wizards on the ship. On the previous journey, there was a conflict between him and another second-level wizard because of a maid, and the result was that the other party took the initiative to give in. His strength was probably exceptionally strong among the second-level wizards. 3 more days, sir. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to reach Beishi Gaoling smoothly in the morning of 3 days later, the crew member replied respectfully. The middle-aged wizard nodded lightly and was about to ask something else. Suddenly, at this time, the closed door of a room not far behind him suddenly opened, and an indescribable breath emanated from the room. The middle-aged wizard subconsciously turned his head and looked. He could feel the mental power fluctuations of a late-stage first-level wizard emanating from the person who walked out of the room. But this fluctuation seemed to be different from that of a normal first-level wizard. He was about to investigate, but when he turned around, he happened to meet a pair of eyes. The middle-aged wizard's body suddenly froze in place. What kind of eyes were those? Pure ice blue, like a lake covered with thick ice. There was no emotional fluctuation, extreme coldness, extreme indifference. Looking at it, it seemed that a surging cold air spread directly along the intersection of their eyes, bringing waves of chills that almost froze the soul. The second-level middle-aged wizard felt his scalp tingling in an instant, and waves of cold air rushed from his back to his neck. Invisible beads of sweat even began to seep out of his forehead. He almost didn't see what the owner of those eyes looked like, male or female, old or young, tall or short, fat or thin, and he had no impression of the style of the robes he wore. All his attention was taken away by the pair of ice blue eyes. It was not until the owner of the eyes soared into the air from the deck, quickly broke through the rune array shield outside the magic airship, and disappeared into the vast clouds that he gradually recovered from his almost incompetent state. What kind of evil person is this? Is he really only level 1? The pale-faced middle-aged wizard whispered to himself in disbelief, and then hurriedly left the deck without asking the crew anything, and went straight back to his room, closing the door. Whoosh whoosh, the air currents at high altitudes stirred up a strong wind, blowing Ronan's hair and the thin metal robe on his body. Ronan, with extremely icy blue eyes, stood in the clouds, and countless spells were released from his body one after another, causing the surrounding clouds to turbulently, like the waves of a raging sea. Ronan's figure was also moving at a very fast speed, constantly changing his figure in the clouds. If you look closely, you will find that every spell he casts, whether in casting speed or spell power, is far superior to the previous ones. Not only that, the connection between each spell is extremely smooth, the timing of release is perfect, and the spells released also have many more exquisite and subtle changes that have never been available before. It is like a feast of spell interpretation. Huh? Finally, Ronan's figure suddenly stopped, as if his eyes, which were sealed by a thick layer of ice, gradually melted and returned to their original clarity and blue. Those frozen and heavy emotional fluctuations also began to slowly re-emerge. Ronan chased in the direction of the magic airship, his white hair dancing, and a huge brilliance bloomed on his handsome and flawless face. After the spiritual power is purified, the speed of casting spells is doubled, the power of spells is nearly tripled, and the spiritual power consumption of casting spells is reduced by 2 times. After entering the empty and clear realm, the spiritual power recovery efficiency is almost 5 times that of before. It is much better than taking the second-level spiritual power recovery potion directly. The most important thing is the regeneration of the empty and clear realm. It was the magical state just now, not affected by any emotions or thoughts. All emotions seemed to be frozen and sunk to the bottom, extremely indifferent, and extremely calm. At this time, it appeared in the talent column of Ronan's character panel. It is called Lake of No Thoughts. Active. Chapter 127 Unlucky. The original effect of Empty and Clear Realm is that after it is activated, It can give Ronan a master-level operating consciousness, mentality, and overall view. Whether it is practicing or fighting, he has an absolutely calm and clear brain, as if observing the overall situation from a third-party perspective. The lake of no thought elevates this point to another level, eliminating all irrelevant emotions and thoughts. In the state of lake of no thought, Ronan even feels that his body is taken over, controlled, and dominated by another self. A self that is completely unaffected by sadness, fear, joy, pain, any emotions, and any distracting thoughts. In this state, he may burst out with 12 points or even 20 points of combat power with 10 points of strength. But this state cannot last too long. If it is maintained for a long time, those frozen emotions will sink to the bottom of the lake of no thought forever, and I will gradually become numb, indifferent, and my heart will lose its temperature until I completely become a walking corpse, a puppet dominated by strength. This is not what Ronan wants to see. Soon, Ronan caught up with a magic ship, breaking through the light of the rune shield and landing on the deck. There is no rule that you cannot leave the ship while the magic airship is traveling. Many people will get off the ship from time to time to get some fresh air, but this behavior has certain risks. The ship will not slow down or stop for anyone, and the consequences of leaving the ship are your own responsibility. Sitting on the floor of the room, Ronan refilled the brain fluid essence of the mind-grabbing monster that had been burned out and entered into meditation again. At this moment, the progress bar behind the strength column of his character panel has almost reached 110%. The mental power in his mind is growing, like a thick water ball mixed with ice chips. Ronan slowly dispersed his mental power, and the light that originally fell smoothly on him appeared bends at the edge of his skin. The air became sticky and distorted, like transparent oil paint. The mental power fluctuations he naturally exuded were much stronger than those of the normal wizard in the late stage of level 1 who is on the threshold of impacting level 2. But not as good as the real level 2, it is a position between the late stage of level 1 and the early stage of level 2. Ronan was very confident that now the impact of the level 2 wizard should be easy to succeed with the assistance of the crystallization array. Let's see how high it can go, Ronan thought, closing the character panel and continuing to meditate. After mastering the basic meditation technique, with 500 points of proficiency, the efficiency of meditation has also improved a lot. It is estimated that it will not be long before he touches the limit again. 3 days later, a ray of cold sunlight shines through the window of the room and gently sprinkles on the face of Ronan, who is sitting with his eyes closed. There is a knock on the door. Ronan opened his eyes, and a bright light shot out of his eyes, but it soon disappeared and returned to the infinite and quiet lake blue. He put away everything on the floor, stood up and walked to the door, opened the door, and a young crew member stood outside the room, keeping his head bowed, and said, "Respected sir, we have entered the Whitestone Ridge." Whitestone Ridge. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he walked quickly to the window and looked out through the transparent glass window. What appeared before his eyes was a scene of snow-capped mountains and a long black river winding through the snow. The front of the river seemed to be connected to a valley surrounded by many peaks. Under the white, traces of a large number of alpine cold zone vegetation could be seen. We will arrive at Whitestone Castle soon. How many people live in Whitestone Castle? Ronan asked the young crew member. The latter thought for a while and replied thoughtfully, if we count the ordinary people living in Whitestone Castle, it is estimated that there are about 60,000 to 70,000 people. Ronan was silent for a while, then nodded. After the young crew member left, Ronan stood alone in front of the window, looking down. In his hand, there was a letter as white as ice. If there was a chance, Ronan didn't mind handing the letter to its original recipient. But in a place with 60,000 to 70,000 people, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person named Soraya based on only a clue of a name. He didn't even know if the other party was still in Whitestone Castle, and he might have died long ago. The leader of the Frost, the Ice Flame Iris Lancer family. Ronan thought quietly. After a moment, he shook his head, put the letter away again, left the window and began to prepare to disembark. After half a day, the magic ship of the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce slowly landed on an empty snowy ground in the Gaoling Basin. The wizards on the ship began to disembark one after another. At this time, Ronan was in his room, standing in front of a dressing mirror as tall as a person, looking at himself at this moment. After entering the Whitestone Castle, he was not going to walk as a silver magic circle wizard. The patterns on the gray metal robe that were more like magic circles were completely erased by him, leaving only some exquisite silver edges for simple decoration. He controlled the muscles on both sides of his cheeks, making his originally symmetrical face look much thinner, and his facial features became sharper, and with a glacier-like light blue rune patterns that could be highlighted, it gave people a cold, unruly, mysterious and cold temperament. He braided his long white hair into a thick braid, tied it tightly with a silver metal rope, and let it hang down behind his head. Although it was only a slight change in some details, Ronan had become very different from before. If it weren't for someone close to him standing in front of him, most people wouldn't recognize him at all. From now on, my name is Linus. Ronan confirmed his new identity and left the boat alone after several magic circle wizards left. The mountain valley where Whitestone Castle was located was much larger than he expected. It was located in the valley in the form of a circular town. The river surrounded the town, and the valleys on all sides had traces of being dug out. There were also some buildings located in the mountains and forests. Ronan could vaguely see traces of a castle on a towering snow-capped mountain opposite. There were people coming and going at the entrance of Whitestone Castle. In addition to wizards, there were also a large number of ordinary people, most of whom wore thick fur robes to resist the cold. The situation where formal wizards and ordinary people lived together was generally only common in small wizard gathering places. Although there are third-level wizards in Beishi Castle, they do not belong to a single wizard force. There are many wizard families in Beishi Castle. The families continue and grow in the form of reproduction. At this time, ordinary people are needed. Ronan has experience in wandering and knows that it will be much easier to find a guide who is familiar with a local area when he comes to a new place. There are many such people at the gate of Beishi Castle. Many of them are also ordinary people. Occasionally, wizard apprentices can be seen standing in groups on the snow, like a group of cuckoo birds gathering together for warmth. Ronan expressed his desire to hire a guide, and immediately a large group of people gathered around him. His eyes swept through the crowd, and finally selected a middle-aged man with a simple temperament, in his 40s, and with a face full of thick hair. After he selected the middle-aged man as a guide, the others immediately dispersed. The middle-aged man selected by Ronan seemed quite excited. Ronan found that he always looked at one place unconsciously. Following his gaze, Ronan saw a fat woman with 3 children looking at this side with joy in a corner outside the crowd. They seemed to be the man's family. "Does your family rely on you as a guide to support them?" Ronan asked casually. Perhaps because he had changed his appearance and seemed cold and difficult to get along with, the man who introduced himself as Gru seemed to be thoughtful and cautious in answering each of Ronan's questions. "Yes, this season, the mountains and forests are too dangerous now. In another 2 months, when the snow melts a little, we usually go into the mountains to hunt." Ronan nodded. He could see that the man had undergone simple physical training. "How much does it usually cost to hire you for a day?" "Only 2 silver ears will do." After the man answered, he thought for a moment and couldn't help but add, "1 silver ear can buy 5 days of bread. I usually get a job every 3 to 5 days, but half of the reward for each job needs to be handed over to the Redthorn Society. The Redthorn Society is affiliated with the Ababok family." The man's honesty was written on his face, and he wanted to pour out all the things he knew to Ronan. Ronan could probably guess that the silver ears mentioned by the man should be silver coins or something like that. There are many mortals in Whitestone Castle, and it is normal that mortal currencies are still in circulation, but he doesn't have any gold or silver in his hands. After thinking for a while, Ronan took out a low-level magic stone from the space ring, crushed it, and threw a few crumbs to the man casually, saying, "Help me find a better place for wizards to stay first. I will probably stay here for half a year or even longer." "Yes, sir." The man subconsciously took the magic stone particles given by Ronan. After seeing clearly what was in his hand, he became excited. He bowed deeply to Ronan and said in a sincere tone, "Thank you for your generosity. The Griffin family will be warm this winter because of you." After that, he quickly stood up and took Ronan to the town without stopping. Ronan found something in this man named Gru. Because of the existence of the wizard family, the status gap between the top wizards and the ordinary people at the bottom is too large. The ordinary people here show more respect and offer wizards, and the lives of ordinary people seem to be more poor. There's more than one wizard family in Whitestone Castle, and there must be a struggle of interests between them. Even if those wizards who are high above do not affect the ideas of ordinary people, This contradiction is passed down layer by layer, which is enough to exploit the people below. In this way, the original Hoddam wizard land seems relatively comfortable. The middle-aged man led Ronan to a place called Icebat Tavern. The tavern also provides accommodation. In addition, there are guide-like characters of higher levels than Gru. The transmission of news about the size of Whitestone Castle is very well informed, which quite meets Ronan's requirements. The prices here have returned to the level of normal wizard lands. Gold and silver payments are not accepted. The room fee is 1 intermediate magic stone per day, 3 meals are included, and additional intermediary services are provided. Ronan settled in the Icebat Tavern as a wandering ice wizard who came to Whitestone Castle to seek talent transplantation. He sat in the tavern for a while, listening to the wizards gathered in the tavern chatting, during which the waiter of the tavern served him a local specialty food of Whitestone Castle. In fact, it was just ice-cured fish with a few pieces of coarse bread and some side salad. Ronan took a few bites and found that the fish tasted extremely salty and had a strong fishy smell. The fishy smell would be slightly reduced after adding salad dressing, but it was still unbearable for him with super-sensitive 5 senses. The only thing that could be praised was the taste. Ronan had no appetite at all. After discovering that the wizards in the tavern mostly used the local dialect of Beshibao to chat, he went straight back to his room. He arranged all the purposes of his trip to the people of the Icebat Tavern. The next thing to do was to wait. Although Kosti only gave Ronan 2.5 months, he was not in a hurry. The spiritual power after the purification was still growing, and Ronan had too many things to do every day. 5 days later, Ronan began to get responses to the several things he inquired about. Icebat Tavern. The cold white sunlight penetrated a window that was almost only 2 palms in size and covered by thick snow, and fell on the black thick wooden small round table, leaving an inconspicuous small light spot. Ronan, with ice patterns covering his cheeks, sharp eyes and cold temperament, was sitting at a small round table in a black and gray robe with silver patterns, listening to the respectful and low-voiced report of a sturdy middle-aged man with brown hair beside him. The turtle family has ceased to exist for a long time. Ronan frowned when he heard what the middle-aged man said, and then glanced at him coldly. Don't try to deceive me. As far as I know, the turtle family has a 3rd-level wizard. How could it disappear in just a few decades? The middle-aged man turned pale when Ronan looked at him, and hurriedly explained, How dare I deceive the noble lord? It is true that the turtle family has a 3rd-level wizard, but it has been missing for nearly 100 years. The turtle family has no core pillar to support it, and it has provoked too many opponents before. In order to prevent the entire family from being destroyed, the whole family left the Whitestone Castle decades ago. You can find an old man to ask about this matter. Ronan's face darkened. He didn't expect that things would not go smoothly as soon as he came. I don't know how long it has been since Kosti left the tower, or if she is just a little bit careless. She didn't know her friend had been missing for 100 years, and she thought that the other party just lost contact with her normally. In this case, the letter of introduction Kosti gave is completely useless. If she wants to receive the talent transplant, she has to find a way on her own. The Lord asked us to find out more about the person named Soraya. We have collected some of them here. Let the Lord take a look first. The middle-aged man reported the affairs of the Turt family and handed Ronan a rune stone for recording. Ronan glanced at it briefly, nodded and didn't take it to heart. He just happened to be looking for Soraya. It doesn't matter whether he can find a needle in a haystack. Seeing Ronan sitting at the table for a long time without saying anything, the brown-haired middle-aged man said carefully, Sir, in fact, if you just want to have a talent transplant, you don't have to go through the Turt family. We can also do it. Oh. Ronan's eyes flickered when he heard it, and he looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him, with a slightly surprised expression. Seeing Ronan's interest, the middle-aged man quickly introduced it. After listening to the middle-aged man's explanation, Ronan realized that the specific situation of Beishibao's unique ice talent transplantation technology was actually completely different from what he imagined. Chapter 128, Frozen Soldiers, Attempt to Merge the Domains. Before coming to Whitestone Castle, Ronan had always thought that the so-called talent transplantation was a top-secret technology that was firmly controlled by several major wizard families in Whitestone Castle. If ordinary people wanted to obtain it, they had to pay a huge price, or have the face of a 3rd-level wizard like Kosti. As a result, He learned from the brown-haired middle-aged man that the talent transplantation technology was indeed firmly controlled by several major wizard families, but any wizard who came to Whitestone Castle could perform talent transplantation as long as he could afford the magic stone. Almost every year, a large number of wizards majoring in ice came to Whitestone Castle for this purpose. The process of talent transplantation had long formed a complete and mature service chain under the operation of several major wizard families in Whitestone Castle. The so-called letter of introduction in Ronan's hand was completely unnecessary and dispensable. But your arrival is unfortunate. Most of the ice-type monsters that meet the requirements for talent transplantation in Beishigaoling are dormant this season. Each family has few transplantation quotas. I need to ask first if there are any vacancies. The brown-haired middle-aged man added. Ronan glanced at him and asked calmly, "What's your name?" "Barisha Ababak." The middle-aged man answered quickly. Ronan threw him a mid-level magic stone and said, "As soon as possible, I don't want to wait too long." The middle-aged man named Barisha happily held the magic stone given by Ronan and nodded quickly, saying, "Don't worry, sir, I won't let you wait too long." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Ronan did not have to wait for long. Ronan originally thought that it would take at least a few days, but Barisha came back after drinking 2 cups of hot tea in the tavern. Barisha handed Ronan a few pieces of ironed parchment, on which some information was clearly listed in beautiful handwriting. In our Ababak family, the only second-level quota left is the blue claw griffin, while the first-level ones are the 6-legged ice salamander, frost wolf and iron ice bat. Ronan was listening to Barisha's introduction while flipping through the contents of the parchment. The different magical beasts introduced by Barisha represent different types of talents that can be obtained through the talent transplantation technology. Ronan looked through them all and found that these so-called talents are basically instant spells, instant casting of ice spells that the magical beast with a corresponding bloodline is best at. Different types of talents are actually just the difference between instant ice spells. For example, if the talent of the 6-legged ice salamander is transplanted, the frost torrent, which is comparable to the first-level spell, can be instantly cast. The talent of the frost wolf is to instantly cast ice bomb. Iron ice bat, of course, there is a talent characteristic that can be obtained by transplanting any magical beast, which is to increase the wizard's affinity for ice energy particles to a certain extent. In other words, if Ronan completes the transplantation, the non-attribute energy affinity after his talent column is likely to become ice attribute energy affinity. When the transplanted talent characteristics are consumed, they will return to the original point. The parchment also specifically pointed out that this technology will cause certain side effects, that is, whether the transplant is successful or not, it will cause a certain degree of mental and soul power pollution. Ronan frowned slightly after reading all the contents on the parchment. It is true that the more rich the fantasy is, the more rigid the reality is. The ice talent transplantation technology of Beishibayo has little effect on the improvement of strength, but there are still a lot of restrictions and side effects. Ronan almost gave up the idea of transplanting on the spot. But considering that the effect of this talent is useless, if one more ice spell can be cast instantly and act on the frozen soil talisman, the spell anchor point of the despair field can be increased by 1, or even 2, which is a relatively large improvement to the power of the field. The pollution of mental and soul power is a bit troublesome, but it can be solved later. The secret realm of the mirror court is about to open, and it is also good to temporarily improve the combat effectiveness. Moreover, Kosti and Binigo both suggested this to him. Ronan thought about it and finally decided to give it a try. But since he had decided to transplant his talent, he naturally had to try to pick a good one. Ronan directly ruled out the first-level monsters, and the only choice for the second-level monsters was the Blue Claw Griffin, which was a dual-element monster of ice and wind. The spells that came with his talent were also dual-element spells, and it could not be used as a spell anchor for the Frozen Earth domain. Is there really no other choice for the second-level monsters? Ronan put down the parchment and asked Barisha. The latter shook his head. In this season, the Blue-Clawed Griffin can be captured in the Whitestone Higher Ridge. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait for 3 months. After 3 months, there will be more second-level monsters to choose from. Ronan definitely couldn't wait for 3 months. Ronan took out a high-level magic stone and placed it in front of Barisha, saying calmly, "I believe you have a way, please ask other families for their situation." Barisha quickly took the magic stone that Ronan had placed on the table and put it in his arms. He looked around, leaned close to Ronan, and whispered, "The situation of other families is similar to ours. But I can ask a few individual wizards for you. Individual wizards can also master this kind of technology." Ronan was surprised. Barisha explained, the core knowledge of talent transplantation was originally shared by all wizard families in the entire White Stone Castle. Later, some families declined and their populations dwindled. Now only 1 or 2 people remain in White Stone Castle. This kind of wizard does not need a lot of resources to supply the operation of the entire family. They will only occasionally accept 1 or 2 requests for talent transplantation, so they will have a lot of suitable ice monster bloodlines on hand, which will give you more room to choose. "Okay, you help me get it." Barisha patted his chest and promised to leave it to him. The next step was another waiting period. This time, the waiting time was as long as 1.5 months. During this period, Ronan kept hearing about wizards performing the talent transplantation ceremony hosted by a certain family, including the group of magic circle wizards who came with him. It is said that 5 people failed. Ronan secretly observed his colleagues in this line of work. From the appearance alone, the wizards who successfully transplanted their talents did not have any obvious characteristics. The only difference from before was probably that the icy aura permeating the body was much stronger, and it was closer to the identity of a genius wizard with a single attribute element affinity. The magic circle wizards who completed the ceremony soon left the White Stone Castle one after another. The talent transplantation technology of the White Stone Castle was expensive. These people probably wanted to get more benefits from the upcoming opening of the Mirror Court Secret Realm, so they were willing to invest heavily in themselves. Ronan was still waiting patiently. There was no news from Barisha, and the search for the person named Sarai was also ongoing. During this period, Ronan almost collected all the second-level ice spells, which cost him nearly 1,000 high-level magic stones. Among the vast snow-capped mountains, Ronan stood quietly on a flat open space with a broken peak in the middle and covered with snow. He was tall and straight, wearing only a metal robe made of Nemen metal. The cold wind blew over him, which looked quite thin, but it added a bit of cold and murderous temperament. After 1.5 months, I finally cultivated my mental power to the limit again. Ronan looked at the vast snow-capped mountains, the sea of forests, and the white sky that contained almost no impurities in front of him, and opened his character panel. The progress behind the strength column was fixed at 150%. After reaching this progress point, no matter how Ronan meditated, his mental power would no longer increase. At this time, the mental power group of solid and liquid coexisting in his mind had grown to a size that was 2 circles larger than before purification. Ronan's total mental power also reached about 3 times that of a general wizard in the late stage of the first level, about to impact the second level. The mental power was naturally emitted, and the viscosity and distortion of the surrounding air and light became stronger, which was already somewhat similar to the atmosphere of a second-level wizard. In addition, Ronan's expert level 0 advanced, Ice Blade, was finally practiced to the master level by him, and successfully derived the power of the extraordinary domain. It must be said that it is indeed much more difficult to practice a level 0 advanced spell to the master level than a level 0 low-level spell. I really don't know what it will be like when I start practicing a level 1 spell. Thinking in his heart, Ronan's eyes flickered, and in an instant, his mental power surged, and a sudden snowstorm and strong wind suddenly rose on the top of the mountain, and a large amount of ice energy particles rolled in between the sky and the earth. Mysterious auras surged from Ronan's body, interweaving a narrow domain of power in the void. Ice Blade, extremely frozen weapon. In the domain, a point of ice-white light bloomed, and then quickly extended upwards, stretched and finally condensed into a half-meter-long, pure white ice blade that looked like a knife but not a knife, and a sword but not a sword. The ice blade was crystal clear, and it flashed a strange brilliance under the cold sunlight. A trace of terrible cold and sharpness was released from the ice blade. The ice blade swayed slightly, and a clearly visible light black cut was immediately left in the void. Ronan controlled the pure white ice blade to dance, and the ice blade passed by at a high speed close to the ground. Wherever it passed, a long light black mark appeared in the air. A deep knife mark appeared silently on the snow. The snow separated, revealing the hard frozen soil that was cut underneath, and then it was quickly filled with ice that appeared out of thin air. The ice filled with knife marks also exuded unusual sharpness and biting coldness. Lanny is right. The power of the extraordinary domain is a sharp sword, and the mental power is the hand holding the sword. How much power the extraordinary domain can exert is largely determined by the strength of the mental power that drives the domain. Ronan looked at the spell damage caused by frozen soldiers, and several thoughts rolled through his mind. He had just comprehended the extraordinary realm of frozen soldiers for a short time, and his master-level proficiency was only in the double digits. The power he released now was almost equal to the ice ball technique, desperate freeze, or frost ray, ice veins, he released when he participated in the 7th ring selection a few months ago. This is the huge difference caused by the strength of mental power. Ronan controlled the pure white ice blade to dance rapidly around his body. The void within a range of 500 meters around him was soon covered with light black cuts by frozen soldiers. In the end, the speed of the pure white ice blade was so fast that even mental power could not catch it. The naked eye could only see the light black cuts in the void disappearing, and then constantly appearing, more and more. Ice Blade Technique is a continuous consumption spell. After it is summoned, as long as it is not damaged and the mental power is sufficient, it can always exist and launch attacks. The process of controlling the spell made Ronan feel like controlling a flying sword. At a certain moment, the pure white ice blade suddenly stopped, turning from extreme movement to extreme stillness, and quietly floated in front of Ronan's eyes. Ronan looked at the pure white ice blade in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly, and then, countless mysterious auras emerged from his body. Desperate freeze. Ice veins. 2 more extraordinary domains took shape outside Ronan's body. Immediately afterwards, an ice ball exuding a strong breath of despair, cold air condensed, and cold veins growing around Ronan like blue and white plant roots, and a pure white ice blade exuding an extremely cold and sharp momentum. 3 master-level spells that all contained the power of the extraordinary domain began to slowly rotate around Ronan. Ronan's eyes gradually turned into pure ice blue color, and all his emotions and distracting thoughts were frozen and quickly sank to the bottom of the lake of his heart. The rotation speed of the 3 spells became faster and faster. The extraordinary powers of the domains of law emanating from each other seemed to be mixed and blended in the process of rotation, and there was a tendency to expand and expand. The cold air penetrated each other, the breath of despair spread, and the sharp momentum was wrapped up. The frost and snow particles formed a hurricane that soared straight up, rising higher and higher, and becoming stronger and stronger. And Ronan stood in the center of this frost tornado, shrouded by ice blue, with white hair and long robes dancing at the same time. Just when the frost tornado grew to a height that almost touched the sky, and the 3 extraordinary powers of the domains of law contained in it were fatally connected and about to be achieved, boom. 3 master-level spells carrying the aura of 3 different domains exploded at the same time, the tornado collapsed, and a tsunami-like extremely cold ice wave was raised in all directions, directly causing a heavy snowfall on this small mountain top. Crackle, thick snowflakes mixed with fist-sized hail continued to fall, but before they could get close to Ronan's body, they were directly crushed by the powerful mental force field naturally emanating from his body. Ronan stood alone in the hail, snow and rain, the ice blue in his eyes slowly melting. It's still a little short, Ronan thought. Just after leaving the lake of no thought state, his brain, which had been developed by 6 bottles of Myrfidera's kiss, was now as cold and clear as the world in front of him. But my idea should be correct. These 3 extraordinary domain powers belong to the ice system. Although the effects are different, it is entirely possible to merge them. As for the reason for the failure of the fusion, perhaps it is because the difference in proficiency between each other is too big. Ronan kept thinking. He was also inspired by the superposition of 2 domains. Since it is just a simple domain superposition, the power can achieve the effect of 1 + 1, 2. The effect that domain fusion can achieve should be even more terrifying. Ronan now happens to have mastered 3 extraordinary domain powers of the same system. He is very ambitious. Thinking that 2 fusions are fusions, 3 fusions are also fusions, so he simply skipped the stage of double domain fusion and directly tried the 3-domain fusion. I will temporarily suspend the practice of desperate frozen until I have mastered the ice veins and the frozen soldiers that I just comprehended. The level of comprehension of the 3 domains is similar, forming a delicate balance, and perhaps I can achieve the result I want. If it still doesn't work, then lower the difficulty and start practicing from the fusion of the 2 domains. Ronan thought, raising his hand to disperse the wind and snow, and was about to return to Whitestone Castle. At this time, a communication stone in the space ring suddenly sent a message from Berisha. After a brief check, Ronan's eyes sparkled. The matter of talent transplantation is finally going to work out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Coldstone Manor, The Changes and Abilities of the Holy Blood Tree. I have made some contacts for you, sir. There are 3 Whitestone Castle wizards who are accepting talent transplant business from outsiders at this time. This is the information they have provided. Please take a look. In the Icebat Tavern, Ronan sat in his old seat by the window. Berisha beside him respectfully handed him a few pieces of parchment and rune stones. Both the parchment and the rune stones recorded information about talent transplant. The handwriting on them was different, obviously from different hands. Berisha didn't even have time to sort it out before notifying Ronan to come over. Ronan scanned all the information one by one, gently put down the things in his hand, looked at Berisha calmly, and said lightly, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Berisha glanced at the black magic stone that Ronan placed on the table to press the parchment, and swallowed unconsciously, suppressing the heat in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "Among these 3 people, the wizards of the Frissy family can provide the most types of transplanted magical beasts, but the failure rate is the highest. I am not sure whether it is related to the wizards who receive the talent transplant themselves, but the wizards who receive the talent transplant in the Frissy family have always had a success rate of only half of the normal one, and sometimes even less than half, but they promise to return half of the fee after failure. The Ice Edge Valley used to be the gathering place of the Clovier family. Unfortunately, now the only one left is Tamzanga, an old man. This old guy has a weird temperament and is moody. Sometimes he will suddenly increase the price temporarily, but he is quite polite to the second-level wizards of the same level. Relatively speaking, Mrs. Levy of Hanshi Manor has a very good reputation, but there have been rumors of monsters appearing near Hanshi Manor for hundreds of years, and people disappear there every year. If you go there, you must be more careful." Monster. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he asked Berisha, "Has anyone seen what a monster looks like? How strong is it?" Most of the people who have seen it are dead. Occasionally, those who survived are either crazy or stupid, and the monsters they talk about are also strange and different. As for the strength of the monster you mentioned, sir, Berisha smiled bitterly and said softly, "For ordinary people like us, since it is a monster, it is naturally an irresistible and terrifying existence. I don't know what its strength is. What is the highest level of people who have disappeared nearby?" A first-level wizard disappeared there and never appeared again, and there was more than one. Don't the other wizard families in Beishi Castle care? Hanshi Manor belongs to the family territory of Madame Levy. People from other families have no right to interfere and govern. Few wizards from other families go to Hanshi Manor. Most of them are foreign wizards who go there to receive talent transplantation or ordinary people who sneak in to hunt. Ronan asked Berisha a few more questions, and finally nodded and made a decision. "Let's go to Hanshi Manor. Help me contact this so-called Madame Levy." Berisha didn't persuade him anymore, but just responded very respectfully, put away the magic stone on the table, and then hurried away. After Berisha left, Ronan sat alone at the table, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. Hanshi Manor, missing population monster. Is there some evil human magic experiment being done by a wizard in there? After thinking quietly for a while, Ronan stood up, like a wisp of cold wind passing through the tavern, and soon returned to his own residence behind the tavern. It was a not-so-big room, and the blazing fire burning in the fireplace added a bit of warm orange red to the whole room. The room was built with some kind of fir wood. A heavy snowstorm had just hit Whitestone Castle in the past 2 days. The snow outside the house almost reached half of the window. The window glass was covered with large pieces of beautiful ice flowers with delicate shapes, which gave it a fairy tale atmosphere. However, no matter how beautiful the snow scene was, you would get tired of it after watching it for more than a month. Ronan's patience was being worn out bit by bit. Kosti gave him a deadline of 2.5 months. He couldn't really go back at this time. If he missed the opening of the secret realm of the Court of Mirrors, it would be a loss. No matter what's weird about this Coldstone Manor, I'm just going to receive the talent transplant. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will return to the silver ring immediately after it's over. Ronan calculated the time. He could only stay in Whitestone Castle for a maximum of 25 days. And he left himself 15 days. If he could achieve the purpose of this trip within 15 days, it would be the best. If not, he would return directly and try to break through the second-level wizard on the way. In fact, Ronan did not take the so-called talent transplant of Beishibeo very seriously. The effect of talent transplant can indeed be regarded as a very powerful enhancement for ordinary ice wizards. The talent of instantly casting an ice spell can almost be used as a trump card. The Ice Attribute Energy Affinity talent can make an Ice Wizard reborn and improve his abilities in all aspects. But he is not a pure Ice Wizard. Talent Transplant can only be regarded as icing on the cake for him. It is best to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. The most important point is that it is not a permanent improvement. Thinking of this, Ronan laid down the rune array and took out the Holy Blood sapling from the space ring. After more than a month of uninterrupted blood watering, the Holy Blood sapling grew rapidly. The height has increased from the original size of 2 palms to more than 1 meter now. The trunk is nearly 2 fingers thick, and the number of leaves has reached more than 40, which is quite lush. The Holy Blood tree had grown more spiritual, and its gestures of showing affection became more obvious. When Ronan took it out of the space ring, the leaves of the sapling rustled, as if it was acting like a spoiled child with him. As usual, Ronan used his own blood, combined with a special nutrient solution specially prepared for the Holy Blood tree saplings that Binigo gave him before he left, to feed the Holy Blood tree saplings. After watering, he habitually patted the tree tops with his hands, played with it, and enhanced his feelings. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes moved, and his fingers gently opened the bottom cluster of leaves of the Holy Blood tree, and he actually turned out a bunch of tiny red tentacles under a few green and white leaves. What is this? Ronan blinked, looked at the red tentacles on his hand, and subconsciously took out a communication stone from the space ring. A moment later, the door of the room where Ronan lived was knocked, and the door opened. A young, tall and thin man with a red nose and clever eyes stood respectfully at the door. The young man was holding a fat grouse with gray feathers that fluttered from time to time. "Respected wizard, may I ask, is this okay?" "Yes, thank you." Ronan took the grouse from the young man's hand and threw a low-level magic stone at him. Before the other party could express his gratitude with joy on his face, he had already closed the door. Quickly walking back to the Holy Blood sapling in the rune array, Ronan took out the communication stone in his pocket and calmly said to the communication stone, "I found a living thing, Binigo. What should I do next?" Binigo's voice came from the communication stone. Unlike the usual calmness and indifference, his voice seemed to suppress a trace of excitement and urgency. "I don't know how to do it, it's up to you, Damien. Try to communicate with the Holy Blood tree and let it understand you. Remember to record the whole process. Communicate." Ronan put down the communication stone and looked at the Holy Blood tree in front of him, his eyes slowly blooming with anticipation. Holy Blood tree. Legend has it that this legendary tree can purify blood and bring people back to life. Ronan has been looking forward to this day since it was just a seed. Unexpectedly, it came so quietly and unexpectedly. According to Binigo, when the Holy Blood tree grows blood vessel-like tentacles, it proves that it has a certain ability to purify blood. Ronan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He squatted down and slowly released his mental power to the Holy Blood tree in front of him. His consciousness fluctuated very gently, just like coaxing a child. This process went more smoothly than he had imagined, probably because the Holy Blood tree grew up completely by eating his blood, and he was in a sense truly connected by blood, and had unreserved intimacy and trust in him. The Holy Blood tree was full of spirituality and quickly understood what he meant. When all the crimson tentacles hidden under the branches and leaves were revealed, Ronan realized that the number of these tentacles far exceeded his expectations. The dense tentacles, like countless thin red wool threads, climbed up Ronan's right hand and wrapped up the snow grouse in his hand, which looked confused and had no idea what was going to happen. The whole process looked full of mysterious and evil flavor. Ronan let go of his hand, took 2 steps back, and stared at the scene in front of him. When the grouse used as the experimental subject was completely wrapped by the tentacles, it became a state similar to a red ball of wool. Gurgle, a sound similar to sucking sounded in the quiet room, and those densely packed crimson tentacles all lit up, And then the holy blood sapling also began to glow, and complex light red mysterious patterns appeared on each of its leaves, and an indescribable mysterious atmosphere spread in the room. Ronan saw that the fat grouse wrapped by countless tentacles quickly shrinked within 2 seconds, but the life fluctuations inside were still there, but they suddenly became extremely weak. The holy blood sapling was shaking violently, desperately stretching every leaf on its body, and the mysterious patterns floating on the leaves became brighter and brighter. It can be seen that the holy blood sapling is really trying hard at this time. I don't know how long it took. At the top of the holy blood tree, a huge blood bag grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a thumb-thick branch quickly grew out of the blood bag. Rather than a branch, it was another strange tentacle, but much thicker than the previous one. There were no patterns on it, and it was very smooth, except for a small mouth similar to a suction cup at the very top. The tentacle tube connected to the blood bag actively extended to Ronan, and a weak wave of consciousness was transmitted to Ronan. Ronan understood the information contained in this wave of consciousness, thought about it, and directly inserted the tentacle tube back into the red wool ball wrapped by countless tentacles. The blood bag at the top of the holy blood tree shrank quickly until it completely shrank, and the originally shriveled wool ball instead filled and swelled again. Shoo! Countless tentacles and tentacle tubes loosened and retracted in an instant, and a lively snow grouse appeared in front of Ronan again. This snow grouse from the kitchen of the ice bat inn has become completely different from the original after being transformed by the holy blood sapling. Its body expanded by almost twice its original size, and the originally grayish-white feathers on its body were completely white, emitting a faint luster under the reflection of the rune array in the room. Its legs and wings were visibly strong and powerful, its beak and claws looked very sharp, and its eyes sparkled like rubies, with a hint of fierceness leaking out of them. It seemed that an inexplicable and powerful aura was constantly awakening in its body, and the changes in its body were still ongoing. Ronan even felt that there were a large number of free energy particles in the air that were constantly converging towards it. Shoo! There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and a flash of white light quickly attacked Ronan's face. Ronan lightly snapped his fingers, and the "my fate is in my own hands" grouse exploded in midair, exploding into a ball of red and white blood mist, and then was wrapped by an invisible force, gathered into a ball, fell into Ronan's hand, and was put into the space ring by him. Strength increased 3 to 4 times, speed increased, body shape changed, physique changed, the ability to actively absorb energy particles awakened. A blank rune stone appeared in Ronan's hand, and he kept recording something in it. When he finished everything in his hand, his originally calm and handsome face was already occupied by excitement and joy that could not be concealed. Really, it has the effect of purifying blood. An ordinary snow grouse, after a blood purification, almost has the tendency to develop into a zero-level magic beast. Okay, turning his head, Ronan's eyes fell back on the holy blood sapling, his eyes immediately shook, and the whole person walked up quickly. At this time, the holy blood sapling looked extremely sluggish, and all the leaves on the body drooped down, without any luster, and looked listless and exhausted. Doing this now is still too hard for you, right? Ronan tried his best to soothe the holy blood sapling's emotions, with a gentle tone. At the same time, he directly entered the state of half-demonization, cut open the skin and flesh, and generously poured the blood containing a large amount of vitality on the holy blood sapling. The latter greedily absorbed Ronan's blood, and its appetite had never been as big as this time. The spirit also recovered quickly, and soon returned to the original spirited state, and even grew a few more tender leaves, with faint mysterious patterns growing on the leaves. Good boy. Ronan finished watering, patted the top of the holy blood sapling, stood up, and a huge strange light floated in his eyes. When we return to the Ring of Law, let Benigo help analyze my blood and select the valuable parts, and then we can start using the holy blood tree to purify it. I remember Kosti once said that I have a trace of the blood of the Moonlight Elves in my body. I don't know what kind of innate abilities the Moonlight Elves have. Is it considered a strong race? These days are starting to become more and more promising. 3 days later, on a snowy high slope outside Baashiling, a black carriage with silver edges was running fast on the white snow. Chapter 130 Choice, Secret. The window of the carriage was quietly opened, and a handsome young wizard with white hair and a cold and arrogant temperament casually looked out through the window. It was Ronan, who was rushing to the Coldstone Manor to receive the talent transplant. You must take their special carriage and be picked up by the servants of the manor. No one is accepted to visit alone. The family has declined to this point, but they still adhere to this decadent etiquette. Ronan shook his head and gently closed the window. Not long after Barisha helped him contact the Coldstone Manor, he received a response from the other party. However, the specific matters regarding the talent transplant must be discussed with the rumored Madame Li Wei after he arrives at the manor. The Coldstone Manor is located on a snowy mountain dozens of kilometers away from the White Stone Castle. If you use a flying prop to fly directly there, it will take about 10 minutes to arrive, but the other party insisted that Ronan take the carriage specially provided by the manor, probably to retain the last bit of dignity that belonged to the former wizard family. Ronan sat in the shaking carriage, casually flipping through the introduction of the talents and abilities of several second-level magic beasts that Hanshi Manor could provide. He already had a few preliminary choices in mind, so he waited until he got there to learn more about them before making the final decision. The carriage provided by Hanshi Manor was not slow. The carriage was pulled by a warm-blooded horse that was unique to Beishigaoling. It was very large and almost 2 people tall. The hoof was wide, suitable for running on the snow. The whole body was snow white, but the eyes and mane were light blue, and the appearance was also very good. It took about 3 times the flight time for Ronan to finally reach his destination. After getting off the carriage with his robe, Ronan unexpectedly found that he was stepping on solid frozen soil. Looking around, there was no snow in this area. The vast snow fog covered the mountains, and wrapped around a white villa not far away like a ring current, with the outline of a huge castle. Outside the manor, there were a number of large and small blue-gray stones frozen by frost, and on the stones were groups of long-tailed pine pigeons with gray-blue feathers. This was probably the origin of the name of the Coldstone Manor. There was a small patch of bare gray woods covered with icicles at the entrance of the manor. Ronan saw several carriages similar to the one he was riding parked by the woods. "Are there any other people visiting Madame Levy?" Ronan asked the coachman who led the way, and the latter nodded and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. 3 sirs have arrived at the manor before you." It seemed that the reputation of the Coldstone Manor was indeed good, and the rumors of monsters circulating nearby did not make the wizard community take it too seriously. Ronan nodded and walked into the manor. There were already servants waiting at the entrance of the manor, waiting for Ronan. Ronan followed the manor servants and walked towards a white-pointed castle in front. The manor was desolate everywhere, and some dead and rotten plants could be vaguely seen on the land frozen by frost. Ronan used his mental power to pull a plant and gently rubbed it in his hand. It was an iris. A kind of iris that was quite cold-resistant. Unfortunately, the temperature of Beishigaoling was too low. Without the maintenance of the rune array, even the cold-resistant irises would quickly die in the ice and snow. However, there were not many ice wizards who liked irises. Ronan thought casually and unknowingly approached the huge white castle. The tall manservant who led the way pushed open the castle gate, stopped and made a gesture to invite Ronan to enter. The light red carpet covered the entire hall from the castle entrance. The light inside the castle was bright, and the temperature was not much different from that outside. At a glance, the various decorations inside were very traditional wizard aristocratic styles. "Is it Lord Linus?" A woman's voice came from far away in the castle. Ronan had already noticed that there were several people sitting in the castle hall. When he pushed the door in, they all subconsciously looked at him. "Yes," Ronan responded. Before coming, he had used the fragments of the mirror tool to replicate the aura of an ordinary level 1 wizard in the late stage to cover up his unusually powerful mental fluctuations. "We've all been waiting for you, you're finally here." The woman who spoke quickly came to meet Ronan, her voice full of joy. This woman was wearing an exquisite blue dress, with blonde hair, green eyes, and faint crow's feet on both sides of her eyes, but she looked mature and charming. The woman exuded the aura of a level 2 wizard in the middle stage, but she did not have the slightest of the reserve and arrogance of a high-level wizard in front of Ronan. Instead, she was unusually friendly, as if she and Ronan were good friends who had not seen each other for many years. The surface attitude is not bad. Ronan silently evaluated in his heart, and then politely asked, "Is it Madame Levy?" "Yes, you guessed right." The beautiful female wizard named Madame Levy came up, naturally took one of Ronan's arms, and intimately led him to the gathering place in the castle hall. "Your body is really strong, unlike ordinary wizards." Madame Levy took Ronan's hand and gently pinched his arm twice, making a sweet laugh. The hot air from her mouth sprayed on Ronan's earlobe, making Ronan feel uncomfortable. However, Madame Levy seemed to be quite sensible. After bringing Ronan closer, she gently released his hand and briefly introduced to the people present, Mr. Linus and you have the same purpose of coming to Coldstone Manor. Some people on the field nodded slightly to Ronan, while others glanced at him lightly and turned their heads away. This was not an exchange meeting between wizards. They were just customers who came to the door. Madame Levy's behavior of actively introducing people was strange. Ronan found a chair and sat down. There were a total of 4 wizards on the field who came to receive talent transplantation like him. One was a second-level wizard, and the remaining 3 were all in the late first level like him. Madame Levy was the strongest among all the people on the field. Since all the guests are here, I will take Mr. Yukik in first. The others can rest for a while. The waiting time will not be too long. Madame Levy smiled and said to everyone, and then clapped her hands. Servants from both sides of the castle came out and served snacks and tea to several wizards on the scene. Yukik, who was called by Madame Levy, was the second-level wizard among the guests. He was a thin man with cold eyes and sparse hair. He quickly stood up and followed Madame Levy to the back of the castle hall. Ronan sat in his seat and was bored to death. The other wizards around him did not seem to have the desire to communicate with others. Everyone sat quietly. The snacks and tea served by the castle servants were all cold food. Ronan was not even interested in tasting them. He began to observe the interior of the castle. They were now in the center of the castle hall. There was a spiral staircase on both sides leading to the second floor. Ronan's eyes turned along the stairs to the second floor and found that the dark corridor on the second floor was full of portraits of people. All of them were women. With a graceful and noble temperament, her appearance is somewhat similar to that of Madame Li Wei. Some women in the portraits are still moving, rubbing their cheeks, blinking, or even yawning. In such a quiet environment, it feels a bit weird and creepy. Ronan is not surprised. He has heard of this special portrait painting technique, which is a kind of wizard alchemy method. It can preserve part of the charm of the person when he was alive, making it look particularly lifelike. Some more extreme ones will even inhabit the whole soul after death, and can last up to 1,000 years. In a family where only women are qualified to inherit, what is the role of men in the family? Only provide fertility. Ronan suddenly understood why Madame Li Wei's style of doing things seemed a bit dissolute. Perhaps this is the way the Coldstone Manor family continues, using means to obtain the seeds of powerful wizards to cultivate the descendants of their own family. Now that the family's talents are dwindling, there is no need to be reserved in some aspects. Ronan sat in his seat and guessed randomly, which was also a way to kill boring time. The ancient clock in the castle was ticking, and after an unknown amount of time, 2 figures returned to the hall. They were Madame Levy and the level 2 wizard Yukik who had left earlier. Yukik, who was still at the early level 2 when he left, was now emitting the mental power fluctuations of the middle level 2, but it was a little unstable, and it looked like he had forcibly raised it by some means. But Yukik still looked quite happy, and his cold face could not hide his excitement. What surprised Ronan was that Yukik, who had been quite arrogant before, seemed to have a great change in his attitude towards Madame Levy after he came back from his trip. In a subtle way, he showed a kind of respect from the heart, and this respect was even a bit close to flattery. And his appearance also underwent some subtle changes. The originally sparse hair became thick and coarse, and the thin figure seemed to be stronger, and a slight heat emanated from his body, which was a manifestation of surging blood and enhanced physical strength. Ronan was a master in the way of bodybuilding, and was extremely sensitive to these physical changes of the other party. Will the talent transplant affect the physique? Ronan frowned slightly, with a deep doubt in his heart, but his face remained calm. The return of the 2 made the several wizards waiting on the scene all sit up straight. According to the agreement, Mr. Yukik, you need to live in the manor for 2 months. Understood. Yukik, who had just completed the ceremony and was improved in some aspects, nodded respectfully to Madame Levy, and then, led by several castle servants, left the hall and went to another part of the castle. So, who's next? After seeing Yukik off, Madame Levy looked at the remaining people in the hall with her habitual smile. A female wizard with slightly dark skin took the initiative to stand up and followed Madame Levy out. In the following time, Madame Levy would come back almost every 1 or 2 hours. Some of the wizards who left with her came back with her, while others did not. Madame Levy explained that those people left directly after the talent transplant. There was nothing suspicious about this. After all, the wizards present were not friends with each other, and there was no need to come back to see them again. Finally, it was Ronan's turn. In the softly lit corridor, Ronan followed Mrs. Levy, who was walking slowly, and was still thinking about Yukik. He always felt that there were some secrets hidden in the Coldstone Manor. This secret might be the reason why monsters appeared near the Coldstone Manor, people often disappeared, and even the official wizards disappeared. But to say that there might be any danger, Ronan felt it was unlikely. Because so many ice wizards come here every year to perform talent transplantation, if the Coldstone Manor is a devil's cave that occasionally eats people without spitting out bones, it should have been exposed long ago and flattened by others. Most wizards who can afford talent transplantation are not too bad in origin. They dare to take the initiative to come to the door, and they are not soft persimmons that can be squeezed by others. Whitestone Castle is also a gathering place for grey robes, not a black wizard land. Ronan was more inclined to believe that the secret hidden in the Coldstone Manor was something that those who knew about it would understand and abide by tacitly. Usually, such things also meant benefits that people did not want to know. Lord Linus looks noble. Is he from a powerful wizarding land? Lady Levy, who was leading the way, suddenly spoke to Ronan. Ronan shook his head calmly. Not powerful, and I spend most of my time traveling alone. Lady Levy stopped and smiled at him. She didn't say anything, but gently pushed open a door on the side and said to him, "We're here." Inside the door was a small room with soft light. There was no furniture, only a set of exquisite golden tables and chairs. The two sat down at the table, and Lady Levy pushed a few runestones in front of Ronan. She wore a few beautiful gem rings on her hands, which made the skin on her fingers even more delicate and smooth. Ronan picked up the runestones on the table and scanned them one by one. The content recorded inside was similar to what he saw in the carriage when he came here, but it was more detailed. Let's go with the second-level frost-scale python. Ronan made a decision after thinking about it. The frost-scale python is a first-level monster that is difficult to break through to the second level. But once it is promoted to the second level, it means that the bloodline has evolved, and it has more powerful abilities and potential than monsters of the same level. After the talent transplant, the ice energy affinity effect it can bring will also be stronger. At the same time, the frost-scale python's innate ability is the instant second-level, Ice Rain Armor, a defensive second-level spell, which is considered an advanced spell of the first level, Ice Armor. It can not only serve as a spell anchor point in the frozen soil field, but also has great practicality. Ronan is not short of offensive means, but his defensive means are not rich, so the frost-scale python talent transplant is the best choice for him. Madame Li Wei's eyes flickered, and she whispered, "I only have one copy of the frost-scale python bloodline, which I just used on a wizard before you. Sir Linus can consider changing a choice." What a coincidence! Exclamation mark. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, and an inexplicable emotion slowly surged in his heart. But he didn't say anything, he just took out the second alternative in his mind and made a new choice. Logically speaking, the next step is bargaining and preparation. Madame Levy gently pushed aside a few rune stones on the table, looked directly at Ronan with eyes like emerald green, and said softly, "In fact, I have a few better options here. Would you like to listen to them before making a decision?" Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint light flashed in them. He was not surprised at all by Madame Levy's sudden new proposal. Instead, he had a thought, it's finally here. He looked calm, nodded, and said to Madame Levy in front of him, "You might as well tell me." Chapter 131 Grandmother. Before that, we need to sign a contract to ensure that the content of the following conversation will not be leaked. Okay. Ronan nodded, realizing that he was about to touch the real secret of the Coldstone Manor. Madame Levy smiled slightly, and then her rosy lips slightly opened, and she began to whisper a strange and difficult spell. A faint mental wave slowly spread out with her chanting, and the originally bright light in the room gradually dimmed in the sound of the spell. In the end, there was almost only a beam of light covering Ronan and Madame Levy, and the surroundings were all dark. The atmosphere in the room became mysterious. The god of contract and oath witnessed Levy Asterina Kaczynski. The last syllable of the spell fell, and a complex and twisted black pattern appeared in the air in front of Madame Levy, and her eyes fell on Ronan. Ronan did not say his real name, but raised his hand calmly and released a wisp of soul breath. The soul breath of him and Madame Levy was injected into the black pattern in the air, and the pattern quickly turned into gold as if burned by fire, and then quickly dissipated. A simple soul contract was thus concluded. "Now I can tell you." Ronan felt a grain-sized mark on the nail of his left little finger, and Mrs. Levy's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. Wizards trust soul contracts just like ordinary people believe in the sun, moon and stars hanging in the sky. Once wizards sign a soul contract, the relationship between the two will become closer invisibly. Of course. Madame Levy exhaled lightly, smiled and said to Ronan, Sir Linus should understand the pros and cons of talent transplantation, right? Yes. Ronan nodded, and briefly explained the side effects of talent transplantation that he knew about. Then he heard Madame Levy say, yes, but this is just a lie woven by all the wizard families of Whitestone Castle. The talent transplantation array has been improved and improved by many wizards in Whitestone Castle for generations. It can complete the desired talent transplantation without polluting the mental and soul power, and the number of transplants has reached more than 3 times. Oh. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he said directly, conditions. It's really easy to chat with a smart person like Mr. Linus. Madame Levy chuckled and said, the conditions are not harsh. As long as you can stay in the manor for a year and do a few things for me, I can perform 3 talent transplants for you for free. Well, you want to transplant the talent of the cold-scaled python, and you should have it in 2 or 3 months. Ronan refused directly, this condition is too harsh, I can't accept it. Talent transplant is not something that is very necessary for him, and the difference between 1 and 3 times is not very big. To drive someone for a year for this? And to miss the trial of the mirror court, it is not worth it. Then I think you probably won't think it's harsh if I add what I'm going to say next. Madame Wei said lightly, I have the real blood transplant technology, which is much more powerful than any talent transplant, and it is almost permanent. Blood transplant. Ronan's eyes were shocked, staring at Madame Wei's eyes, and whispered, Madam, are you kidding? Or, do you know what real blood transplant means? I don't need you, a level 1 kid, to teach me this. Madame Wei showed a funny look on her face. She played with a gem ring on her finger lazily, and said casually, if you don't believe it, we can sign another contract. Oh, by the way, do you still remember Yukik? He just transplanted the blood of the 2nd level Icefall Bear. The power of this blood can make him domineering among the wizards in the middle stage of the 2nd level, and it is not impossible to challenge the late stage of the 2nd level. Actually, the transaction conditions allow you to stay in the castle for a year for your own good. Different people may experience different changes after transplanting the blood of different monsters. These changes are good and bad. You stay under our noses, so that we can make various adjustments for you in time. It is also convenient for us to record some data. So this blood transplant technology is not yet mature and perfect, right? People like Yukik are just brave experimental subjects. Ronan narrowed his eyes and finally knew where the rumors about the monsters near the Coldstone Manor came from. He guessed right. The Coldstone Manor probably had been doing blood transplant experiments on people a long time ago. Those who disappeared near the Coldstone Manor. Of course, the process may not be as dark as he imagined. Ordinary people, wizard apprentices with ordinary strength, may be forced to be experimental subjects. But when it comes to wizards above the 1st level, it is likely that they are voluntary after signing a soul contract, just like Yukik before. After all, for many wizards, the flesh is just a shell. In order to pursue more powerful power, it is not unacceptable even if the appearance becomes a monster. It is not so easy to transplant the blood of a warcraft perfectly in the true sense. Madame Wei looked at her nails and said calmly, if you want to get extraordinary returns, you must take corresponding risks. Compared with the gains after success, this risk is really not worth mentioning. Ronan's eyes flickered, and his brain was thinking quickly. He admitted that he was a little tempted. Especially when the holy blood tree in his hand happened to be able to play a role. If he could transplant a blood that suits him, and then purified through the power of the holy blood tree, how powerful would it be in the future? Exclamation mark. Mrs. Wei saw his intention and smiled, as if she wanted to give him another push from behind. Suddenly, she said to him in a rather ambiguous tone, the 3rd choice. If you are willing to cooperate with me to leave a child for the Hanshi family, I can satisfy you unconditionally. And I will do my best to give you the best. The content and progress of the experiment will be fully disclosed to you until the technology of blood transplantation is perfected to make you feel assured and reliable. Linus. Mrs. Wei's eyes gradually softened, and her eyes fell on Ronan's body like honey. She stretched out her hand to Ronan, as if she wanted to touch Ronan's face, and said softly, "To be honest, you and my second husband are really similar. No, you are more handsome and charming than him. I swear we can be a good partner." "Forget it." Ronan's two words were like a sharp knife, which smashed the ambiguous signal unilaterally released by Mrs. Leeway cleanly. The latter's hand that was about to touch his cheek was frozen in midair, looking extremely embarrassed. "I'm not interested in any of what you said." Ronan put the rune stone on the table back in front of Madame Levy and said calmly, "I think we should go back to the original deal." "That's enough." Ronan calmed down from his huge ambition. Not to mention that he was just a second-level wizard, the blood transplant technology developed by the declining wizard family was not reliable. Even if it was true, he didn't believe that there would be such a pie in the sky. Who knows what kind of huge pit would be waiting for him after accepting it. Madame Levy slowly retracted her outstretched hand, with an ugly expression on her face. As a woman, being rejected is already a rather embarrassing thing, not to mention that the rejection is an act of courtship. Madame Levy took a breath and tried to adjust her emotions. After calming down again, her attitude towards Ronan changed 180 degrees and became particularly cold. "One last thing, I'm really not interested in hearing about these things that have nothing to do with talent transplantation." Ronan also lost his patience and frowned, saying, "I just want to achieve the purpose of coming to Coldstone Manor as soon as possible." Madame Levy looked at Ronan and sneered. After a moment, she leaned forward and said to Ronan in a low voice, "Are you not interested in Soraya's affairs? As far as I know, you have been looking for this person since you entered Whitestone Castle." Ronan was stunned when he heard Madame Levy's words. His eyes were blank, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. At the door of a dark studio, Madame Levy whispered something to Ronan. "My grandmother is waiting for you inside. Don't try to deceive her. She is much wiser and more powerful than you think." Ronan didn't say anything, and stretched out his hand to push open the door of the studio. The light from the corridor outside passed Ronan and cast a long shadow on the floor of the room, but this shadow quickly disappeared and blended into the original darkness of the room like ink. Ronan's eyes flickered, he took a breath and walked in. Click, the studio door closed behind him, and the room fell into deep darkness. Ronan tried hard to see the scene in the room, but his supervision could not capture the scene of anything, and the mental power he exuded seemed to be completely swallowed by the surrounding darkness, without any feedback. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, a faint light suddenly lit up in the room. The light came from right in front of him, gradually illuminating everything in the room. Ronan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an old and thin woman sitting on a high chair with her back to him at the light source. In front of the woman was a painting of a very young and beautiful brown-haired girl with milky white and delicate skin and eyes as blue as the sky. The girl's feet were full of blooming irises, and those light blue or light purple flowers seemed to be blown by the wind and swayed slightly in the painting. Not only the flowers, but also the girl in the oil painting was moving. She stared at Ronan with a pair of innocent, clear eyes, full of curiosity, as if she was carefully looking him up and down. Gradually, the girl seemed not satisfied with observing Ronan from a distance. She lifted the hem of her long skirt and walked out of the oil painting directly, trotting towards Ronan, making crisp sounds like ice colliding. "Who are you? What do you want to do with Soraya? Which Soraya do you want to find?" The girl asked Ronan a series of questions in a barrage of questions. Ronan opened his mouth, but hadn't figured out how to answer. Suddenly, the beautiful girl who was about to run to him suddenly stopped, and let out a sharp and piercing scream of anger. Then the whole person seemed to be dragged by some invisible force, and her hands and feet danced and quickly retreated, and finally was sucked back into the original oil painting. The young girl was trapped in the painting and tried to run out, but the old woman who had been sitting in front of the painting turned around quietly. In an instant, Ronan seemed to see 6 indescribable and extremely bright lights appear in front of him, and then the majestic spiritual power like the ocean swept towards him. Level 3 wizard Ronan had a thought in his mind. Kosti was also a level 3 wizard, but he had never shown his power in front of him. At this moment, he truly realized the power and terror of a level 3 wizard. Ronan felt like he was suddenly in the deep sea, and his soul and body were about to be crushed by waves of terrifying pressure from all around. At Ronan's lips moved silently, and one ice spell after another formed around him and quickly collapsed. In the space of consciousness, the frozen earth talisman flickered again and again. Finally, with the activation of the Alice ice ring necklace worn on his neck, an extremely thin icy field emanated from his body, and it was extremely difficult to support a small space under the terrifying pressure around him. It was also when this field appeared that Ronan suddenly felt his body lighten. The overwhelming pressure around him instantly receded like a tide, and the 6 bright lights in front of him also quickly converged. Ronan finally saw the appearance of the 3rd-level wizard woman. She was not as old as he imagined, but very thin, with long gray-brown hair piled high, many wrinkles on her face, and deep blue eyes. Her appearance was about 50% similar to the girl in the oil painting. While Ronan was looking at the woman in front of him, he felt a slight pulling force coming from his neck, and the ice ring necklace he had been wearing on his body took the initiative to break free from the restraints of the robe and floated up. He did not try to stop it, and let the necklace be torn off and flew towards the woman, and was finally gently grasped in her hand. Permafrost, ice ring, and Arliss's necklace. The woman looked at the necklace in her hand, murmuring softly, and finally her eyes fell on Ronan. Who is Carlos to you? Why did he give you everything? Ronan took a deep breath and calmed his turbulent mood. He was not wrong, the woman in front of him was Soraya he was looking for. When he was making a big fuss in Whitestone Castle looking for someone named Soraya, he had imagined that a scene like this might happen, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. I don't know Carlos. Ronan shook his head, and a metal box containing a snow-white envelope appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and said calmly to the woman, I'm just a messenger, forgive me for opening this box without permission. Chapter 132, Tundra Frozen Soil, Ancient Ice Crystal Snake, Heavy Maternal Love. It was originally yours. The woman named Soraya was easier to talk to than Ronan had imagined. After taking the entire metal box in, her attitude towards Ronan softened at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. The woman opened the letter and sat on a high chair to read it carefully. The girl in the oil painting beside her was clinging to the frame and also leaned in to watch quietly. Ronan could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual power and free energy particles in the room. It was the ups and downs of the woman's heart when she read the letter. He stood there quietly waiting. Gradually, sobbing sounds were heard in the room, coming from the innocent and romantic girl in the oil painting. The sobbing sound gradually became louder, and finally turned into loud crying. The beautiful girl in the oil painting sat on the grass full of irises, crying like a child without any scruples. There were small pieces of ice slowly floating in the light, but these were from the corners of the eyes of the woman reading the letter outside the oil painting. Even Ronan couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart, which was caused by the spiritual power that was much stronger than his. Finally, everything calmed down. The woman came out of the letter, and she seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Who is Harlowan to you? She asked Ronan in a hoarse voice. Ronan had read the letter more than once and knew that the name Harlowan was the real owner of the metal box. I don't know. Ronan looked frank and answered truthfully, maybe my mentor's mentor, maybe even older. Soraya sighed softly and whispered, time and fate are 2 things that no one in this world can resist. What's your name? Linus. Linus Lanster. Soraya looked at him softly, her eyes full of gentleness and love like an elder treating his direct descendants. You have condensed the frozen earth, so you are a member of the Lanster family. The blood of the ice flame iris is continued in you. Ronan didn't know how to answer, but Soraya just sighed and said, the blood of truly powerful wizards or families is inherited in the form of runes, and their will be immortalized in power. The meaning of blood is not as shallow as you understand it. You will know it later. This is just a corner of the southernmost land of the Upper Ring continent. When you have the opportunity to go to the middle of the Supreme Ring, or even the continent below the Middle Ring, you will truly understand the vastness and breadth of this world. Upper Ring continent. The southernmost land, the Middle Ring continent, the blood inherited in the form of runes. Ronan was stunned. The information revealed in Soraya's few words was no less than a storm for him, causing him great shock and impact, as if a corner of a vast world was slowly unveiled to him. What should I call you? Ronan took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and asked Soraya respectfully. Just call me Auntie. Soraya looked at him kindly, without any of the terrifying power of the 3rd-level wizard before. Don't worry about seniority or anything like that. After all, the Lanster family may only have you and me now. Aunt Soraya. Ronan called softly, but his heart was full of complexities. If he had known that everything would develop so simply and smoothly after delivering the letter, he would not have had to deliberately disguise himself as Linus after entering the Whitestone Castle. He would probably get a similar result if he confessed his original identity. For this meeting, Ronan had already imagined and rehearsed countless times in his mind, taking into account all possibilities, and becoming Linus was also just in case. I see that you still have the aura of metal magic. Have you learned metal magic? Soraya waved to Ronan like a real elder. Come here, Linus, come closer, let me take a good look at you. Yes, I joined the Silver Circle after I was promoted to first level wizard. Ronan responded in a low voice, and approached Soraya. He could feel the real and strong concern and love for him emanating from Soraya. It was not just verbal talk. She seemed to really regard Ronan as her only relative in the world who was connected to her by blood. And all this was just because Ronan condensed, frozen earth. Ronan always felt incredible. The answer may be hidden in Soraya's previous explanation of the word bloodline. No wonder. Soraya gently held Ronan's hand and looked him up and down carefully, with a smile on her lips. Next to her, the young girl in the oil painting frame was also full of kindness to Ronan, with an extremely bright smile. I've heard of this wizard force. Their strength and foundation are pretty good in this remote place. Their roots are in the central region, and they are quite famous. Unfortunately, after this branch separated, they abandoned their roots and turned from a all-powerful elemental system to an unpopular metal system. Soraya shook her head and judged, as if she knew a lot of things clearly, revealing a vision and conversation that Ronan had never seen in another person. To Ronan, it felt like a daughter of a noble family who had fallen into a remote place? Exclamation mark. What about before joining the Circle of Magic? Soraya asked again. Ronan lowered his eyes and answered truthfully. According to Linus' identity, the teacher who passed on the inheritance to me died very early, and I wandered alone most of the time. My poor Linus. Soraya heard Ronan's answer, called out softly, stretched out her hands and gently embraced him in her arms. Ronan was caught off guard, and his body was a little stiff at first, but then slowly relaxed. He began to gradually enter the role of Linus, although what he said was basically his own experience. The fact that the inheritance of the metal box was interrupted for several generations gave him the perfect cover. He didn't need to lie at all, because all the secrets of the Lannister family were hidden in the box. No one knew these things before the box was opened. Soraya kept asking him various questions, and Ronan answered them one by one. He could feel that in this process, Soraya's feelings for him continued to heat up and she became closer to him. It was unknown how much time had passed. When Soraya completely accepted the existence of Ronan, her relative, she stopped asking and looked at him lovingly. Do you plan to follow me in the future, or continue to stay in the Circle of Law? An ancient secret realm will be opened in a month. I will participate in the exploration as a member of the Circle of Law. I don't want to miss this opportunity. After the secret realm trial is over, I will come to see my aunt again. Ronan answered meekly. Soraya was quite satisfied with his answer, and nodded, saying, It's a good thing for you that you didn't grow up under the protection of anyone during your apprenticeship. You have the strong and courageous qualities of the true Lannister family blood. Only severe cold and strong winds can create a truly brilliant flower. If you want the ice flame iris to bloom again in the north one day, you should indeed go through more hardships alone. However, Soraya paused, then changed the subject and said lightly, hardening is tempering, and you can't let others bully you when you go out. Ronan was stunned when he heard this, and then he saw Soraya take out a few rune stones. You're about to be promoted to level 2, right? It just so happens that the permafrost rune can be upgraded for the first time. This is the tundra permafrost rune. After you are promoted to level 2, you only need to make certain optimizations and supplements on the original basis of permafrost. The effect of tundra permafrost can greatly enhance the coldness of the field, and let ice spikes grow in your permafrost field. Anyone within the range of the field will be attacked by the ice spikes in addition to the erosion of the cold air. It shouldn't be difficult for you to get ordinary second-level ice spells. Here are a few second-level ice spells created by our Lannister family. They are more powerful than ordinary general-purpose second-level spells. Here is the Ice Flame rune, which is also another core rune inheritance of our Ice Flame Iris Lannister family besides the Permafrost rune. You should familiarize yourself with it first, and it won't be too late to condense it when the new rune position is vacant in your soul. The Ice Flame rune can condense your coldness into fire, and the effect is... Soraya glanced at the Frostburn bracelet on Ronan's wrist and said, it has a similar effect to the rune, Frostburn, but its power is much stronger than Frostburn. It is an extremely cold flame that can freeze everything. Ronan's chest was filled with great surprise. He found Soraya, which was equivalent to finding the complete inheritance of the Ice Flame Iris lineage. He had considered the issue of the subsequent inheritance of ice magic before, and now, all of this was solved. I still have some second-level magic tools that I don't need. You should keep them. Soraya then took out a piece of second-level magic tools with ice attributes from the space ring, including rings, pendants, staffs, and even shoulder armor, chest armor, belts and other complete sets of magic tools. Ronan was surprised at first, but gradually began to feel a little numb on his scalp. Too many, Aunt Soraya. I may not be able to use these. Soraya's actions never stopped, one after another. She was like a merchant who wholesaled magic tools. A lot? Not at all. I even think it's too little. Linus, you never know what kind of opponent you might run into. Every extra piece of magical equipment gives you a better chance of winning. Soraya took more than a dozen second-level magical equipment and placed them in front of Ronan. Finally, she put the Alice Ice Ring necklace that she had taken from Ronan back on Ronan herself. Soraya held the necklace back under Ronan's neck, smoothed out the wrinkles on his collar with her hands, and whispered to him, Linus, you are the only hope for the Lannister family to rise. Before that, you can't have any accidents. You have to remember. Soraya looked directly into Ronan's eyes, and the blue of each other's pupils was reflected in their eyes. Soraya's tone suddenly became firm and cold. She said to Ronan word by word, your opponents are in the far north, in the permafrost that never melts. Their name is Frost Leaders, a group of natural ice controllers with the coldest and most powerful blood flowing in their bodies. You are far from being able to fight them now. You are wearing an ice ring. Even if you don't go to them, they will find you sooner or later. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded slowly to Soraya. Soraya showed a relieved and satisfied smile on her face, and patted his shoulder lovingly. Ronan sighed in his heart. He knew that benefits were not so easy to get. Perhaps when he chose permafrost as his first soul seal, his fate was firmly tied to the so-called Ice Flame Iris Lannister family. Ronan silently put away everything Soraya gave him, and the latter asked him, when do you plan to be promoted? Ronan replied, the mentor of the magic circle guided me to come to Whitestone Castle to find a suitable talent for transplantation, to make final preparations for the opening of the ancient secret realm in a month and a half. This is also the real purpose of my coming to Coldstone Manor. I didn't know you were here in advance. Talent transplantation is indeed a good way for you to temporarily improve your combat power at this stage. What magic beast have you chosen as the transplant object? Ronan was about to answer, but Soraya waved her hand and said quickly, forget it, the previous choice is not important. Since it is to improve combat power, it is natural to choose the best. The blood of the second-level magic beast is a bit worse after all. In the dim light, Ronan saw Soraya's eyes flashing rapidly, and whispered, it just so happens that several major wizard families in Whitestone Castle are preparing to hunt a third-level cold-scaled python that has awakened a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake. I will help you get a portion of the essence of this third-level cold-scaled python. Only the cold-scaled python with the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake is worthy of the genius of my Lannister family. The third-level cold-scaled python, the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake. Ronan opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. He used to think that Kosti was very good to him, and it was like the care of a real mother. But now compared with Soraya, he knows what the real care of a real mother is. This maternal love is so strong that it is almost suffocating. Ronan only felt that something on his shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. Let's go out, it's too stuffy here. Soraya stood up from the high chair and casually greeted Ronan. She was very thin and tall. When she stood up, Ronan found that she was only half a head shorter than him. This made her look older than her actual age. However, after Soraya stood up, her whole body seemed to be glowing with new vitality. Her skin was glowing slightly, and a girlish breath emanated from her body. At a certain moment, Ronan seemed to see her figure overlapping with the figure of the girl in the long skirt and the oil painting, indistinguishable from each other. I almost forgot how many years it has been since I left this room, since. Soraya looked around the studio, with a hint of nostalgia and reminiscence in her eyes. The girl in the oil painting smiled and waved to her while lying on the frame, as if saying goodbye to her. Let's go. Soraya turned around and stepped out of the studio first. Ronan followed behind Soraya, his eyes flickering slightly, and asked softly, why did Aunt Soraya come to Whitestone Castle? It's been so long, I can't remember it. Soraya paused when she heard Ronan's question. It seems it's because of a man. She cut off all ties with her family and came all the way here from the far north. Carlos, who left you, frozen land, is my brother and the one who helped me escape from the north. When people are young, their hearts are always easily captured by something that breaks into their lives unexpectedly, and they follow it unconsciously. Maybe it's also a destined arrangement of fate. When the short-lived happiness is gone, when you look back, you realize that such a long time has passed. Soraya's voice was as calm as water, but it caused waves in Ronan's heart. He pursed his lips and could probably imagine what kind of story it was. Ronan turned around and saw the girl in the painting in the studio still staring at the direction they left, standing on the grass full of irises until she was swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. Creaky, the door of the studio closed, which seemed to mean that some of Soraya's memories were completely sealed. The two stood in the bright and soft corridor, with a slight cold wind blowing through the hall. Ronan remembered something and couldn't help asking Soraya in front of him, Mrs. Levy mentioned to me before. Coldstone Manor seems to have mastered the means of real blood transplantation. Chapter 133, Cold Soul, the most perfect experimental subject. Soraya shook her head slightly. Blood transplantation is not something that can be achieved so easily. The Kachin family spent hundreds of years and several generations to study the basics. After I took over the Kachin family, I barely achieved some results, but it is still far from a real blood transplant. Soraya thought for a while and took out a small box 1 foot square from the space ring and handed it to Ronan. If you are interested, you can find out about it yourself first. In fact, I originally planned to ask you about your wishes. If the 3rd level cold scale python blood containing a trace of the ancient ice crystal demon snake blood can be obtained smoothly, it would be a pity to only use it for talent transplantation. Ronan took the box and thanked Soraya. At this time, a figure quickly walked towards the two from the end of the other side of the corridor. It was Madame Levy. Ronan looked carefully and found that Madame Levy actually looked quite similar to Soraya when she was young, that is, the girl in a long skirt in the oil painting in the studio. The difference was the color of her hair and eyes. Of course, their personalities and temperaments are quite different. Grandmother. Madame Levy walked up to the two of them and bowed her head to Soraya. She seemed to be very afraid of Soraya. Standing in front of Soraya, she had no previous demeanor of the owner of the manor and the wizard socialite. She seemed quite restrained, even nervous. Yet, Soraya's attitude towards Madame Levy was also extremely cold. Obviously, the woman in front of her was a relative who had some of the same blood as her, but Ronan could not see that Soraya had any feelings for Madame Levy, far less than the one she had for himself. From now on, Linus is half the owner of Coldstone Manor. As soon as Soraya opened her mouth, the words she said made Madame Levy look up in shock. Soraya seemed to have not noticed the expression on her face at all, and had no intention of explaining. She just said calmly to herself, "When I am not at the manor, all of you must obey his will." After that, Soraya looked at Ronan, and her eyes softened instantly, almost like two different people when facing Madame Levy. "I'm going to visit some friends. It will take a few days. If you need anything, tell Li Wei and she will satisfy you." "Yes, Aunt Soraya." Ronan nodded. He couldn't see the expression of Mrs. Li Wei beside him, but he could clearly feel that her body was trembling slightly at this moment. It was obvious that she was trying to bear the shock and impact brought by this huge change that was like a sudden peak. Ronan thought silently in his heart. He called Soraya aunt, and Soraya was Mrs. Li Wei's grandmother. So, if you count it this way, he should be Mrs. Li Wei's cousin now? Exclamation mark. How wonderful the world is. At night, the warm light emitted by the constant temperature magic circle slightly illuminated a corner of the huge room. Ronan sat in front of a heavy desk. The wall next to him was hung with exquisite tapestries and oil paintings. The huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him could hear the sound of wind and snow hitting. With the light of a lighting crystal, Ronan looked through the things in the box that Soraya gave him bit by bit. It was all the detailed information about talent transplantation and blood transplantation. So the so-called talent transplantation and bloodline transplantation are like this. Ronan pushed aside the pile of rune stones in front of him, looked at the whistling snow outside the window, and gently rubbed his temples with his fingers. Everyone imagined that talent transplantation was too mysterious and profound. In fact, the essence of this method is still runeology. The origin of the talent transplantation method of Beishabeo came from the private secret space of an ancient wizard. The first group of people who entered the exploration found a rune called Ice Cold Soul in the secret space. The effect of this rune is that it can extract the talent characteristics of ice monsters and apply them to oneself like a soul seal. But it cannot be condensed as a normal soul seal, because Ice Cold Soul must be condensed with the soul and blood of monsters, and it will be consumed. In the notes of the ancient wizard who created this rune, the ability of Ice Cold Soul is extremely powerful. It can allow the controller to call on the talents and spells of various ice monsters in battle at will, which is equivalent to having countless more skills and methods than others out of thin air. The only drawback is that after the Ice Soul in the body is consumed, new monster blood souls need to be collected again and condensed again. Despite this, Ice Soul can still be regarded as an unparalleled top rune, especially for wizards who specialize in ice magic. The first batch of explorers who got this inheritance were ecstatic. After experiencing internal strife and fighting, those who survived by chance finally decided to share this rune. They made a soul contract to ensure that no one would disclose the inheritance. This group of people are the ancestors of several major wizard families in Beishibeo. According to the normal trajectory, this land should quickly rise several ice wizards who inherit the same spell school, and the name Ice Cold will resound in all directions. However, fate played a big joke on these lucky guys. They got the core Ice Soul rune, but did not find a way in the inheritance to perfectly embed the condensed Ice Soul into the mental power and soul crystal. The lack of a critical step forced several people to gather again. They found a place to live, studied and comprehended the inheritance together, and tried to find the correct way to embed the rune through everyone's wisdom and efforts. In this way, a gathering place for ice wizards ruled by several families gradually formed. After generations of family wizards' research, they also found a way to barely make use of the Ice Cold Soul, that is, when condensing the spiritual power crystal and solidifying the soul symbol, they took the opportunity to embed the rune belonging to the Ice Cold Soul. This is also the reason why the talent transplantation method of Beishibeo can only be operated when the first level wizard impacts the second level, the early stage of the second level impacts the middle stage of the second level, and so on. These nodes are when a wizard gives birth to a new spiritual power crystal in his mind. Although this method solves the key problem of rune embedding, it subsequently exposes various other new problems. For example, since the Ice Cold Soul is not a real soul symbol after all, but a foreign rune condensed from the blood and soul of the monster, after being roughly embedded in its own spiritual power crystal, it will inevitably cause pollution to its own spiritual power and soul power. The consequence of the contamination of mental power and soul power is that there are more impurities in the spirit and soul. In the mildest case, it will be difficult to improve the subsequent cultivation. In the worst case, it will even cause the soul to decay and the strength to decline. Although this problem has been solved to a large extent after generations of optimization and adjustment by several major wizard families, no matter what, each time it is embedded, it will more or less cause a certain amount of impurities to remain. Usually, after 2 or 3 embeddings, it is difficult to be unaffected. The collective statement of several major wizard families in Beishibeo to the outside world is that it can only be embedded once at most. The harsh limit on the number of embeddings and the overly cumbersome embedding process. A powerful rune that should have brought glory and prosperity can only play a little bit of unsatisfactory effect now. I don't know what those who participated in the first batch of Secret Realm exploration and died in the internal strife for inheritance would think when they see the current result. The box given by Soraya contains the rune, Cold Soul, which is recorded on a blank runestone. Ronan picked up the runestone and looked at the whole picture of the rune carefully. The complexity and mystery of Ice Cold Soul is second only to the core rune in the universal orb he had seen. The overall shape is like a twisted and oscillating water drop, and each rune pattern filled in the water drop is full of mystery and coldness. It cannot be condensed as a soul seal. I wonder if it can be enchanted on a magic tool. Ronan thought casually, memorizing the rune firmly in his mind, and then picked up the introduction information about blood transplantation. As one of the contractors who jointly obtained the Ice Cold Soul rune, the Kachin family gave up this path early after failing to find a perfect way to embed the rune, and turned to another field. They found inspiration and enlightenment in the rune characteristics of Ice Cold Soul, and tried to extract the blood of warcraft and directly act on the flesh to achieve the effect of blood transplantation. Transplanting warcraft blood to act on the human body has always been a hot topic for wizards to transform their bodies. With the support of the Ice Cold Soul, Rune, the Kachin family went quite smoothly at the beginning of their research. They thought of leaving the blood of the Warcraft in the form of runes in the human body, and activating this bloodline rune like activating the soul rune when needed. Because it is a fusion of blood, the power obtained by the wizard is much stronger than the simple talent transplant. However, after activation, how to control the blood of the Warcraft that is out of control in the body has become a big problem. The blood of the Warcraft that remains in the human body will uncontrollably develop the body of the transplanted person in the direction of a monster. The wildness and violent factors of the Warcraft remaining in the blood can even affect consciousness. Even former wizards can accidentally become beasts controlled by instinct. The Kachin family has done a lot of human experiments, first on civilians, then on wizard apprentices, and finally developed into formal wizards. The people of this family have a bottom line. When it comes to human experiments involving formal wizards, the subjects are usually selected from people in their own family or prisoners of hostile forces. The decline of the Kachin family is also closely related to the fact that they invested a lot of resources in the research of blood transplantation experiments and used their own people for human experiments. This research did not make a breakthrough until Soraya took over the family. According to Soraya's understanding, the real blood transplant should be a process of completely analyzing a bloodline and then making corresponding modifications to one's own bloodline, so as to replicate some of its powerful characteristics existing in the bloodline. Ronan personally agrees with Soraya's point of view. In his opinion, what is the difference between the previous behavior of the Kachin family and randomly drawing a tube of blood and injecting it into a person, and then expecting the other party to get the mutation they want? Pure luck. There is no scientific basis. Even modern medicine knows about blood rejection reactions, and blood type must be tested before blood transfusion. Of course, although Soraya's point of view is correct, she can't do it as she said. Just analyzing the essence of a bloodline is beyond the ability of a third-level wizard, and all she can do is continue to gamble on luck based on the experiments of the Kachin family. But Soraya is very smart. She improved the steps of blood transplantation. She disassembled the activation process of blood rune and set up a process of gradual release from less to more, from weak to strong. The first step is to release a little bit of Warcraft blood in the experimental body, and then increase the amount of release when the experimental body is almost completely integrated and adapted to the power of this part of the blood, and continue in this way. If any uncontrollable situation occurs in the middle, it can be stopped in time, and the transplantation experiment will be terminated at the current step. This method sounds much more reliable, and Soraya is very smart in that she no longer looks for experimental subjects within the Kachin family, nor does she capture civilians and wandering wizards. She uses the temptation of blood transplantation itself to recruit those formal wizards who are eager to be powerful to volunteer to become experimental subjects, which not only reduces a lot of trouble, but also greatly expands the scope of experimental subjects to the level of second-level wizards. The second-level wizard Yukik that Ronan had seen before is a typical example of voluntarily participating in the blood transplantation experiment. And Soraya also made her own summary and assumptions at the end of the information. In order for the Kachin family's blood transplant method to be successful, several requirements must be met. First, the transplanted blood is pure enough. The blood of low-level monsters is too mixed. The more mixed the blood is, the more difficult the blood fusion process will be, and the more uncontrollable the result will be, so the purity of the blood is very important. Second, the body of the transplanted object is strong enough. The stronger the body, the stronger the blood of the self, and the more it can withstand the fusion and transformation of the blood of different species. A weak body will only be assimilated by the powerful blood of monsters, and will never return to the direction of deformity and ugliness. Third, the will of the transplanted object is strong enough. Only a strong enough mental will can withstand the wildness and violent factors in the blood of monsters, not be swallowed by beast nature, and better control the changes in the body during the blood fusion process. Only if these three requirements are met, this experiment will have a slight chance of complete success and achieve a true blood transplant. Ronan gently put down the information in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. With an immaculate body, he actually met the last two of the three requirements proposed by Soraya. If the blood of the third-level cold-scaled python that Soraya mentioned before, which had awakened a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake, was pure enough, then I would be the most perfect blood transplant experiment subject so far. Chapter 134, Magical Tool Set, Winter Homeland, Hunting. Of course, It was only the most perfect compared to the previous experimental subjects. Ronan didn't know whether his self-proclaimed strong willpower and physical strength could really meet the transplantation requirements of the ancient ice crystal demon serpent bloodline. It might be far from enough. In any case, it would be too risky to rashly conduct such an immature blood transplantation experiment. Soraya probably thought the same, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of asking for his own wishes. But because the ancient ice crystal demon serpent bloodline is rare, and is the only heir of the ice flame iris Lancer family, she bears the heavy responsibility of revival. She obviously wanted to encourage Ronan and didn't want Ronan to miss any opportunity to strengthen himself. It's not that we can't try it. Ronan stared at the raging snow outside the window and thought. Even if the transplantation is not successful, if a part of it can be transplanted, the benefits are huge enough. And I have the holy blood tree, which can purify the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon serpent twice, 3 times, or even more times. This first condition can be perfectly achieved. One requirement is perfectly met, and the other 2 requirements are not completely groundless and can be tried. The key is that Soraya really needs to ask for the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon serpent from me. Otherwise, all of this can only be considered as fantasy. Ronan gathered his mind and put all the information about talent transplantation and blood transplantation back into the metal box, and then took out a bunch of things that Soraya gave him in the studio. He didn't look at them one by one. He put aside the rune stones related to the inheritance of frozen earth, and picked up a few second-level ice spells unique to the Lancer family and took a look. He couldn't practice them before the 2nd level, so he put them aside. What Ronan wanted to check most was the magic tools and equipment that Soraya gave him. Soraya had given him a dozen magic tools at that time, but now there were only 3 in front of Ronan: a sapphire necklace, a nice blue staff that was emitting a hint of coldness, and a blue diamond earring. The necklace was a 2nd-level defensive magic tool that could trigger a 2nd-level defensive spell, and it was ordinary. The staff was very beautiful, about 1 meter long, with a light white and blue body, and a half-crescent-shaped metal ring on the top, which was inlaid with ice energy gems. Compared with the function of the staff, Ronan preferred its exquisite appearance. He had always wanted a staff, but after he turned into a metal wizard, the weapon he used to fight against others was usually a metal sword. Although it was also handsome, it always felt a little lacking. Now this little meaning was perfectly filled. Ronan held the ice staff in his hand, showing the noble elegance of a wizard, calm and unrestrained. Finally, Ronan gently picked up the last blue diamond earring. The earring was held in his hand, emitting a faint spatial energy fluctuation. Ronan's eyes flickered, and a strange color appeared in his eyes when he looked at the earrings. The blue diamond earrings are an ice magic tool, but they also have a certain space storage capacity. Because this is an extremely rare set of ice magic tools, Soraya gave him a set of 2nd-level ice magic tools. Gently click on the earrings, the space wave spreads, and the set parts are presented in front of Ronan one by one. Headband, shoulder armor, chest armor, wrist guard, belt, boots. Including the blue diamond earrings, a total of 12 parts, all 2nd level. Soraya really thinks highly of me. Ronan picked up a shoulder armor part and smiled bitterly. If you want to wear this set of magic tools, you have to activate 12 2nd-level magic tools at the same time. Is this something that an ordinary 2nd-level wizard can do? All the parts of the set are made of a special magic alloy. They are light and cool in the hand. Each part is light blue, with silver patterns all over it, and each one looks exquisite and gorgeous. The headband was shaped like a beautiful wreath, with a diamond-shaped crystal in the middle. Ronan found inscriptions on the inside of the 2 shoulder armors. Winter was engraved on the left shoulder armor, and Homeland was engraved on the right shoulder armor. Homeland of Winter. Ronan softly read out these 4 words, thinking, is this the name of this set of magic tools? Perhaps. The handwriting was beautiful, and it looked like it was written by Soraya. Ronan slowly injected his mental power into the shoulder armor in his hand, trying to activate it. The runes enchanted inside these 12 magic tools were similar but different, independent of each other, and seemed to be able to piece together into a whole, which was quite wonderful. With the injection of mental power, the 2 shoulder armors in Ronan's hand began to glow, float, and then took the initiative to gently buckle on Ronan's shoulders. The exquisite patterns on the shoulder armor seemed to come alive, and then quickly grew a thick layer of energy crystals that seemed to be made of ice diamonds, extending around the edges of the shoulder armor until Ronan's shoulders and neck were completely wrapped. At the same time, A deep blue waterfall of light gushed out from the back of the shoulder armor. This waterfall of light was stable and long, like countless ice rains falling, all the way down to Ronan's ankles, a barrier protecting his vest, and like a gorgeous cloak. Ronan felt the effect of the activation of the shoulder armor magic tools. His perception and control of ice energy particles were significantly enhanced, which meant that the power of his ice spells would be correspondingly improved. If each part of this magic tool set has the same effect, after all are worn and activated, Ronan's ice spell release power should be increased by about 2 to 3 times, at least. There may be additional bonuses after the set is assembled. Ronan felt the consumption of mental power after activating 2 second-level magic tools at the same time. After opening the empty and clear realm, his total mental power was maintained at about 2/3 of the consumption. Thinking back to the female wizard fueling in the late stage of the first magic ring, she looked like she had consumed too much mental power when she activated a second-level magic tool. In this regard, Ronan is much stronger than the average late-stage wizard of the first level. To maintain this state, I have to continuously consume my mental power. I really don't know if I can afford to wear the whole suit after I'm promoted to level 2. Ronan tapped the energy crystal armor extending from the edge of the shoulder armor with his fingers, making a crisp and heavy sound. He could feel that the protective ability was extremely excellent. Another reason to be promoted to level 2 as soon as possible. Ronan slowly withdrew his mental power, put the 2 shoulder armors back on the table, and then put them all back into the blue diamond earrings. He could foresee that his strength would usher in an unprecedented mutation after he was promoted to level 2 wizard, and this change was not limited to the inside. A truly top wizard genius is stronger than his peers in terms of talent, strength, will and character, and magic equipment is also an extremely important component. Ronan is slowly catching up with all of this until he becomes what he should be. The wind and snow outside the window are still blowing, and under the bright and soft lighting crystal, Ronan took out a silver-white gem. The deep blue was quiet as the starry sky rose, and he tapped the light spot, stepped into the 7-color river, and entered the understanding of the domain of law. Soraya returned to the manor on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The next day after she came back, she took Ronan and left again in a hurry. Ronan was wrapped in a huge spiritual force and energy flow, like being carried by a scorching sun, passing through the wind, snow, clouds and fog. Under his feet, the vast snowy mountains passed by one after another. Unknowingly, he had already left the white stone castle and went deep into the primitive snow forest behind the white stone castle for a long distance. Ronan could feel that Soraya did not use any flying props, but relied on her own ability to fly with her, but her speed was faster than when he used the flying ring. I'm afraid I can't run away now against a 3rd-level wizard. Ronan thought silently in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Soraya's voice sounded in his ears. It's nearby. The two began to droop down. Ronan saw that there was a dense forest below, completely covered with snow. There seemed to be someone in the forest. Ronan's super hearing could vaguely hear more than one person's voice. The 3 most powerful wizard families in Whitestone Castle have joined forces to set up a rune array to surround this area, just because they are worried that the 3rd-level cold-scaled python will escape. Soraya led Ronan closer to the location where the voice came from, and told him, "Wait a minute, you will wait here. Whether it is talent transplantation or blood transplantation, the effect is best when the magic beast's blood is most active. When we catch the cold-scaled python, I will ask them to take blood on the spot. You can prepare for the breakthrough here. I have prepared everything." "Thank you, Aunt Soraya." Ronan thought for a while and asked, "What do I need to do?" You don't have to do anything, just stay here honestly, don't put yourself in danger, and then let me find you at any time." Soraya warned him solemnly, the 3rd-level magic beast is dangerous in itself, not to mention the 3rd-level cold-scaled python that has awakened a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake. If those old guys hadn't been fully prepared and had planned for this for a long time, I wouldn't even want to participate in this hunt. You must remember not to get too close. If you are curious, just watch from a distance. Understood? Ronan nodded. At this time, the two had already reached the top where the voice came from. Looking down, you can see that there are many wizards gathered in the forest below. Their strength is generally around level 1 or 2. Most of them are middle-aged or older. There are only 5 or 6 young men and women standing in the middle of the crowd. They look extraordinary. These people are all wearing light gray robes with a few strands of blue. There is a conspicuous mark on the robes, A small silver snake with a body twisted into an S shape. They should be from the same wizard family. The people in Fred's family are responsible for guarding this side. Soraya glanced at the people below and said to Ronan in a flat tone, "They are all mediocre people. If you find it troublesome, you can ignore them completely. There are still a few young level 2 wizards." Ronan glanced at the young men and women in the center of the crowd below, who were the center of the crowd. He briefly exchanged glances with one of them and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A second-level wizard of this age can be considered at least a third-level wizard in the magic circle, but in Soraya's mouth, he became an ordinary mediocre talent. The awakening of the bloodline of this cold-scaled python is very strange, without any signs. There seems to be traces of ancient ruins near its nest. The harvest of this hunting may be unexpected. Ronan heard Soraya talking to herself. She squinted her eyes and kept looking in a direction ahead. It was probably where the third-level cold-scaled python appeared. Soraya gave Ronan 2 more instructions, and then let him go and flew forward alone. Ronan controlled his body and slowly fell from the air. He stood outside the group of people called the Fred family, keeping a certain distance from them, not too close, nor too far. The wizards of the Fred family would cast curious and puzzled glances from time to time, but no one came up to greet him. Ronan thought he would have to wait for a long time in boredom, but he never thought that not long after, a huge vibration came from the direction where Soraya disappeared. Boom! Ronan quickly soared into the air, his figure floating towards the sky. A huge white wave spread from a distance, seemingly slowly but actually quickly, towards Ronan's direction. It was the undulating forest waves, and the snow that collapsed rapidly as the trees in the forest swayed. Ronan saw a sky-high light in the distance, several huge rune traces flashed in the sky, and then the strong light of the third-level spell. Even from such a distance, he could still feel the huge energy pressure rolling in that area, and the energy particle flow that was surging everywhere. Roar! Suddenly, a long and low roar came. The sound was like the hissing of a python, and it was like the roar of some beasts. The sound contained a kind of ancient and inexplicable power, which Ronan had never felt in the voice of other monsters, and he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Ancient ice crystal demon snake bloodline. Cold scale python. Ronan's eyes bloomed blue, and there was a strange glow floating. He fixed his eyes on the direction where the sound came from. Soon, he saw the outline of a huge snake-like creature in the flashing lights and the billowing smoke. Faintly, he could see that the snake-like creature's neck was covered with rings of dark blue, shiny scales. There seemed to be a small bulge on the snake's head. Before Ronan could observe more carefully, roar, roar. 2 more roars came, much weaker than the first one, but the majesty in the sound was exactly the same. Ronan's body trembled slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but shake. More than one. He couldn't help but start to worry about Soraya's safety. It's unbelievable that the Kachin family actually has a level 3 wizard, and he's a powerful existence in the middle of level 3. The Fred family, surrounded by a group of family wizards, looked at the battlefield in the distance, which was constantly making huge noises, and kept making sounds of surprise and admiration. From time to time, they would glance at a handsome young man with white hair standing alone not far away, and seemed full of curiosity and interest. My great-grandfather once said that the women of the Kachin family are not simple characters, especially those who have lived a long time. But the men of the Kachin family are much worse. They are all straw bags with beautiful appearances. A silver-haired young man with a slightly round face and a few freckles on his nose said lightly with squinted eyes. Mrs. Soraya Kachin was a legend in Whitestone Castle several generations ago. Her useless husband died outside a few years after marrying her. Not even a broken soul escaped. Everyone thought that the Kachin family was completely finished, but they didn't expect Soraya Kachin to appear and take over the family. Not only did she save the shaky Kachin family, but in just over a decade, she developed the Kachin family into the 4th most powerful wizard family in Whitestone Castle. A strange family that is almost entirely managed by women. The round-faced silver-haired young man pulled the corners of his mouth. After saying this, he seemed to find it funny even to himself. If it weren't for the third-level cold-scaled python incident this time, who would have thought of this name again? The young man with light red hair sighed in a low voice, and then whispered, "This Mrs. Soraya appeared this time entirely for that guy. I heard that in order to participate in this hunt, she even took the initiative to pay a great price." Tisk tisk. Chapter 135, Meet Again, Crows. It seems that this person is really important to Mrs. Soraya. Several people's eyes unconsciously turned to a figure not far away, squinting their eyes to look at him carefully. He does have an outstanding face that all Kachin women will love. If he still has the orthodox blood of the Kachin family, it is not surprising that Mrs. Soraya values him so much. A male seedling of the Kachin family who came out of nowhere is deeply favored by Mrs. Soraya. The round-faced silver-haired young man who spoke first looked at a girl in a blue dress with long lavender curly hair, fair skin and delicate looks among the few people, and said half-jokingly, "Jenny, I think you can try to contact him and introduce him to our small group if there is a chance." A newcomer with a strong background of a third-level mid-level wizard may even become the helmsman of the Kachin family in the future. He is worth winning over. The purple-haired girl whose name was playing with a slender white staff, and several exquisite gem rings were worn on her slender and white fingers. "But he doesn't look like my type, and he looks a bit fierce, and he doesn't seem easy to get along with. Isn't this the time to show your charm?" the red-haired young man next to him said with a smile. The purple-haired girl hummed softly with enjoyment, raised her smooth chin slightly, and proudly showed her slender and perfect swan neck. Several people chatted and laughed, and did not take the level 3 war in the distance too seriously, just occasionally glancing at it. With the participation of 4 level 3 wizards, even if it was a level 3 magic beast with a trace of ancient blood, the result of this hunt should have been doomed. Suddenly, a wizard from the Fred family in a gray robe hurriedly rushed to the front of several people, and said a few words in a low voice with a solemn expression. The silver-haired, round-faced young man who was the leader of the small group changed his expression slightly and blurted out in a low voice, "Black robes? Where did the black-robed wizards come from? There are dozens of them. Are those guys from Ababek's family all dead?" Such a large group of black-robed wizards broke into the rune array, but they were only discovered now. Hearing the word black robes, the originally relaxed and leisurely atmosphere among the group of people suddenly dissipated, and everyone's expressions became exciting. "Why are there black robes at this time? They must be coming for the 3rd level cold-scaled python. Hurry up and inform the great-grandfather. The great-grandfather already knows. Let us make our own decisions. I suggest that we reinforce the Ababek family now. They are under attack by the black robes. Who cares what they do? What good can we get from reinforcing them? If something goes wrong with us and the hunting fails, I bet these guys will definitely be the first to jump out and blame us. The 3 major families have an oath of alliance, and if we don't quickly deal with a group of black-robed wizards who broke into the magic circle, they may affect the ongoing hunting operation. This is a test from the great-grandfather for us. Anyway, I don't agree. Valens, you don't want to have the talent of the ancient ice crystal demon snake, right? The inability to unify opinions in a short period of time caused a fierce quarrel in the small group of several people. Everyone had their own ideas and considerations, and they were trying to convince each other. At this time, a strange voice suddenly sounded in the field, coming from a direction not far away. The sound was like countless pieces of ice tied together, colliding violently, crisp, rapid and piercing, with a strong sense of warning. When the people in the small group heard the sound, their expressions changed immediately. At this time, the rapid sound stopped abruptly, and the fluctuations of magic release were faintly heard. The wizards of Fred's family took the initiative to move quickly towards the direction where the sound came from, but before the wizards who went to investigate the situation flew far, they were accurately hit by a black energy column that seemed to be composed of countless large and small black water droplets. They were instantly swallowed up, and without even a sound, they fell to the bottom like a stone. Everyone saw this scene, and all their pupils contracted. Before they could react, ghostly black robes had been emerging rapidly from all around the venue. The strong dark magic breath diffused throughout the venue, accompanied by the violent emission of mental power fluctuations, and a melee between the ice wizards of Fred's family and the dark black robe wizards of unknown origin began. "It's the group of black robes." The silver-haired round-faced young man roared and quickly entered the state of battle. After the group of black robes appeared, their small group was immediately approached by a black-robed wizard with pale skin, black lips, and a powerful mental power fluctuation belonging to the middle stage of the 2nd level. The silver-haired, round-faced young man tore off a transparent armband from his arm and threw it forward quickly. The transparent armband magic tool triggered a series of ice rings, cutting terrible traces in the air like a circular blade. As a result, before it could get close to the opponent's body, It was directly cut in the middle by the black sickle-shaped spell summoned by the swinging of the staff. The light red-haired young man beside him kept chanting spells, and raised his hand to summon a small piece of icy blizzard. The cold storm had just started, and the terrible black energy wave swept over, and in an instant, the wind and snow were engulfed. The black-lipped middle stage of the second-level Black Robe Wizard was extremely powerful, close to the level of the late second level. He cast second-level dark spells one by one, and easily broke the magic offensive of the coordinated magic of several people. He was like a dense shadow, occupying one side of the sky, expanding continuously, bringing a heavy feeling of suffocation and oppression to several people. Everyone in the small group had the idea of retreating, and the only purple-haired girl among them was pale, and her hand holding the slender staff was shaking slightly. Looking around the field, the overall battle also showed a one-sided trend. The wizards of the Fred family were retreating step by step under the attack of the black-robed wizards, and they could not form much effective resistance at all. Several people with ugly faces tried their best to resist under the powerful black-robed hands. They accidentally glanced at a figure that was quickly leaving the edge of the battle group. Someone couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "The men of the Kurchin family are really just strawbags with appearances." Pa. Ronan frowned and looked coldly at the sudden change in the situation in front of him. He had been observing the battle of hunting the third-level cold-scaled python on Soraya's side, but as soon as he turned his head, a group of black-robed wizards appeared from nowhere and fought with the wizards of the Fred family of Whitestone Castle. This group of black-robed wizards all wore pure black robes, and there were no patterns or signs on their robes, so it was impossible to tell what kind of organization they belonged to. They were well-trained and powerful, and most of them were above the second-level wizards, and some were even in the middle of the second level. The ice wizards of Whitestone Castle were no match for them at all, just like sheep scattered by wolves, in a mess. Ronan hesitated for a moment, and then chose to retreat quickly. He was standing in an excellent position. The black-robed wizards came from one side of the forest, just far away from him, so he could retreat very calmly. Ronan had no intention of attacking at all. He didn't know whether this group of black-robed wizards were specifically looking for revenge on the wizards of Whitestone Castle, or were also coming for the third-level cold-scaled python. It felt that the former was more likely, because if it was for the ancient bloodline cold-scaled python, they should go in the direction of the third-level battle group. Ronan thought to himself, considering whether to send a message to Soraya, and then find another safe place to stay, or move closer to the place where Soraya and the others were fighting. Suddenly, flutter, the sound of birds flapping their wings came clearly into Ronan's ears. Immediately afterwards, the sound of flapping wings gradually became denser, and small black dots quickly jumped out from under the snow-white forest. The black dots enlarged, and they turned out to be crows with black wings. They flew and circled around the battle group, and their scarlet eyes coldly watched the battle below, like a group of silent spectators, and seemed to be waiting to welcome something. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of inexplicable waves rose in his heart. The battle between a group of first and second level wizards, the energy turbulence released by the spell bombardment, and the energy pressure had already scared away the creatures within a few kilometers around. Logically speaking, it was impossible for birds to dare to approach. Ronan seemed to remember something, and unconsciously, his body slowly stopped. Buzz! Just a few breaths after the crows appeared, a strange energy fluctuation gently rippled in the chaotic battle group. Immediately afterwards, a figure with black smoke all over his body and face completely hidden in a large hooded cloak emerged silently in the field. As soon as this figure appeared, the huge battlefield seemed to become quiet, and the sky became a little dim. He was like a black and twisted sun, constantly absorbing and swallowing all the light around him. After the figure appeared, the silent crows began to sing hoarsely, as if they were singing praises and welcoming the arrival of the figure. The mysterious black-cloaked man wandered in the field, and in just a blink of an eye he appeared behind someone in Fred's core group. He casually stretched out a hand, as if greeting an old friend, and patted the shoulder of the wizard who had reached level 2. No one noticed his action. The latter's energy shield outside his body was silently broken, and the pale and slender palm gently fell on his shoulder. In an instant, he fell headfirst like a stone, and his life or death was unknown. The rest of the group finally reacted, and someone shouted in shock and anger, "Valens!" Everyone dispersed in shock and fear, while the cloaked man just stood there quietly. The black-lipped wizard, who had been suffocating the core group of Fred's family, also stopped what he was doing, and appeared beside the cloaked man in a flash, calling him respectfully in a low voice, "My lord." At the same time, at the other end of the battle group, Ronan, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. He looked at the tall and straight figure whose face could not be seen clearly, and muttered a name. "Angel." Ronan's whisper crossed the distance of the entire battlefield and was instantly captured by the figure. The latter suddenly raised his head, and it seemed that a pair of eyes under the black cloak fell on Ronan like a sharp blade. The two people's eyes met. Half a breath later, Ronan seemed to see, under the dark cloak that swallowed up the light, a pair of deep wine-red eyes slowly lit up, and on the evil face, the corners of the mouth rose little by little. He said to himself, "So, it's you." Thump. Ronan's heart beat violently. Thump. Thump. The speed was getting faster and faster. Ronan had a blank expression and looked calmly at the figure hidden under the black cloak. "Angel." He repeated the name he had read out before. Something in his body seemed to be gradually awakening, and his blood was slightly hot. "This land is too barren and rotten. Everything seems so boring. Before we meet next time, you must not die. I will find you and seal your soul in the toilet. You should be able to use this thing with your qualifications. They all used to call me Crows Passing, Angel." Every picture of Angel, every word he had said, replayed quickly in Ronan's mind like a revolving lantern. He had never forgotten this name, and even often recited it. He remembered that once, the man in front of him was like a big black sun hanging in front of him. Looking down from a high place, looking down, smiling, looking at him as if he was looking at an unexpected toy. Ronan felt that his feelings for Angel should not be called resentment, and it might even contain a part of gratitude, thankful that he did not pinch himself to death like pinching an ant in the corpse garden. Thankful that he gave me the bottle of special burning potion that helped me successfully break through the formal wizard level. Thankful that he had left such a deep and indelible shadow in my heart with such a powerful attitude. Thankful that he made me experience for the first time the feeling of despair and powerlessness, and the feeling of letting people completely control my fate. Thankful that he gave me obsession, which turned into a source of strength, supporting me to grit my teeth and spend countless days and nights accompanied by pain. Ronan closed his eyes, and countless thoughts and emotions rolled in his mind. Soon, these complex and incomprehensible emotions all turned into the same voice in his heart: defeat him. Defeat him. Stand in front of him, defeat him, and then tell him that you are no longer the ant that can only be squeezed at will. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, and an incomparable light bloomed in his eyes. He gave up the idea of leaving the battlefield and calmly returned to the direction of the battlefield. The figure hidden under the black cloak, with his arms around his chest and his head slightly tilted, cast an interested look at Ronan. Ronan walked towards the man in the black cloak step by step. "Angel." He read out the name for the third time. He had fantasized and expected to meet Angelette again countless times. Now it has finally come true. Another chapter will be posted in the afternoon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Man of the Kachin Family, Delayed War, Situation. During Ronan's week apprenticeship, he had two experiences where his life and death were completely controlled by others, and he fell into despair and powerlessness. One of these two experiences was from Laura, and the other was from Angel. The two of them once left a heavy shadow in Ronan's heart, becoming two high walls that could not be crossed. Later, Ronan broke one of the two walls, and now only Angel was left in front of him. The purpose of this trip, as well as all the people and things around him, seemed to have become unimportant to Ronan at this moment. He only had Angel in his eyes, and only one thought was left in his mind. Something in his body began to burn, and from a spark, it quickly turned into an unprecedented raging flame, enveloping Ronan's entire body. Then it quickly converged, and with those surging irrelevant emotions and distractions, it froze together, and quickly sank to the bottom of the heart lake. Talent, lake of no thoughts. The infinitely quiet lake blue in Ronan's eyes was frozen inch by inch, and no longer had any fluctuations, like two mirrors, reflecting Angel's figure respectively. The gray-silver robe was gently lifted, and Ronan took a step across half of the battlefield, like a sharp sword with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Angel in front of him. Angel was obviously waiting for him, just as he had done when he faced him. He quietly watched Ronan approach, and his face, which could not be seen clearly under the black cloak, was laughing silently. The look in Ronan's eyes was like looking at a fresh and plump fruit that was eager for him to pick. However, just as Ronan was about to approach, the fighting spirit between the two suddenly stopped. Angel seemed to have received some news, and a communication stone appeared in his hand. His eyes flashed rapidly under his hood, and his eyes moved away from Ronan. He slightly tilted his head and whispered something to the black-robed wizard with black lips beside him. After doing all this, he looked at Ronan deeply, and then without looking back, he flew into the air in another direction and left quickly. Angel. Ronan, who had entered the lake of no thought state, had no expression on his face. Driven by his obsession, he chased after Angel's departing figure. The next second, he was blocked by a figure. A man who belonged to the middle stage of the second level, close to the late stage of the second level, blocked Ronan in front of him, and released powerful mental fluctuations unscrupulously, like a rapidly expanding dense shadow. Although I don't know why you, a mere first-level wizard, can be valued so much by the adults. The black-robed man looked down at Ronan, his black thin lips tightly pursed, his expression indifferent, and his voice seemed to come from his abdomen. But the adults said that I must treat you well. After saying that, two black diamond-like lights suddenly burst out of his eyes, and his huge mental power was mobilized. A surging black wave was born out of thin air, releasing terrible spell energy pressure, and quickly rolled towards Ronan. Just before that, he relied on this dark spell to suppress the second-level wizards of the core group of the Fred family, almost suffocating them. So much so that the silver-haired round-faced young man and others still had a deep shadow in their hearts when they saw the black-robed man take action. Their scalps tingled and they subconsciously retreated, even though the spell was not aimed at them. Facing the rolling black waves that transformed into various strange and bizarre forms, Ronan seemed to ignore them. His figure always went straight forward without deviating from the trajectory line. A wide and slender arm under the robe was raised, and Ronan made a horizontal slash forward. There was a black liquid metal flowing along his arm, bursting out from the fingertips, and turning into a dazzling silver white bit by bit, just like a high-temperature silver slurry that was randomly splashed. After contacting the air, it instantly cooled and solidified into shape, and finally turned into a cold and gorgeous huge half-moon-shaped blade. After the brilliant silver blade appeared, it stayed in the air for a short time, and the invisible momentum continued to accumulate rapidly. When it reached a certain peak, countless mysterious auras gushed out from the silver edge and turned into a blazing blue flame. Shoo! The half-moon-shaped silver blade wrapped in the dark blue flame shot out, and in just a moment it collided with a black magic wave summoned by the black robe. Without any setbacks or obstructions, the surging black magic wave was silently broken from it, and the half-moon silver blade wrapped in the dark blue flame approached the black-robed man in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man's pupils shrank slightly, and his pale face, which was stiff and numb like a corpse, showed a change of expression for the first time. He flew backwards, and energy shields rose one after another outside his body, but they were easily cut like butter and crisp paper under the silver blade that was pressing inch by inch. At a certain moment, a strong warning suddenly arose from the black-robed man's heart. He saw that the dark blue flame burning on the huge half-moon-shaped silver blade in front of him was completely converged in less than half a second, and was replaced by bright and dazzling red light one after another. The entire huge crescent blade seemed to be continuously heated by some kind of force, trembling violently, and on the verge of an extremely unstable rampage at any time. Not good. The black-robed man's expression tightened, and two black balls suddenly appeared in his hands, which he crushed and exploded. Boom! The huge half-moon-shaped blade exploded into a brilliant and gorgeous silver firework, and the terrifying energy aftermath of the explosion shook the void, setting off waves of violent turbulence. At the same time as the silver fireworks, a thick black wall appeared, wrapping the black-robed man like an eggshell, bearing the power of the metal explosion head-on, shaking, but motionless. Crack! The eggshell-like black crystal wall broke open, and the cold black-robed man strode out of it, and the terrible momentum spread out from his body, blowing up his pure black robe, which was extremely cold. However, before this momentum on his body could last long, it solidified with a light in his eyes. I saw a tall and slender figure approaching him without knowing when. The figure stepped on the void step by step, and the air under his feet seemed to turn into a frozen lake, with deep blue veins extending outward. 2 rotating frozen balls filled with a strong sense of despair, and 2 pure white ice blades emitting endless coldness and sharpness. Several spells spun around him rapidly, and the aura of 3 different types of extraordinary domains of the same system intertwined. The black-robed man's tightly pursed lips opened slightly involuntarily. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment. He watched helplessly as the figure worshipped by the frost quietly came to him and passed by him lightly. At the moment of passing, the 3 domains overlapped, and the domain power of the 12 spell anchors spread silently and gently wrapped him. The indescribable extreme cold air was like a glacier that suddenly collapsed and exploded. A torrent of extremely white cold air instantly submerged the black-robed man. When all the deep blue, white, and cold air disappeared, everyone on the field only saw a huge mountain-like ice block quietly suspended in the air. In the ice block, a black-robed figure remained in shock and stunned expression, frozen motionlessly. The ice block fell silently, hitting the ground with a loud noise. As for the white-haired young man who had fought with him before, he had appeared in the sky far away, and only a small black dot remained. From beginning to end, his route forward did not change at all, and he kept a straight line forward. He crossed the obstacle caused by the black-robed man, as if he had just lightly kicked away a small stone on the road ahead. The entire process of the battle between spells did not exceed 2 rounds. The huge battlefield fell into deathly silence. Occasionally, snow would slide down from the treetops, and there would be a slight sound of cracking frost. No one spoke. The wizards of the Fred family, including all the black-robed wizards, were all enveloped in a great shock and remained silent. The core members of the Fred family, led by the silver-haired, round-faced young man, all had dull expressions at this time, staring blankly at the direction where the white-haired young man left, with only one thought in their minds madly rolling: is this really the man of the Kachin family? This is a steep and rugged mountain, covered with a thin layer of ice and snow, surrounded by low white pines. A tall red-haired woman stood on the mountain, looking far away at the turbulent and roaring third-level battlefield not far away. Huh? A figure descended from the sky, stepping out transparent and invisible air ripples, and landing step by step beside the woman. You're here. The red-haired woman glanced at the person who came and greeted him lightly. The latter hummed lightly and reached out to take off the cloak on his head. A young and pale man's face was revealed. He had short brown hair and his facial features were neither handsome nor ugly. But his wine-red eyes, which were pure like blood diamonds, the delicate and complex black rune patterns on his face, and the innate evil spirit between his eyebrows, added an indescribable and powerful charm to his ordinary appearance. What's the situation? The young man asked the woman beside him softly, and his eyes were cast towards the battle group in front. His wine-red eyes reflected the magic light bursting out from the battle group, as well as 3 huge dark blue snake shadows moving and swinging. I've confirmed it. The red-haired woman replied, you're unlucky. The thing you want has been eaten by several cold-scaled pythons. If you catch them, you may be able to extract a little bit of ingredients from their flesh and blood. However, several third-level wizards from the local family are hunting these cold-scaled pythons. It's not easy to snatch them from them. 4 third-level wizards. The young man narrowed his eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered slightly. After a long time, he said in a low voice, plus a third-level magic beast, it's really not easy. Let's forget it. The young man retracted his gaze into the distance and said lightly, I just came to take a look. It's not something important that must be obtained. Let the people leave. Yet, the red-haired woman nodded and was about to leave. At this time, the young man in front of her seemed to find something that surprised him. Looking at a slightly glowing communication stone in his hand, he uttered a light "Huh." What's wrong? The red-haired woman asked. The young man's eyes flickered, and he shook his head with a smile. Nothing, I just found something very interesting. A seed that was sown casually at the beginning has grown into a thriving fruit tree without knowing it. The tree is bearing attractive fruits. Hiss. The young man took a deep breath, and sighed in a low voice with an intoxicated look on his face. I can almost imagine the wonderful picture of the juice oozing out when you bite it. Be careful not to break your teeth. The red-haired woman reminded expressionlessly, think about Gattuso who was stepped on by you. When you first joined the swamp, in his eyes, you were just an insignificant little character. Really? The young man raised the corners of his mouth and said with a bright smile, if such a thing really happens, it would be very interesting. The young man strolled in the direction he came from, stepping up to the sky step by step, and sighed softly, There are so few interesting things in this world. The current black nightmare swamp has begun to make me feel bored and tedious. There is no pressure and no opponent. Can you understand me, Belle? The red-haired woman caught up with the young man and spoke quickly. After the mirror courtyard opens, your emptiness will be filled and satisfied. I hope so. With a soft sigh, the two figures quickly went away in the sky and gradually disappeared. Ronan quickly flew through the vast snow forest, and the strong wind blew up the hem of his robe and the long white hair scattered on his temples. Suddenly, his figure stopped, and his eyes, which seemed to be frozen by thick ice, began to show some cracks. Ronan took out a shining communication stone from the space ring, held it tightly in his hand, but his eyes looked straight ahead. After a few breaths, the coldness in Ronan's eyes slowly melted, and he completely broke away from the state of lake of no thoughts, and returned to normal. Angel. He gently read out the name, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Next time, let's leave this battle for next time. He didn't expect to meet Angel here, just as Angel didn't expect to meet him at all. Neither of them was in the best condition. Under such circumstances, the fighting spirit that suddenly burst out could not burn to the most intense. This was destined to be an unsatisfying battle. Neither he nor Angel wanted this to happen. Ronan took a breath and gently pressed down the light of the message stone in his hand to respond. He waited quietly for a while, and a moment later, Soraya's figure appeared in his sight. Approaching quickly, Ronan took the initiative to greet her, and the latter just said to him lightly, "Let's go." Ronan nodded, and was immediately wrapped by Soraya's spiritual power and left quickly. Cold Stone Manor. In a quiet room filled with various rune arrays, Soraya stood in front of Ronan, and a blood ball with a hint of blue and deep red was suspended above the palm of her right hand that was spread out to him. There seemed to be a faint snake shadow floating in the blood ball, and a slight snake hissing sound echoed in the room. An unexpected situation occurred. The third-level cold-scaled python was already in a state of severe injury and weakness before we arrived, so that the quality of its blood was much worse than expected. Soraya frowned and told Ronan about the specific situation of the hunt. "Thanks to Brother Hoddam for being the leader, thanks." Chapter 137 Level 2, Failure. According to Soraya, when they were hunting the third-level cold-scaled python, two second-level small ones jumped out, all of which had awakened a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake. They thought it would take more effort, but they never expected the process to be so smooth. The three cold-scaled pythons were all depleted of blood and energy, and their strength was not even one-third of the normal one, as if they had just experienced a big battle. The four third-level wizards easily resolved the battle, killing one of the three cold-scaled pythons and capturing two alive. The people of the three major wizard families in Beishabeo were still very happy because the harvest was greater than they expected. Now they are probably thinking about how to make up for the blood of the two captured cold-scaled pythons, and they are also arguing about how to distribute the two cold-scaled pythons. But this result is not good for Soraya. Soraya took the blood of the three cold-scaled pythons respectively, and the one with the strongest blood aura was also quite different from what she expected. "I won't help you with a blood transplant for now," Soraya said to Ronan. "First complete the talent transplant and blood transplant until the three wizard families find a way to restore the blood concentration of the two cold-scaled pythons. The ancient ice crystal snake blood contained in this blood essence is too thin, almost no different from the blood of ordinary cold-scaled pythons. It's not worth your risk. Blood transplant does not need to be stuck at the node where the spiritual power crystallizes to be carried out." Ronan nodded and looked at the blood in Soraya's hand. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. After all, he was almost ready for the blood transplant. Now he was told that it couldn't be done, and he couldn't help feeling a little empty. But this result is not all bad. Ronan has not planned to reveal the secret of the holy blood tree in front of Soraya. After leaving Whitestone Castle, he may be able to find a suitable blood for purification and transplantation. He has already obtained the core technology of blood transplantation from Soraya. Could the abnormality of the frost scale python be related to the group of black-robed wizards who suddenly broke in? Ronan thought of the unexpected encounter with Angel and his group. He remembered that Basil of the Silver Ring had told him that after the destruction of Hoddam College, the detrital forest that fought for the Key of Nifu was also crushed by the Scarlet Tower, a behemoth in the Black Wizard land. Angel escaped from the detrital forest and even killed two second-level wizards while escaping. Now it seems that he has joined another black-robed wizard force, and he is doing well in it and has a very respected status. I don't think so. Soraya shook her head and said calmly, the group of insects from the Black Nightmare Swamp kept looking around when we were hunting the frost-scale python, but it seems that they didn't come for the frost-scale python. I guess they didn't expect us to exist. I guess it might be related to the ancient ruins next to the snake nest, but after the 4 third-level wizards carefully inspected the inside and outside of the snake nest several times, they didn't find any clues. The ruins had been destroyed by the frost-scale python. Maybe they were injured because of this reason. Black Nightmare Swamp. Ronan heard the word mentioned in Soraya's words, secretly remembered it, nodded and said nothing more. Okay, get ready to be promoted to level 2. Soraya stopped talking to Ronan and told him to get ready. At this time, there were 2 rune arrays on the floor of the room, one large and one small, nested inside and outside. Ronan walked to the center of the array and sat down, took off his robes, revealing a smooth and perfect upper body. The outermost magic circle is the crystallization magic circle required for the promotion from level 1 to level 2, and the inner layer is the rune magic circle for talent transplantation. Everything has been prepared, and only the last bit of preparation is left. Soraya divided the 3rd level cold scale python blood in her hand into several parts, and made a series of complex preparations respectively, and then stepped into the magic circle, using the prepared cold scale python blood as the material, and painted on Ronan's body like painting. This process was not long. Soraya spent half an hour to paint all kinds of teardrop-shaped twisted runes on Ronan's body, including his neck and cheeks. All the lines pointed directly to the center of his eyebrows. When the last stroke was completed, Soraya withdrew from the magic circle, and her right hand drew an inexplicable spell symbol in the air in front of her. A faint mental power surged from her fingertips, and together with the invisible symbol, it turned into a ray of light and shot into the magic circle on the ground. With the guidance of mental power, the outer crystallization magic circle began to start, blooming with fine streams of light, like a complex and precise machine running. Ronan, who was in the center of the magic circle, suddenly felt an invisible pressure quietly generated. This pressure did not act on the body, but fell on his mental power in a rather strange form. It was similar to the pressure he felt when he first faced Soraya, a level 3 wizard, with her mental power fully activated, but of course it was much softer. As the magic circle operated, the pressure gradually increased, and Ronan closed his eyes and began to enter a state of meditation. In the space of consciousness, Ronan saw his solid liquid coexisting mental power ball trembling slightly under the pressure released by the magic circle. Under normal circumstances, the transformation of mental power has begun at this time. However, Ronan's mental power purity is much higher than that of ordinary level 1 late wizards, so this pressure is far from enough for him at present. He also took this opportunity to call out his frozen soil talisman and began to improve and upgrade it in the direction of tundra frozen soil, according to the inheritance given by Soraya. The pressure given by the crystallization magic circle still needs a period of warm-up to reach the requirements for further crystallization of Ronan's mental power, so the process of upgrading the talisman is still quite leisurely. The talisman of tundra frozen soil was already well known by heart. Ronan carefully carved it and easily upgraded the entire talisman. Then he took the solidifying potion that was about to be used in his hand, waiting for the pressure of the crystallization array to rise sharply. Crack! Finally, the mental power group in his mind began to collapse inward, just like a fluffy snowball being squeezed into an ice cube bit by bit. Ronan also felt a slight shock and pain in his soul. He called out the tundra frozen soil talisman that had been condensed in the consciousness space and pressed it into the shrinking mental power group. This is another important point, that the 2nd level wizard is stronger than the 1st level wizard. The soul talisman of the 2nd level wizard will exist in the mental power crystal, so the connection with the mental power will become closer, the activation speed of the talisman will become faster, and the effect that can be exerted will be far beyond the 1st level. Linus. Get ready. After the tundra frozen soil talisman was completely imprinted into the spiritual power group, the spiritual power group that originally coexisted with solid and liquid was almost completely crystallized and shrunk to less than 1/10 of its original size. Soraya's voice of reminder sounded in Ronan's ears. Ronan took a breath and clearly felt that something was quickly drilling into his body and then rushing towards his mind. From the perspective of others, Ronan, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room at this time, had the 2nd rune array around his body activated. Countless rune lights drilled into his body bit by bit. The countless rune patterns on the surface of his body began to melt rapidly like damp oil paint, and then slowly penetrated into his flesh. The special liquid medicine mixed with the essence of the third-level cold-scaled python recondensed in Ronan's mind. What Ronan had to do at this time was to use these liquid medicines to condense the cold soul before the spiritual power was completely crystallized, and then take the opportunity to embed it into the crystal. This was like fusing two talismans into a spiritual power crystal. However, the ice soul talisman condensed with the blood of the beast will be consumed after each activation. When the blood of the beast is completely consumed, the talisman will disappear. After the series of preparations and treatments by Soraya before, the blood of the beast will automatically take away most of the impurities after the talisman is completely consumed, and the impact on mental and spiritual power is very small. If it is a general wizard who performs talent transplantation, this step is not included, and the problem of mental and soul pollution will be much more serious. This is also a technical method that many wizard families in Whitestone Castle do not disclose to the public. Ronan endured the pain in his soul and quickly used the blood of the beast that penetrated into his mind to condense the ice soul talisman. Just like the tundra frozen soil talisman just now, he also imprinted the ice soul into the mental crystal body with almost the last little bit left. Then he opened the solidification potion that had been prepared in his hand and drank it quickly. In an instant, Ronan's mind suddenly shone. It seemed that there was a crisp and beautiful sound, and an almost transparent crystal was finally formed. In the crystal clear crystal, the soul symbol belonging to the tundra frozen soil is like a mysterious pattern that grows naturally in it. The edge of the symbol extends a trace of invisible tiny veins, which are closely connected to the entire spiritual power crystal. As the spiritual power crystal is completely formed, the air around Ronan also sinks down. A strong pressure emanates from his body, raising violent airflows in the silent room. Soraya, who was standing on the edge of the magic circle, raised her hand slightly, and all the airflows disappeared immediately. The room returned to calm again. Only Ronan, who was sitting in the middle of the room, seemed to be shining and had become the largest light source in the room. At the same time, new changes were taking place in Ronan's mind. The cold soul symbol that he had successfully embedded into the crystal broke silently after the spiritual power crystal was formed, and then turned into a pool of turbidity and was quickly squeezed out. Only a little bit of light blue light remained on the surface of the crystal, melting quickly like snow. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see a huge dark blue snake shadow, but it disappeared after a flash before his eyes. Then, a lot of inspiration and understanding about ice magic inexplicably emerged in his heart, and his understanding of ice magic seemed to rise to another level in an instant. Buzz, silent energy fluctuations emanated from his body, and countless mysterious auras emerged, forming three different extraordinary domains of power, interweaving with each other, as if they were merging into one. Linus. Soraya, who was standing aside, saw this scene and felt the breath of the three extraordinary domains of power. For the first time, a shocked expression appeared on her beautiful face. Then, a strong brilliance bloomed in her eyes, and the whole person became slightly excited. "Linus, my outstanding Linus," she called softly, her face filled with unspeakable joy and happiness. The vision of the domains interweaving and blending only appeared for a few breaths, and then it stopped abruptly. Then, sitting cross-legged with his upper body naked in two rune arrays, Ronan suddenly opened his eyes. The not-so-bright room suddenly burst into a brilliant blue, which slowly dimmed after a long time. Ronan slowly stood up from the center of the array, his long white hair dancing in the wind, his whole body covered by a layer of strange brilliance, a huge and invisible force field rolling around him. The whole person was like a top-grade gem that had been carefully wiped by silk, and he was wantonly blooming with unparalleled brilliance. Finally, it was level 2. Ronan gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the activated Nymon metal turned into a gray and silver-edged robe again and draped over him. At this moment, Ronan felt that the whole world in front of him seemed to have become much clearer, and those free energy particles active around his body had never been so close to him as they were now. This is the most intuitive change brought about by the improvement of mental power and soul power. Name: Ronan Damien. Strength: Level 2 Formal Wizard, 1%. On the character panel, his strength has changed from Level 1, 150%, to Level 2, 1%, and he is one step closer to stepping out of the fog. Ronan roughly felt that his total mental power was almost exactly 10 times that of before. His original mental power was 3 times that of an ordinary level 1 wizard in the late stage, which means that his mental power is now at least 30 times stronger than that of an ordinary level 1 wizard in terms of quantity. This is not counting the bonus in quality. At this time, Ronan has tried his best to converge his mental power, but the mental power fluctuations that naturally emanate from his body still cause the surrounding air and light to collapse and distort in waves, which is definitely not something that an ordinary level 2 wizard can achieve. The previous spells are now released with a power of level 2, and the power is probably reborn. Ronan was even a little impatient and wanted to quickly summon a spell to try it out and compare the difference with a level 1 late stage. Linus' a gentle call brought Ronan back to reality from his own experience. "Aunt Soraya." He responded respectfully. At this moment, Soraya was looking him up and down with a look as if she was appreciating a rare treasure, with a smile on her lips and eyes full of brilliance. The intimacy and concern in her eyes seemed to be several times stronger than before Ronan's breakthrough. "Good boy." Soraya waved him over, gently stroked his long hair, and whispered, "You are destined to be a member of my Lancer family. The Ice Flame Iris totem emblem will become more dazzling and brilliant because of you." Ronan listened to Soraya's low whisper in his ear, pondered, and raised his right hand. He saw some dark red liquid quickly seeping out from under the skin of his right palm. It was the cold scale python essence blood that he had absorbed before and had been specially treated, but now it was excreted from his body like waste. Failed. Ronan smiled bitterly, and said with some shame, "I wasted this essence in blood in vain. Maybe the talent of the cold-scaled python is really not suitable for me." Yes. Ronan's talent transplantation ultimately failed. Ronan himself guessed that it might be related to his mental power being purified once and the quality was too pure. After crystallization, the mental power did not allow any impurities to remain in it, so it actively expelled the cold soul symbol that had already been condensed as impurities. Chapter 138 Exploration, the Legendary Holy Shrine. During this process, some mysterious properties seeped out of the blood essence of the monster that was discharged as waste, and were quickly absorbed by the newly formed spiritual power crystal. Ronan gained some wonderful insights from this, and the 3 ice-type extraordinary domain powers he mastered made a big step forward in the direction of fusion, and a connection between them was almost formed. However, the number of these mysterious properties was too small, and Ronan had just gained a little, and everything came to an abrupt end. Perhaps it is the part of the monster blood that can enhance the wizard's affinity for ice energy, an inexplicable magical component, Ronan guessed. He glanced at the character panel, but the information displayed behind the talent column did not change. But regardless of whether this property is related to ice affinity, the improvement he has gained on the road to the fusion of the 3 domains is real, so his talent transplant this time is not a complete failure, and he has gained some benefits. There's nothing to regret. It was originally given to you. Apart from you, no one else in the Kachin family is qualified. Soraya began to comfort him in a gentle tone. Failure is failure. This extra talent is not permanent. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. If you are unwilling, you can try again next time. I will help you prepare better blood essence. Ronan's eyes flickered. If each talent transplant can promote the further integration of the 3 domains, multiple attempts are not impossible. Even if they fail every time, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there will be no side effects. Just for this little improvement, it has to consume a portion of precious monster blood essence every time. Isn't it a waste? What are your plans for the future? Return to the silver ring. After the promotion, Soraya asked Ronan for his thoughts. Ronan nodded. All in all, there are less than 40 days left before the opening of the Mirror Court. It would take 20 days to return from the White Stone Castle to the Silver Ring. Although the purpose of this trip was not achieved, at least the 2nd level promotion had been completed, and Ronan should go back. Stay for another 3 days, I will teach you something more. Soraya said to Ronan lovingly. Ever since she saw Ronan comprehend the power of 3 ice-type extraordinary domains and achieve a subtle fusion of these 3 domains, Soraya now likes Ronan no matter how she looks at him. Ronan did not refuse. Just 3 days. He still has 3 days. 3 days later, a figure flew quickly over a vast snow forest. This was a handsome boy with a calm temperament. His skin was white, smooth and delicate like the top moonstone, and his eyes were azure, and there seemed to be many tiny lights colliding and jumping into his clarity. The boy was wearing a gray-black robe with delicate silver patterns embroidered on it. There was a faint blue rune pattern on the neck above the collar of the robe, and a small ice blue earring was hanging on the left ear. In his hand, he held a white staff with a crescent-shaped top and inlaid with blue gems, giving people a sense of innate elegance and nobility. The boy was surrounded by a large amount of fine ice and snow, his forehead was slightly glowing, and a few scattered white long hairs were flying behind him, as if he was riding the wind and snow. It was Ronan who had restored his original appearance. If you want to achieve the fusion of the law domain, the most important point is to find the internal connection between the law domains, similar to resonance of a law domain. If you can find a specific image to replace this step, it will usually be much easier. Ronan controlled the flying ring to fly while looking at a small ice and snow vortex in the palm of his right hand, thinking silently. During the last 3 days of his stay at the Cold Stone Manor, Sarai taught him some second-level ice spell casting techniques and the application techniques of the Tundra Frozen Soil domain. This knowledge is invaluable to Ronan. Before this, he had been exploring ice spells alone. This was the first time he felt the help brought by the inheritance of the school. Many things may not be very obvious for Ronan's current combat power improvement, but they are very beneficial to his future development. After all, no matter how smart he is still a person. How can he compare with the valuable experience passed down from generation to generation by the Ice Flame Iris Lancer family? In addition, Sarai also put forward some very helpful guiding suggestions for Ronan's ambition to merge the 3 domains. According to Sarai, domain fusion and domain resonance are 2 different directions to further explore the potential of the domain. It is difficult to judge which one is absolutely stronger in general. It depends on the specific situation. But in terms of the difficulty of comprehension, domain fusion is definitely better than a domain resonance. For Ronan, the fusion of 3 domains is as difficult as comprehending the resonance of the second domain. It is easy to find the interconnection between domains. After all, they are all ice-type supernatural domains. It is really difficult to fuse supernatural domains of different systems. But it is really a bit overwhelming to come up with an image that can include all 3 domains: frozen soldiers, despair frozen, and ice veins. Sarai asked me to read more wizard books and find some ancient legends when I go back. Maybe I will get some inspiration. I don't know if this method will work. Ronan thought to himself, and casually pinched out the vortex of ice and snow in his palm, breaking away from the thinking of his own practice and looking forward. Above the vast snow forest, the sky is vast, and there is only his figure flying. This place seems familiar. Ronan has been here before. It was the place where Sarai took him to hunt the 3rd-level cold-scaled python. The 3 cold-scaled pythons that lived here and had a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake no longer existed, and the people from the 3 major wizard families of Whitestone Castle had already evacuated. It can be said that this area is no longer worth exploring. But Ronan still wanted to take a look. The main reason was that this matter involved Angel, which made Ronan curious about what the purpose of Angel and his party coming here was. It seems to be nearby. Ronan flew over an area. Looking up, the ground was in a mess, with huge traces left by spell bombardment. This should have been a dense forest, but now it has been completely razed to the ground. In many places, snake marks can be seen like huge wheels rolling over. 3 days ago, Sarai and 4 other 3rd-level wizards fought with the 3 cold-scaled pythons here. The energy particles in this area were not completely dispersed evenly, and it was obviously much colder than other places. Ronan followed the traces left by the cold-scaled python and slowly searched in one direction. After flying for several miles, he finally found the snake nest of the cold-scaled python. This is a super huge pit. Thick white fog filled the pit. A large number of ancient vines and decayed branches covered with frost intertwined to form a thick natural fabric, covering the pit almost completely, leaving only a narrow gap in the middle. Ronan looked down from above, and the pit looked like a huge black snake eye. The white fog was the wide of the eye, and the narrow gap on the pit was the vertical pupil. Even though the cold-scaled python living in the snake's nest was no longer there, the gap was still spewing out rolling cold air, and the white fog on the pit was formed from this. Ronan looked around and couldn't find another suspicious place besides the snake's nest, so he planned to go deeper to take a look. There was a trace of white light in his eyes, and a faint rune pattern similar to an eye appeared at the center of his eyebrows, which was the expert-level detection technique activated. He casually threw a fireball into the gap at the entrance of the snake's nest. After the blazing fireball fell into the gap, it was quickly suppressed by the thick cold air, and the light it shone was much different from what Ronan expected. Ronan was secretly shocked. Just the residual cold air could suppress his fireball spell. Although it was just a low-level 0-level spell, you have to know that he is now a serious second-level wizard. The power of the 0-level spell he casually released is also greater than that of ordinary first-level spells. It's incredible. Ronan threw several fireballs in a row, even igniting some dead vines and rotten wood at the edge of the gap, and then slowly moved his body over. Expert level detection technique, combined with bodybuilding instincts, Ronan did not feel that there was any unknown danger hidden in the nest. He slowly sneaked into the nest and immediately felt his body wrapped in a deep cold and darkness. Fireballs were thrown around one after another, and the cold was barely dispelled. The fire gradually illuminated the scene in the pit. This huge pit was much shallower than Ronan had imagined. It was about 30 meters below the bottom. At the bottom was a huge black circular platform. The bones of some monsters were scattered all over the platform. More were piled up in a circle around the platform. Some skulls were huge and hideous. The empty eye sockets were facing Ronan faintly under the light of the fireball, which was quite eerie. Ronan landed lightly on the platform and stepped on a thick layer of slippery liquid. It was the body fluid of the cold-scaled python. It was extremely cold-resistant and would not freeze easily. It could be used as a material for the preparation of some magic potions. This snake nest had obviously been searched by someone. Anything of value had been taken away. Only this little snake liquid that a third-level wizard looked down on and the broken bones on the ground were left. Ronan took out an empty potion bottle, simply took a little snake liquid and put it into the bottle, then used his mental power to gently push away the broken bones scattered under his feet and check the pattern on the black platform. This is probably the ancient ruins that Soraya mentioned. This ruins may be the simplest and most crude one Ronan has ever seen. The mental power detected that the surroundings and the bottom were all unexcavated soil and rocks. The ruins were only this small in size, and they were used as a nest by the cold-scaled python. However, judging from the degree of decay of the broken bones on the ground, this huge pit ruins was probably used as a snake nest for a short time, a few months at most, and never more than a year. Soraya said that the 3 cold-scaled pythons they hunted were all exhausted, as if they had just experienced a battle and were seriously injured and had not recovered. This might be caused by the impact on the ruins barrier. The thing hidden in the ruins might be the key to the 3 cold-scaled pythons awakening the bloodline of the ancient ice crystal demon snake, and it is also very likely the real purpose of Angel and his party appearing here. The pattern on the black platform under his feet couldn't be simpler, just some crude lines, and no meaning could be seen. Ronan threw a few fireballs at random, and with the light from the fireballs as they rose into the air, he looked at the illuminated walls of the giant pit. There were some mysterious and ancient patterns on the inner walls of the ring around the giant pit. Ronan squinted his eyes and observed carefully for a while, feeling that some of the paintings seemed to be some kind of ancient sacrificial rituals, but because the damage was too serious and the cold air eroded, many patterns could not be recognized, and he was not sure whether it was the sacrificial picture he thought it was. The accumulated knowledge of 4 third-level wizards can't see anything, so what can I see? Ronan shook his head and suddenly found that in front of him, behind the pile of broken bones on the platform, there seemed to be something hidden. He released a stream of mental power, swept away the bones that blocked his sight, and finally saw what was behind it. It was a broken black stone pillar. It was placed on a base that was slightly higher than the platform. The stone pillar was only about 2 meters high, and a pair of wing-like carvings extended from both sides of the top, forming an empty semicircle with the stone pillar itself. The stone pillar was carved with the image of a kneeling woman, with her hands raised upwards. Her 2 open palms just overlapped with the carvings extending from the top of the stone pillar. At first glance, it looked like a person kneeling on the ground trying to lift something up. Apart from a somewhat ancient and mysterious aura, the stone pillar looked ordinary, without any trace of residual energy particles. However, the moment Ronan saw the stone pillar, his mind buzzed and trembled slightly. He stared at the black stone pillar in front of him, and a lot of information flashed through his mind like lightning. He was sure that he had seen or read the description of this type of stone pillar statue somewhere. Where? It seemed to be. Shoo! The space ring on Ronan's hand flashed slightly, and an old yellow notebook quietly appeared in his hand. The notebook automatically opened without wind, making a rustling sound. Finally, It stopped quietly on a certain page. On that page, there was a hand-drawn picture, and the things depicted in the picture were almost exactly the same as the statue stone pillar in front of Ronan at this time. Hiss! Ronan took a light breath, and incredulously compared the stone pillar in front of him with the contents of the notebook in his hand. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. This notebook has been in his storage props for a long time. The notebook came from Old Wells. The notebook mainly recorded how to store a mysterious power called the power of the shrine. According to the introduction in the notebook, the ancient stone pillar in front of Ronan is the so-called shrine mentioned in the notebook. The semicircle on the top of the stone pillar should have stored the power of the shrine. Of course, it has disappeared now and has been taken away by someone. Or it has been eaten by the snake. Chapter 139, Pursuit, Frozen Blood Egg. Ronan walked up to the stone pillar and reached out to touch it. It was rough and cold, no different from ordinary stones. He tapped it gently, and the stone pillar made a slight dull sound. It was solid. He scanned it with his mental power, and there was no trace of runes inside and outside the whole stone pillar. Everything was exactly the same as described in the notebook. Of course, whether it was a real holy shrine stone pillar or not, further verification was needed. Ronan gently placed his hand on the chest of the girl statue on the stone pillar, and gently recited an ancient and obscure spell, @%. He got this research notebook on the holy shrine from Old Wells when he was an apprentice, and he had already memorized the contents above. The notebook recorded many secrets and techniques related to the holy shrine, but Ronan had never known what the holy shrine was, so these techniques became dragon-slaying skills. But now, something that looked like a holy shrine really appeared in front of him, and this knowledge finally had a place to use. Until the last syllable of the spell was recited, the black stone pillar still had no reaction. Ronan's face showed no disappointment. Because if this was a real holy shrine, it should be silent. The holy shrine is a container for the so-called holy shrine power. For a well-preserved and unopened holy shrine, the hands of the woman's statue on the stone pillar should be closed inward. And the stone pillar in front of him, the woman's hands in the statue spread out to both sides like two small wings at the top of the stone pillar, which proves that the shrine has been opened. An opened holy shrine will naturally not react to the opening spell recited by Ronan. Ding, ding, ding. Ronan's fingers tapped the surface of the stone pillar rhythmically. He was very patient. The absolute control of physical strength brought by the master level, basic swordsmanship, spread the force transmitted from his fingertips evenly to every part of the stone pillar. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. Cracks spread all over the stone pillar. Dong, with a crisp knocking sound, the face of the girl who was holding her hands up in the middle of the stone pillar also showed large cracks. Several cracks spread out from around the girl's eyes, followed by drops of black liquid seeping out from the cracks. The girl's expression became miserable, as if every knock of Ronan really fell on her body, making her cry. Seeing this scene, Ronan's calm face finally fluctuated, and a light appeared in his eyes. The speed of his men knocking on the stone pillar gradually increased, and more black liquid oozed out of the surface of the stone pillar. The girl on the stone pillar became more painful and even twisted her body. The fireball spell that Ronan had thrown before had long been extinguished. At this time, the huge pit snake nest was already dim and dark. The strange knocking sound, coupled with the strange scene, made the atmosphere become gloomy. Seeing that the black unknown liquid had already flowed everywhere in the lower part of the stone pillar, the girl struggling in pain on the stone pillar seemed to be coming back to life. Ronan's eyes flashed with brilliance. After a certain knock, he suddenly raised his right hand and hit the chest of the stone pillar girl statue fiercely. The girl's expression on the stone pillar suddenly became as ferocious as a ghost, and she screamed sharply, but the next second the whole person exploded with a black stone pillar. Ronan's hand stretched out like lightning, and he accurately grabbed a black object among the shattered stones, and squeezed it tightly. The scream rang again, and then stopped abruptly. Ronan looked down at the black object he had just caught, a nearly spherical object with a smooth surface and a gap in the middle that seemed to have been cut by a knife. Holding it in his hand, it was cold and delicate, and had a touch similar to the girl's real skin, and even had a hint of softness. But after the screams disappeared, the cold and soft touch quickly faded away, the texture of the black sphere became hard, and the surface became rough, and soon turned into a material that was almost the same as those broken black stone pillars. It is indeed a real shrine. Ronan looked at the black sphere in his hand and whispered. Gently shaking the sphere, The sound of liquid sloshing came from the sphere. He sniffed closely, but could not smell any smell. Everything he did was according to the step-by-step instructions in the notes on the shrine. As for what the black sphere is, why can it hide from the mental detection of the third-level wizard? What is the black liquid in the sphere and the stone pillar just now? He didn't know anything. He only knew that the black sphere hidden in the stone pillar statue was the core of the shrine and the key to sealing the power of the shrine. As for the unknown liquid left inside, it also played a big role. It's almost solved the case. The information collected so far in the exploration is enough for Ronan to sort out some clues in his mind. This should have been an ancient place where the shrine was stored. Perhaps because of the long time, the power in the shrine leaked out, and then it happened to be absorbed and swallowed by several cold-scaled pythons, shedding a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal snake. The cold-scaled python that awakened the ancient blood attracted the attention of the three major wizard families of Beishi Castle, and they came to hunt it. At this time, Angel and his party, who got the clue of the shrine from somewhere, happened to find it. According to the notes, once the shrine is opened, the power of the shrine sealed inside will gradually dissipate over time regardless of whether it has been absorbed or not. Angel is obviously very clear about this, so after discovering the abnormality of the cold-scaled python, he decisively left. Ronan deduced the truth of the whole thing, but there was a point in this truth that he had not yet fully understood. Why did the three cold-scaled pythons that swallowed and absorbed the power sealed in the shrine have a lack of essence and blood, as if they had just experienced a battle and were seriously injured and not healed? Logically speaking, they have just awakened the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake and completed their transformation. They should be very powerful at this time and should be the overlord of this forest area. The monster bones scattered all over the snake nest also prove this point. How could they be so seriously injured in this state? Is there a more powerful existence than them in this forest, a fourth-level dawn monster? Exclamation mark. If there is, it is impossible for the people of the three major wizard families to not know about it. Forget it. Ronan quickly put aside the confusion in his mind. The shrine has been opened, and the cold-scaled pythons that absorbed the power sealed in the shrine have died or been captured. It is meaningless to think about the answer to this question now. However, the notes given by Old Wells also recorded the method of using the existing shrine to find and discover the next shrine. He can use the materials at hand to pave the way for his next exploration. From the information he has currently mastered, the power sealed in the shrine seems to have the incredible effect of transforming the blood of monsters and producing evolution. I don't know what will happen if a person absorbs it, but no matter what, it is very attractive to Ronan. Shul %ling. Ronan followed the description in the notebook and chanted a low and ancient spell. The spell containing spiritual power was gently plucked like a string, and circles of invisible ripples appeared in the air. The black unknown liquid that was scattered with the black stone pillars that he smashed was all suspended under the effect of the spell, and was gathered in front of Ronan by an invisible force, and then turned into a thin and long translucent black line, extending rapidly above the snake nest. Ronan looked around and was sure that there was nothing in the snake nest that he had missed. He took off and flew quickly out of the snake nest, following the guidance of the transparent black line. This method can point out the location of the next shrine containing the power of the shrine closest to him. However, due to the long distance, the transparent black line he summoned usually could not reach the location of the next holy shrine. It could only point out a general direction. Ronan needed to continue searching in this direction and constantly cast spells to confirm the exact location. Ronan currently had no idea of following the map to immediately explore the secret of the next holy shrine. He cast this secret method purely for convenience and to make use of the black unknown liquid waste scattered on the ground. Leaving the snake nest, Ronan watched the translucent guiding black line quickly extend toward the southwest sky. He watched quietly, waiting for the moment when the black line completely disappeared. However, when the transparent black line flew a very long distance, Ronan confirmed the direction and almost retracted his gaze. He saw that the extended transparent black line suddenly changed direction and fell rapidly towards the bottom. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly. After a few breaths, he moved and quickly chased after the black line. The location of the nearest holy shrine is near the snake nest? Exclamation mark. No way, is it such a coincidence? Ronan's heart was beating faster and faster, and he quickly chased after him with a feeling of disbelief and expectation. The strong wind blew past his ears, and his eyes were fixed on the trajectory of the transparent black line. He chased all the way to a place dozens of kilometers away from the snake's nest. Ronan saw with his own eyes that the transparent black line, guided by an invisible force, quickly fell into a snow pit in the dense snow forest, and then quickly disappeared. Ronan stopped and looked at the snow pit that swallowed a black line with strange eyes. With his mental power radiating out, he soon realized that something was wrong. The ice-type free energy particles in the nearby area seemed to be converging towards the snow pit in front of him, and cold currents fell down and continued to extend downward along the ground. Ronan's eyes flashed, and suddenly he summoned a fireball in his hand. The fireball was brewing in his palm, constantly absorbing the thin fire-type free energy particles in the surrounding air, and slowly grew larger. When the fireball expanded to a diameter of several meters, Ronan threw it towards the center point where all the ice energy particles and cold currents converged. The fireball flew out with a whistling sound, and the blazing heat it emitted collided violently with the surrounding cold air. The fireball kept shrinking, and when it was about to be completely swallowed by the cold air, it exploded with a bang. The rolling heat wave instantly cleared the thick layer of snow below, white steam was steaming, and snow water was flowing. The ground close to the surface was revealed. The upper layer of snow was cleared away, and Ronan discovered that there was a long rock crack underneath. The crack was only about 7 or 8 meters in size, and the space inside the crack was completely filled with thick ice. The guiding black line he had been following all the way sank under the ice, and he couldn't see how far it extended downward. Another shrine altar is located underground. Ronan frowned, but his hands did not stop. He continued to summon fireballs and bombarded the ice below. With his current strength as a second-level wizard, the fireball he summoned was quite powerful. The terrible high temperature brought by the fireball quickly melted the ice in the gap. After the melted ice water flowed out for a distance, it was quickly frozen again by the cold air, forming a circle of icebergs that continued to grow higher. In the middle of the iceberg, Ronan used magic to dig a deep pit, in which white air rolled, and a large amount of ice chips and snowflakes gushed out at any time. Ronan didn't know how long he had been digging downwards. While he was digging downwards, he was also constantly diving in. The huge mental power was mobilized, turning into an invisible force to push all the escaping frost and cold air out, to prevent the excavated hole from being frozen again by the cold air. The bottom of the gap was freezing cold, deep and lightless, and the fire energy particles in the air became thinner and thinner. The fireballs Ronan summoned became smaller and smaller, and the power became weaker and weaker. The guiding black line had not yet reached the end, and Ronan hesitated. Puff! At the bottom of the unfathomable ice abyss, Ronan cast the fireball spell again, but the fireball he summoned was only less than 2 fists in size. Not to mention melting the ice, it looked like it could go out at any time. The further down he went, the more terrible the cold air below was. Ronan began to hesitate whether to continue. Just when he was considering giving up the exploration, suddenly crack, a slight sound, as if the ice was breaking, came from under him. Ronan's expression changed, and he quickly threw the fireball in his hand downwards, then squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the weak light released by the fireball. The orange firelight barely illuminated a distance in the dark ice layer. Ronan saw that just a few meters below him, a huge oval object was quietly lying in the endless ice. One end of the translucent black guideline sank into the object. It turned out that he was very close to the final goal. Isn't it the shrine? Ronan frowned slightly, and the light in his eyes flashed rapidly. The oval-shaped object below clearly did not look like a shrine or altar, but the black line indicated that there was power of the shrine in it. Exclamation mark. Boom. Ronan threw out several fireballs quickly, and then, in the instant of the fireballs exploding, he tried to see the full picture of the oval-shaped object. It was dark red, smooth, and covered with some blood-like textures on the surface. It looked like a strange-looking egg. Exclamation mark. Chapter 140 Pure-blooded ice snake, inherited from the ancient times. Ronan seemed to smell a faint smell of blood, which was emitted from the bloody giant egg. Many inspirations flashed through his mind in an instant, as if he had grasped something, but before he could think about it carefully, crack, the crisp cracking sound rang in his ears again. This time Ronan heard it clearly. The sound came from the ice layer below, and he even saw that the dark red egg-shaped object had white cracks on its surface. Is the eggshell going to break? Ronan's eyes condensed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart for no reason. He began to retreat, and the nightmare tungsten steel flowed out from under his robe, forming a cone shape, spinning wildly, breaking through layers of new ice, and reopening the way back. Crack! The cracking sound on the dark red giant egg became louder and faster, as if something was about to drill out from it at any time. The guiding black line quickly faded and disappeared, and Ronan's eyes flashed. This proved that the power of the shrine he had just discovered was being quickly digested and absorbed by the unknown creature in the eggshell. Bang! A slight muffled sound covered the crisp sound of shattering. Finally, the giant egg sealed in the ice layer was quietly broken. In an instant, Ronan felt an ancient, rich breath that seemed to come from the ancient barbaric air rushing towards him, wrapping him up layer by layer. At the same time, a huge figure swam out from the dim ice below. This figure emitted a hazy blue light in the ice, but the specific outline could not be seen clearly. All he could see was a pair of eye-catching and cold scarlet light balls in the hazy blue light, like two magic lamps without temperature, shining faintly on himself. The next moment, hiss, accompanied by a strange hissing, the huge blue shadow suddenly pounced on Ronan. The scarlet color enlarged, and Ronan's retreating figure stopped, and his pupils also shrank fiercely. Outside the cracks in the ice layer where frost and snow piled up into small hills, streams of cold currents emerged silently from the bottom. Under the azure and distant sky, everything showed a strange tranquility and peace. However, just in the next second, this tranquility was completely broken. Boom! As if the Earth's crust was being violently chiseled, a circle of small icebergs standing outside the flat ground all exploded in an instant, and countless cold air burst out like a torrent, forming a series of wide gas columns visible to the naked eye, erupting towards the sky. A huge blue shadow rushed out from the countless exploded ice blocks, twisting in the air like a beautiful snake shape carefully carved by ice crystals, roaring, releasing a monstrous cold and a fierce and domineering breath. If you look closely, you can find that the head of this more than 10-meter-long blue giant snake is supported by a small thin figure. It is a handsome young man with white hair and fluttering robes. The young man pursed his lips, his eyes were azure blue, his long white hair fluttered behind him, and his two hands were holding the giant snake's open mouth tightly, making it difficult for it to bite. Ronan held the giant snake's mouth tightly with both hands, the two sharp and narrow fangs above and below. Waves of icy and piercing fishy smell came from the scarlet snake's cavity, blowing his long hair high back. But at this moment, he seemed to be wrapped in a huge and inexplicable emotion, excitement? Surprise? Unexpected ecstasy? He could almost hear the sound of his heartbeat. The blue light jumping in his eyes seemed to condense into substance and burst out. Ancient ice crystal demon snake. Ronan whispered word by word, purebred, bloodline. Boom. A terrifying energy wave was released from the snake's cavity, wrapped in a dazzling blue light. Ronan's eyes flickered, the muscles on his arms bulged, and the terrifying physical strength surged out. He exerted force suddenly. Before the blue light could be emitted, he fiercely threw the giant snake in his hand out. Bang! The huge ice crystal snake was thrown to the bottom by Ronan like a noodle, rolling violently on the snow, pushing down big trees, and stirring up countless ice waves and snowflakes. The giant snake hissed, and the voice was full of cruel and violent momentum. Before it struggled to get up from the ground, Ronan twisted his body and quickly approached. Despair, frozen. The dazzling deep blue bloomed from Ronan's hands, and the cold air rolled between heaven and earth. The strength of a second-level wizard cast this spell again. In front of Ronan's empty hands, a spiral ice ball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters appeared in an instant. The whole body was as blue as crystal, surrounded by countless frosts, and exuded a monstrous breath of despair. He lifted the ice ball and flew to the top of the giant snake, clasping his hands together. Boom! The ice ball in his hand exploded, turning into rolling deep blue water that poured down like a waterfall. The despair and icy breath froze everything. A huge white ice circle rose from the ground, and then slowly spread out until it was several miles away before it completely disappeared. Everything along the way was also frozen by the cold air, and there were countless horizontal ice ridges on the outside side. When the deep blue ice waterfall disappeared, the cold air between heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Ronan put down his hands, squinted his eyes and looked down at the scene below. On a smooth snowy ground, the giant snake had stopped moving. It was completely frozen by Ronan's spell. The cold air mixed with the breath of the despair domain condensed into ice, freezing the huge ice crystal snake firmly in a huge ice block. Ronan slowly descended from the sky, and through the crystal clear ice layer, he had time to carefully look at the ancient ice crystal snake frozen in it. This was a beautiful snake with a deep blue body, and each scale seemed to be carved from ice crystals. The blue scales were covered with various mysterious and complex patterns, and on the nearly oval head, there was a palm-long, dark blue horn like some kind of crystal. Ronan had seen the appearance of the third-level cold-scaled python that Soraya and her friends hunted. There was only a bulge on the top of its head, and the snake scales were only around the neck, which looked like ice crystals. In the eyes of Soraya and other third-level wizards, it was already a sign of awakening, a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ice crystal snake. He couldn't imagine how crazy they would be if this pure-blooded ancient ice crystal snake in front of him was seen by the three major wizard families of Beishi Castle! This was a great opportunity, and they would not exchange it for the essence and blood of 100 third-level monsters. The last doubt in the truth that Ronan had deduced before was also solved. The reason why the three cold-scaled pythons were depleted of blood was not because they were seriously injured by external enemies. I'm afraid it was because they found that the snake in front of me had the potential to completely transform into the ancient bloodline, so they didn't hesitate to spend their blood to help it completely complete the evolution. They are very smart. In order to prevent being found, they even specially moved the place where they transformed to a place far away from the snake nest. So Soraya and the other 4 third-level wizards found nothing when searching the snake nest. If it wasn't for coincidence, I would never have thought that there would be an ancient snake species hidden here. The dark red eggshell that Ronan was in when he found the ice crystal demon snake should be the condensation of the vomited blood of the other 3 cold-scaled pythons. The world is so wonderful. Ronan had completely given up all thoughts about the cold-scaled python, but he never thought that he would find a pure-blooded ancient ice crystal demon snake when exploring the shrine. Pure blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake, plus the blood purification effect of the holy blood tree. Ronan looked at the giant snake frozen in front of him, his eyes shining, and he couldn't help but whisper to himself, "Now, the risk of blood transplantation is inevitable." The cold-scale python blood that only awakened a trace of the ancient ice crystal demon snake blood is worth Ronan's risk of transplantation, not to mention the pure blood in front of him now. He was lucky. The ice crystal demon snake in front of him had just transformed not long ago, and its strength did not even reach the scope of the first-level magic beast. Although the combat power it showed was quite terrifying, and it could even compete with him, a second-level wizard, head-on, but its strength was still a little bit worse. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort for Ronan to clean it up. Ronan calmed down, turned the space ring on his finger, and put the ice sculpture that sealed the ice crystal demon snake in front of him directly into the storage space. Fortunately, the ice crystal demon snake has not grown up yet, and its body size is not big, otherwise it would be a big problem to take it away. After packing up everything, he also filled the gap in the ice layer where the demon snake was found. Ronan turned and walked in the direction he came from. He couldn't wait to study the matter of transplanting the blood of the ice crystal demon snake. Of course, this matter could not be carried out in Beishi Castle. He planned to wait until he returned to the magic ring before starting. However, before Ronan flew out for long, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned the space ring on his hand and threw it forward quickly. A huge ice block flew out of the ring, and then it exploded in the air. Hiss! Once the ice crystal demon snake trapped in the ice block was freed, it opened its bloody mouth and bit him fiercely. Its pair of snake eyes that seemed to be carved from top-grade rubies were full of violence, anger and cruelty. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, raised one hand towards the oncoming ice crystal demon snake, and spread his 5 fingers. The next second, countless mysterious auras surged out of his body, and deep blue extremely cold veins emerged around him, interweaving into a blazing deep blue light column, shooting straight at the ice crystal snake. Frost ray, ice veins. Compared to despair freeze, the extraordinary power of ice veins focuses more on blessing the icy breath. The ice crystal snake was instantly hit by the deep blue light column, and the extremely cold veins and countless power of the domain wrapped it layer by layer. In an instant, the latter turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Ronan walked up and gently placed his hand on the ice sculpture, feeling the ice crystal snake sealed in the ice layer ready to move, and the more violent and ferocious breath, his brows could not help but slightly frown. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an ancient ice snake species. Even if its strength is still weak, its resistance to ice spells has reached an incredible height. His ice-based methods simply couldn't suppress the opponent for long. This time, It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the opponent to break out of the ice again. Inim ad inish percent tree. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he quickly recited a series of strange and difficult spells. He bit his right fingertip, and a drop of blood oozed out of the fingertip. Then he quickly drew a mysterious and complex rune pattern in the void. Finally, he gently tapped the motionless ice crystal snake in the ice layer. Solidified in midair, the dark red rune drawn by blood seemed to penetrate the ice layer without any hindrance and fell directly on the forehead of the ice crystal snake. But it just penetrated in, and was bounced out in the next second. Swoosh, a drop of blood brushed Ronan's cheek and shot into the sky behind him. Who knew how far away? Ronan raised his hand and slowly wiped the remaining blood on his cheek. There was no joy or anger on his face. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky in one direction for a while, his eyes constantly wandering between the ice in front of him and the sky. Finally, it seemed that he had finally made up his mind. Silver streams of metal made of nightmare tungsten steel flowed out from the sleeves of Ronan's robe, turning into dense silver chains that tightly bound the huge ice sculpture. Ronan then cast a few more ice spells to thicken the seal several layers, then put away the ice and turned to fly away. Silver magic ring. In a corner of the vast forest, in a miniature secret space. In the empty and silent space, Binigo stood at a position on the edge of the secret space, holding a black metal pipe in his mouth, and calmly tapped out tough virtual silver-white runes in the slowly expanding gray in front of him. With the injection of runes one by one, the fuzzy gray covered with snowflakes seemed to stop expanding, and there was a tendency to slowly shrink and become clearer bit by bit. The holy blood sapling that he had devoted his heart and soul to was taken away by Ronan. The bored Binigo, apart from occasionally taking care of the plant-based magic potions planted in the space and doing rune research, had nothing else to do but to repair the broken and almost collapsed secret space. Just as Binigo was busy, suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He casually took out a communication stone from his storage waste bag and gently tapped the light emitted from it. After listening to the information from the communication stone, Binigo frowned, but his eyes flickered, and he finally put down the work at hand and quickly walked towards the exit of the secret space. Binigo quickly left the space, bypassed the waterfall, and flew out of the dark and hidden valley. He hovered in the air and waited quietly in the sky for a while, and suddenly, his eyes stared at a certain direction in front of him, as if he had seen something extremely incredible. He was so surprised and stunned that even the black metal pipe in his mouth almost slipped off. In Binigo's vision, a black shadow was flying towards him quickly. It was a handsome boy with a naked upper body and flying white hair. He wore exquisite shoulder armor and wrist guards on his shoulders and wrists. The dark blue ice crystals growing on the edges could not hide his strong and slender body with perfect lines. He was surrounded by dots of ice crystals and snow. His eyes were as blue as stars, and countless cold currents and the energy of the law domain were intertwined and surging all over his body. His feet were firmly stepped on a terrifying giant snake that was tied up by countless silver-white metal chains. It was several meters thick and dozens of meters long, with a single horn on its head and scarlet eyes, as if it was carved from pure ice crystals. The boy held the other end of the silver-white metal chain tightly with both hands, and drove the giant snake to come against the wind like a horse. The giant snake under the boy's feet kept making bursts of furious roars from its mouth, and its huge body twisted in the wind, as if it would break free from the shackles of the chains at any time. The young man casually formed a fireball and lashed it hard on the body of the giant snake. With his eyes shining, he shouted to Binigo from afar, "Binigo, help me prepare things quickly. I will inherit the ancient times. I recommend a book. It is well written. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. The Journey of the Poor General, an ugly man from a poor family, one man and one horse, relying on 2 swords learned secretly and 2 swords created by himself, carrying a 7-foot-long spear and a long sword at his waist, staggered towards the border. I have fought for 3,000 miles and once blocked 1,000,000 troops with 1 sword. Chapter 141. Beat them until they kneel down and surrender. Ice Crystal, Demon Snake. Binigo fell into trance for a moment, and only recovered from the shock and loss of consciousness when the boy riding the giant snake approached. "Don't lead it into the space, that place can't withstand its torment." Binigo threw down a sentence and turned back in a hurry. Hiss roar! The huge snake hissed with a low and harsh hum, and terrible energy fluctuations formed naturally, and blue ripples were born. Large patches of ice flowers condensed in the air. There was an ancient and wild breath spreading out, as if some mysterious spell was echoing in the void. Ronan narrowed his eyes, holding the metal chain blessed by the silverization rune tightly with both hands, pulling it upwards from time to time, seemingly easily suppressing the resistance from below, but in fact it was far from what it appeared on the surface. Only he truly understood the terrifying nature of this ancient snake species under him. He had no means to effectively suppress the ice crystal demon snake. During the process of returning to the silver magic ring from the white stone castle, he had to take out the ice block that sealed the ice crystal demon snake almost every 1 or 2 hours to strengthen the sealing power. Later, this frequency increased to once every 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes, until it was completely impossible to seal it with ice magic. Ronan had to choose to get off the ship halfway. He almost rushed back to the silver magic ring on his own, which was 5 days slower than taking a boat. During these 20 days, Ronan witnessed a terrifying growth rate of this ancient ice crystal demon snake. He watched it soar from less than the first level of strength to the height of the late first level of magic beast in just over 20 days. The body size also soared from more than 10 meters long to nearly 30 meters now. The ice crystal scales on the snake's body became more and more dazzling, and the lines under the scales grew in a more mysterious direction. The ice crystal horn on the top of the head also grew to more than half a meter long, emitting bursts of energy fluctuations that made people palpitate at any time. If Warcraft can also be divided into geniuses and mediocre ones, this ice crystal snake should be a well-deserved prodigy. The ancient blood flowing in its body is really amazing. Now I finally understand why wizards are so persistent and fanatical in pursuing the power of blood. Compared with the way ordinary wizards rely on long-term meditation, perception, learning and accumulation of knowledge to exchange power from the world, inheriting ancient and mysterious blood is itself a huge treasure. Just keep digging and opening, you can easily get 10 times or even dozens of times the benefits of normal cultivation. No one will not feel excited. Ronan is the same. Taking a deep breath, the crystal-clear spiritual power crystal in his mind glowed slightly, and the huge secondary spiritual power was mobilized. Ronan freed one hand and aimed at the ice crystal snake under him. Countless streams of light and the aura of the law domain surged out from the palm of his hand, turning into deep blue auroras, like the veins of glacier-frozen soil, binding the ice crystal snake layer by layer. He used his right hand, which was holding the dense silver-white metal chains, to exert force, and countless chains tightened instantly. One end of these chains was deeply pierced into the softest part of the mouth of the ice crystal demon snake. Except for this place, all other parts were protected by snake scales and could not be pierced at all. The ice crystal demon snake was bound and in pain, and it struggled violently and angrily. The huge snake head with a nice blue horn turned quietly, and a pair of scarlet snake eyes stared at Ronan, with a coldness that seemed to be real. Snakes are creatures that hold grudges. Ronan manipulated it for more than 20 days. Along the way, the man and the snake fought and killed countless times, and even the proficiency of the ice spells on Ronan's character panel skill bar rose a lot. He even felt that the ice crystal demon snake could grow so fast. In addition to its own strong bloodline, it should also be inseparable from his constant whipping. This ice crystal snake should have been born not long ago. In its simple worldview, Ronan should be the worst and worst person it has ever seen. Some of its nature as a snake has not yet fully awakened, and its personality is like that of a child. It hates Ronan to the bone, and it always wants to counterattack Ronan, but it has never thought of finding a chance to escape, which is quite interesting. Go down. Ronan controlled the silver metal chain and the ice magic veins with his hands, forcing the ice crystal snake to fly down to the valley below little by little under his will. On the way here, he passed the technical principle of blood transplantation to Benigo through the communication stone, and Benigo had already prepared everything he needed. He must complete the blood transplantation as soon as possible, otherwise if he lets the ice crystal snake grow, the transplantation process will become more and more difficult. In fact, he was almost unable to suppress its resistance and struggle. As a wizard who specialized in ice magic, he was too weak to face the ice crystal demon snake, an ancient ice snake species. This guy was too resistant to ice magic. Ordinary first level or even second level ice magic almost had no effect on it. Only means containing extraordinary magic domains could barely cause a certain degree of damage to it. The ice crystal demon snake roared and slowly swam into the valley. The ice crystal-like snake scales on its body surged like waves, making a crisp collision sound. This was a manifestation of its anger. The terrible cold air naturally emitted by its huge snake body froze the small waterfall in the valley in an instant. Large chunks of ice fell from the sky and hit the rocks below with a huge sound. When Ronan drove the ice crystal demon snake into the valley, this deep and secluded valley seemed to enter winter in an instant. Hiss, whoosh, whoosh, the ice crystal snake took a long breath, exhaling waves of cold air, and fell into a rare state of calm. Ronan frowned slightly. In the past 20 days, he had a certain understanding of the temperament of the ice crystal snake. It would enter a relatively calm period every once in a while, during which the ice crystal snake would be unusually obedient, but after the calm period, Ronan would face its more intense resistance, usually accompanied by a huge breakthrough in strength. In Ronan's perception, there were already an extraordinary number of ice energy particles between heaven and earth that began to gather towards the ice crystal snake under him, which was one of the reasons why the valley quickly entered a severe winter. "Benigo, are you still not well?" Ronan couldn't help but take out the communication stone torch. The blood transplantation method developed by Sariwa is not complicated, and the materials needed were not precious. Benigo's micro-secret space should have them. Before going to Whitestone Castle, he had left a large amount of resources for Benigo. "All right." Benigo's voice came from behind the broken ice wall. He walked out of the secret space with a normal look, then found a suitable location in the valley and began to quickly arrange the magic circle needed for blood transplantation. Ronan took advantage of this period of time to take the holy blood sapling out of the space ring. Compared with the last time, the holy blood tree has grown a lot. The height has grown to nearly 2 meters, and the trunk is as thick as an adult man's wrist. It is lush and green, and the countless red veins that are faintly visible in it add a lot of mysterious and noble flavor to it. I wonder if the holy blood tree can purify the blood of the ice crystal demon serpent. Ronan looked at the holy blood sapling in front of him, his eyes flickering. He remembered that the holy blood tree only purified the blood of a snow grouse last time, and it was almost tired to the point of falling down. The blood of a purebred ice crystal demon serpent is many times higher than that of a snow grouse. I can only purify as much as I can, even if I can only purify a little bit. Ronan made up his mind secretly. Suddenly he found that the ice crystal demon snake seemed to have sensed the extraordinariness of the holy blood tree. Its 2 snake eyes had been staring at the holy blood tree, with an ambiguous light flashing in them. Ronan thought about it, pulled the chain in his hand, and pulled the ice crystal demon snake away from the holy blood tree. "Okay." At this time, Benigo's voice came from below. He had already laid out the rune array of blood transplantation on a relatively flat boulder, with dots of light flowing, waiting for Ronan to enter at any time. Ronan pulled the silver chain, stepped down from the back of the ice crystal demon snake, and landed gently beside Benigo with the holy blood tree. Ancient ice crystal demon snake. Only then did Benigo reveal his deep shock and disbelief again. "It's a pure-blooded one that was born not long ago. Where did you get such an adventure? Is there any ancient secret place that has not been discovered in Beishigaoling? I'll tell you in detail later." Ronan took a breath and his eyes fell on the blood transplantation array under his feet. "Help me with a blood transplant first." "Okay." Benigo put away his shock and nodded quickly. In fact, it was not only the ancient ice crystal demon snake in front of him, but also the blood transplantation technology that Ronan gave him that surprised and puzzled him. He was full of curiosity about Ronan's trip to Beishi Castle this time, but now was obviously not the time to learn more about it. Ronan put down the holy blood tree beside the array, and heard Benigo's serious voice. "I have to remind you that the holy blood tree is still too fragile. If you let such an unstable guy get too close to the holy blood tree, it is very likely that something unexpected will happen that neither you nor I want to see." "I understand." Ronan's eyes flickered. He had just discovered that the ice crystal demon snake had been staring at the holy blood tree, and he was thinking about this issue. It was too risky to let the ice crystal demon snake, which could go berserk at any time, get close to the precious holy blood sapling. So he planned to take some blood from the ice crystal demon snake first, and then give it to the holy blood tree to absorb and purify. Why not sign a master servant's contract with it? It will be much easier to tame it into a magic pet. Benigo's words rang again. Ronan was about to answer, but in the next second he felt the silver-white chain that he had been holding tightly in his hand suddenly loosen. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Countless silver chains fell off the huge ice crystal snake, and the latter was surrounded by countless dark blue streams of light. The huge snake coiled into a ball, and the terrifying might was like a tide, washing down in waves, just like an ice blue extreme cold sun. Do you think I don't want to? Ronan looked at Benigo deeply, and then he soared into the sky. Boom! Ronan hit the ice crystal snake like a cannonball. His terrifying physical strength and the push of magic directly pushed the ice crystal snake out of the valley. The valley and the miniature secret space hidden in the valley were considered as in Benigo's secret base, and there was also a rune array set up below, so he didn't want to destroy the valley during the battle. Boom! The man and the snake separated in the air outside the deep valley. Benigo chased out of the valley and saw Ronan hanging in the air, gently rubbing an earring on his left earlobe with a calm face. Several magic tools flew out of the earrings and were worn on him perfectly. The shoulder armor, wrist guards, chest armor and belt were covered with layers of ice armor, and a deep blue ice waterfall hung down from his back, forming a set of gorgeous and noble half-body armor. Winter Homeland. Ronan can only wear half of it at most now. This state will not cause too much burden on his mental power consumption, and at the same time it has a considerable increase in combat power. It is the most perfect state so far. Winter Homeland, the magic tool armor is worn on the body, and the runes on each part light up, forming a more advanced and complex new rune. The runes bring Ronan wave after wave of powerful blessings, and his perception is active. Even if he does not release any spells, the free ice energy particles between heaven and earth are constantly rushing towards him. In this state, the power of ice magic can be at least tripled. This is not counting the ice ring necklace of Arliss hanging on Ronan's neck. Clang clang clang, the 2 second-level metals of the nightmare tungsten steel and Nemen alloy after silverization intertwined in mid-air to form a brilliant silver knight's spear. Because he didn't need Nemen alloy to cover his body, Ronan added it to the composition of his weapon, but the total amount seemed a bit too much. If it was still condensed into a long sword, it would no longer be convenient. He simply turned it into a spear, which could fully exert Ronan's combat power. The white long hair automatically broke free from the restraint of the hair rope and danced silently behind him. A cape of ice waterfall hung down. Ronan's eyes were bright, and his whole body was intertwined with flowing light. He reached out and gently grasped the gun body of the silver spear. At this moment, he looked more like a knight than a wizard. Not far away, the ice crystal demon snake, whose momentum had also accumulated to a certain peak, looked at him faintly, and the scarlet snake tongue was like a whip spitting out from the snake's lips. It exuded an unprecedented terrifying aura from head to toe. Its body seemed to have grown a few points, and it had a faint momentum of the ancient demon beast overlord. Hiss! The ice crystal demon snake suddenly let out a hissing sound, and the ice blue horn on its head suddenly shot out a blue lightning as bright as ice crystals, tearing through the heavy air and shooting towards Ronan quickly. Ronan's eyes flashed with light, and he held a spear and went straight up to meet the light. Countless mysterious auras flowed out of his body, interweaving into 3 different extraordinary powers of the domain. A large amount of ice blue streamers emerged around Ronan, and the ice waterfall cloak pulled up a long tail flame. Ronan was like a deep blue frost meteor, directly smashing the ice crystal lightning released by the ice crystal demon snake. Several kinds of domain power intertwined, and the 3 spells of Ice Ball, Ice Blade, and Aurora surrounded it, and fiercely stabbed the head of the ice crystal demon snake with a gun. If you don't beat it for a day, your skin will itch. For this kind of magic beast, if you want to overwhelm it and tame it, you have to use the most direct, barbaric and violent way. Beat it until it kneels down and surrenders. The 3 ice magicians who had comprehended the power of the extraordinary domain approached each other, and with the support of the silver spear, they hit the ice crystal demon snake's forehead below the horn on its head. The sharp spear tip pierced the palm-sized piece of dazzling snake scales, making a sharp sizzling sound, and it seemed that a large amount of ice chips and sparks were splashing, but it could not penetrate. Chapter 142, Pasilina's Gambling Agreement. This is me. Ronan's expression did not change, as if he had expected the hardness of the ice crystal snake scales. Explode. He let go and threw out his spear, and 2 second-level metals and 3 ice spells that derived extraordinary domain power exploded almost at the same time. Boom. The tsunami-like energy fluctuations mixed with high temperature and rolling cold air waves formed a small mushroom cloud that kept spreading. Ronan took advantage of the air wave to slowly retreat, and suddenly, the mushroom cloud in front of him broke through it, and a violent snake shadow flew out and rushed towards him. Domain. Ronan spread his arms, and the white hair behind him suddenly rose up. Under the Tundra frozen soil, the icy domain containing a strong sense of despair spread rapidly with him as the center. The domain power that diffused the sky froze the air, solidified countless frosts in the void, and quickly grew thick and sharp ice spikes. In an instant, the sky within a radius of several miles seemed to have a forest of icy thorns out of thin air. Countless ice spikes intertwined and grew densely, leaving almost no place to stand. However, this cold and icy thorn field only slowed down the speed of the snake's shadow. The ice crystal snake rushed into the field, and with a slight stir of its huge body, it crushed large pieces of thorns and ice spikes, leaving no trace on its body. This guy's ice resistance has become stronger again. Ronan watched this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the ice crystal snake rushing towards him, Ronan did not retreat but advanced. With a single hand, countless metals that had been scattered by the explosion condensed into the shape of a brilliant silver spear in his hand. A thick layer of ice quickly covered the azure blue in his eyes, and his distracting thoughts and emotions froze to the bottom. Lake of no thoughts. He held the spear and rushed forward. Ronan is different from other wizards. His melee style can bring out his advantages, especially when ice magic is almost useless against the ancient snake species ice crystal demon snake. The two figures of one man and one snake collided fiercely, and the terrifying energy aftermath burst out instantly. The power of three different extraordinary domains intertwined and entangled Ronan's body. They separated from each other, but there was a faint connection connecting the three. The whistling pure white ice blade, the spinning desperate ice ball, and the wanton ice veins. The three spells appeared alternately and bombarded the body of the ice crystal demon snake. In the past 20 days, it was not only the ice crystal demon snake that had grown significantly. Ronan's perception of the fusion of the three domains was also deepening, and he had slowly shown some completely different domain powers. In the process of continuously releasing the domains, Ronan suddenly caught a ray of spiritual light. In an instant, the seemingly vague connection between the three ice domains suddenly became much clearer, and the cooperation between them suddenly became tighter. Crack! The three intertwined domains suddenly shrank and solidified several times, as if they had transformed from one form to another. Shoo! Ronan swept his spear across the sky, and the tip of the spear cut through the void. The rich aura of the three domains flowing from the tip of the spear was like an invisible and terrifying blade, instantly tearing open a large area of air in front of him and slashing the huge body of the ice crystal demon snake like lightning. Crack! With a crisp sound, several snake scales on the ice crystal demon snake, which had hardly suffered any injuries since the beginning of the battle, broke, as if it had been cut by an extremely sharp knife, and a long cut appeared, with blood flowing out of it in red and blue. Hiss! The ice crystal demon snake was injured for the first time and felt pain. It let out a low and furious hiss, but before it could react, the terrifying power of the three domains had already fallen again. The snake's scales broke, and another long wound appeared on its body. Buzz! Ronan, wearing ice crystal armor and with dancing white hair, let the spear in his hand droop naturally. He stepped on the void with an indifferent expression and walked towards the ice crystal demon snake step by step. The power of the three domains blended together spread together with the domain, falling one after another, leaving wounds on the ice crystal demon snake. The ice crystal demon snake kept retreating, looking at the slender and upright boy in front of it, and for the first time, a trace of fear and retreat appeared in its scarlet snake eyes. It seemed that it suddenly realized one thing now, that the man in front of it who woke it up from its slumber, captured it, and tried to tame it, was not incapable of hurting it all the time. He just didn't want to hurt it. Hiss! The ice crystal demon snake spit out its snake tongue. Under continuous injuries, the ferocious nature of the ancient beast was also completely activated. The ice energy between heaven and earth flowed towards the ice crystal snake, and it seemed that there was a more powerful force surging in its body. Submit! The gun-wielding boy, who came with an invisible terrifying power, looked down at it and spoke coldly without any emotional fluctuations. Roar! The ice crystal snake raised its head and roared, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow. The next moment, the terrifying power around the boy fell completely on it, and layers of solid ice formed in an instant. This was a sealing technique that mixed a trace of the power of the three domains. The ice crystal snake had no resistance at all and was directly frozen into a huge ice block tens of meters high. Ronan withdrew from the state of lake of no thoughts, and the power of the three domains around him gradually converged. Did you see that, Benigo? He casually gathered some of the blood that had been scattered after cutting the ice crystal snake's body, and then turned to look at Benigo, who ran out to watch the battle. This thing is really hard to tame. Ancient species are like this, and they are pure blood. The noble blood flowing in their bodies will not allow them to easily surrender to anyone, Benigo said slowly. When you are stronger, you may have the hope of completely conquering it. Ronan nodded, and then threw the ice crystal snake blood he collected in his hand to Benigo. Is this blood enough? Almost. Benigo took the blood clot and frowned. It's a pity that it is just ordinary blood. If it is blood, it will be better. Now it can only be said to be barely usable, but it may not achieve the best transplant effect. Be careful, Damien. Benigo was talking, and suddenly a look of shock appeared on his face. The whole person flew backwards while reminding Ronan in a hurried tone. Before Benigo gave a warning, Ronan had already sensed the strong crisis coming from behind. He turned around and stretched his hands outward. A barrier of solid ice and silver-white metal was born at the same time, most of which covered the direction of Benigo. Then, there was a muffled bang. The sealed ice block of the 3 domains that he had just frozen exploded quietly and turned into countless tiny ice dust. Then a snake shadow covered in deep blue light tore through the 2 layers of barriers he had erected at an almost unbelievable speed and suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Ronan's figure disappeared in an instant, and a rock somewhere in the distance made a deafening roar, and billowing smoke and dust rose. Hiss! The ice crystal demon snake with a single horn shining brightly on its head appeared intact at the position where Ronan was standing, and a terrifying power that was many times greater than before emanated from its body in waves. It raised its head and roared silently, and the temperature of an area around it dropped sharply, and large pieces of ice crystals and snowflakes fell one after another, as if it was using this method to vent the frustration and dissatisfaction caused by Ronan's suppression before. Boom! However, before the powerful ice crystal demon snake could vent its emotions for long, a louder explosion sounded from afar. The collapsed rock exploded, and the smoke and dust were broken by an invisible knife-like force. A figure bathed in blazing white flames strode out. A sturdy and upright body over 2 meters tall, with strong but not exaggerated muscles, and a face full of dense veins under the white hair that danced to the waist. Although the handsome outline can still be distinguished, the face is more demonic and seductive. Promoted to the 2nd level, Ronan, who entered the half-giant demonization state, had pure white eyes. With every word he said, the surrounding void and light expanded and distorted. The invisible airwave spread far away, and a green wave was raised in the vast forest. As Ronan walked out step by step, the green wave fell to the sides and separated. What an enviable talent and bloodline, ancient seed! Ronan said softly, and the whole person silently turned into bubbles that shattered and dissipated under the scorching sun. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of the ice crystal demon snake in a posture of attacking. Boom! It was like a dull sound of a giant hammer hitting a thick layer of ice. A group of twisted airwaves visible to the naked eye exploded in the sky. The huge ice crystal demon snake fell abruptly like a meteorite, and slammed heavily on the forest floor below with a bang. Large areas of forests were crushed and flattened. The ice crystal demon snake let out a furious roar, and its dozens of meters long body twisted wildly, but it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible huge force and could not get off the ground. If you look closely, you will find that a figure covered by flames is standing on its neck. Maintaining the posture of pressing down with one hand, the 2 bodies are obviously dozens of times different in size, but it gives people a sense of deja vu, like a giant holding down a crawling earthworm on the ground with one hand. You still don't accept it? Ronan's 5 fingers were like knives, clanging and ringing. As the muscles on his right arm bulged, violent physical strength surged out. The snake scales that were like exquisite ice crystal artworks that he pressed down with his hands shattered. His 5 fingers bit by bit penetrated into the flesh of the ice crystal snake, and blood flowed out. Then I will beat you until you accept it completely, Ronan said calmly, and his hands exerted force, and he actually swung up the huge ice crystal snake that was like a small mountain. He threw it to one side fiercely. Bang! The entire mountain forest near the valley was trembling, and the ground was shaking. Benigo stood firmly in a position far away from the battle group, watching all this in a trance. The relationship between him and Ronan was subtle. Although they were partners who could be completely trusted, he had never really understood Ronan deeply. This power was the first time he saw it in Ronan. The soul that was already collapsing seemed to be shaken even looser. Boom! Boom! Bang! 1, 2, 3 times. Ronan was learning how to play with snakes, not how to tame a snake. When the surrounding forest of several kilometers was almost completely flattened and smashed, Ronan forgot how many times he had swung and smashed. He only remembered that the ice crystal snake in his hand tried to resist at first, but before he knew it, he felt that the thing in his hand became soft. Boom! With a last blow, he pressed the ice crystal snake under his feet. Ronan stepped on the body of the ice crystal snake, from the 7-inch position, step by step, walked through the broken and macy ice crystal snake scales, and finally walked to the position of the snake's head, lowered his head, and looked down at the pair of dim scarlet snake eyes. "Are you convinced?" he asked calmly. Hiss! The ice crystal snake under him made a faint hissing sound, and the scarlet narrow snake tongue flew up, weakly whipping Ronan's cheek. It seemed to be answering him. Ronan let the snake's tongue whip gently, without any expression on his face. His lips moved, and he began to chant a spell in a low voice. He bit his fingertips and drew a mysterious rune in the air that he had drawn countless times. The god of contract and oath witnessed the master and servant's recognition. Ronan uttered the last syllable, and casually pressed the rune he had drawn towards the brow of the nearly dying ice crystal demon snake below. But the contract rune, which was constructed with blood and a little soul power, could not fall down when it fell on the brow of the ice crystal demon snake, as if it was firmly resisted by an invisible force. The seriously injured and dying ice crystal demon snake also raised its head little by little, with a faint light in its eyes, and looked at Ronan with an extremely proud attitude. Pop! The rune exploded. The contract failed. How many times has it been tried? Ronan can't remember. He just didn't expect that this young ice crystal snake could be so stubborn. Even if he was about to beat it to death in the next second, it refused to bow its head and recognize him as its master. Kill it. Binigo's voice came from the side. Ronan turned his head and saw Binigo, who had recovered from the shock and looked indifferent, showing a cold and cruel side that he had never seen before. Kill it and take its blood. Use the holy blood tree to purify it and transplant it to your body. The corpse is also a rare treasure. Binigo said in a cold tone, I know you are reluctant to part with it. This ancient pure-blooded snake species has infinite potential. If you can keep it as a magic pet, it will become your greatest help in the future. But it refuses to recognize you as its master, and even regards you as an enemy. With its growth rate, you will not be able to suppress it sooner or later, and then it will cause endless trouble. A beast that cannot be tamed is only worthy of being reduced to fur, no matter how brave it is. Damien, kill it, this is the best choice for you. Ronan listened to Binigo's persuasion, looking at the ice crystal demon snake in front of him, who was still proud and refused to lower his head. His eyes flickered and jumped. Finally, the ball of light that kept jumping in Ronan's eyes calmed down, and he seemed to have made a decision. Apis %% and Ronan began to recite another spell, and his hands began to quickly draw another kind of rune pattern. At first, Binigo thought he was trying again, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. When he finally realized what Ronan was doing, his face suddenly changed, and he yelled, You actually want to sign this contract with it? Damien, do you know what this means? Are you crazy? Buzz! Ronan uttered the last syllable, and the last stroke of his hand fell. A rune that was 10 times more complex and mysterious than the previous one, like a twisted balance, appeared in his palm. At this moment, Ronan's eyes were shining brighter than ever. He looked at the rune in his hand, raised the corners of his mouth, chuckled and said, I'm not crazy, Binigo. Only such a contract can it accept. I want it to willingly offer its loyalty and willingly become my future helper. I know what this means. Whoosh! The sudden gust of wind blew Ronan's waist-length hair. He raised his head and looked at the sky above his head. The whole person seemed to be blooming with unparalleled light. Don't you think this kind of life is interesting? Unknown, challenge, and conquer every existence that cannot be conquered. Binigo, this is me. Ronan turned his head to look at Binigo, who looked stunned, as if he really knew him for the first time in his life. Soon, the expression on Binigo's face calmed down, and he took a step back and stopped talking. Ronan closed his eyes, as if he was thinking, making the final trade-off, and seemed to be enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Finally, he opened his eyes and without hesitation pressed the rune he had drawn in his hand to the center of the brow of the ice crystal demon snake in front of him. At the same time, he whispered, I'll give you a chance. A chance that, in time, you may be able to avenge all the pain, resentment, and humiliation you have suffered today on me. Do you dare to accept it? This soul contract from Basilina. The pure white eyes and the scarlet snake eyes looked at each other at this moment. Under the sky, the eyes of the man and the snake collided and intersected silently. Hiss, the rune disappeared from the snake scales, and the contract was reached. A strange connection appeared between the two. Seeing that the ice crystal demon snake really accepted his contract, Ronan slowly smiled. He opened his hands and stood alone under the clear sky. At this moment, it seemed as if he was the only one left in the world. Basilina's soul contract. Also known as Basilina's gambling agreement. It is also a master-servant contract, but unlike the general master-servant soul contract, in this agreement, the master and the servant can be swapped. The strong is the master, and the weak is the servant. Once one party challenges the other party and wins, the master and the servant will immediately switch positions. This is a soul gamble with everything at stake. With a mortal body, competing for the ancient bloodline. Ronan closed his eyes, and the whole person slowly faded from the state of half-giant transformation. He felt that at this moment, he was experiencing a transformation and rebirth at the soul level. The contract was reached. Although it was unprecedentedly risky. But Ronan's goal was successfully achieved. Relying on the identity of Master, the originally unruly ice crystal snake has become particularly submissive at this time. I don't know if it is related to the fact that Ronan had just beaten it up and almost killed it, in addition to the binding force of the contract. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival with Ronan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Primitive, The Dream of Inheritance. At this time, the crystal scales of the ice crystal demon snake were broken, and some blood with a hint of blue in the deep red oozed out from the wounds. However, as a second-level monster, the potential of the ancient bloodline began to be exerted. The mighty energy particles in the sky gathered towards it, and the injuries on the ice crystal demon snake were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are too reckless. Binigo walked up and whispered to Ronan, but his hands did not stop, quickly collecting the blood of the ice crystal demon snake scattered around. Not a single bit was left out, and it was extremely meticulous. No matter how outstanding your talent is, how dare you compete with this ancient bloodline? It is only in its larval stage now. When the bloodline gradually awakens, its strength will only grow faster and faster in the future. Ronan said calmly, don't forget, we have the holy blood tree. In the competition of bloodlines, I can always suppress it. Let's talk about it after we can successfully transplant it. Binigo shook his head, and then muttered to himself, fortunately, this contract is not completely without a way to crack it. Damien, you know what I mean. Binigo glanced at the ice crystal demon snake next to him, and his words seemed to be somewhat meaningful. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he naturally knew what Binigo meant by the way to crack was. It was nothing more than tearing up the agreement in advance. When you feel that the strength of the ice crystal demon snake is about to surpass yourself, you can kill it in advance, and the risk of changing the master and the servant will naturally be eliminated. Basilina's gambling agreement, a seemingly fair bet, but in reality, the contract is still biased towards the master to some extent. Who are those three cold-scaled pythons who sacrificed their own blood and essence to support your transformation? Ronan walked up to them, speaking in a softer tone, trying to communicate with the ice crystal demon snake. The latter did not answer, but just looked at him dimly. Basilina's soul contract is different from the general master-servant soul contract. It maintains the relative independence of the servant to a large extent. In the general master-servant contract, the servant has no secrets from the master, but Ronan cannot fully perceive the ice crystal demon snake's inner thoughts, and can only vaguely capture its slight emotional fluctuations. One of them died, probably to better cover you to complete the awakening of your bloodline. Ronan said to himself, and felt that the ice crystal demon snake's heart began to waver. It made a hissing sound from its mouth, and a trace of terrible coldness flowed from its scarlet snake eyes. This coldness was far beyond what it had shown to Ronan before. Snake monsters usually have a cold-blooded nature. But strangely, Ronan did not see this in the nest of ice crystal snakes. Instead, he felt that they were much warmer than many wizards. There are two more, who were captured. Now they are probably kept somewhere. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently reached towards the head of the ice crystal snake, as if to touch its scales. The latter shrank back as if it had been electrocuted, with obvious resistance. It was obviously not used to such close interaction with a human, and a human that made it angry, wanted to resist all the time, and surpassed it. Don't worry, if there is a chance in the future, I will help you rescue them. And there is one more thing. Ronan calmly pressed his hand on the snake scales at the center of the ice crystal snake's eyebrows, and sharp metal silver wires shot out from his 5 fingers, passing through the gaps between the snake scales and quickly drilling into the flesh under the horn on its head. The ice crystal snake felt pain, and violent and cruel colors instantly surged in its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Ronan fiercely. Ronan was unmoved, just looking at it coldly. You should start learning how to be a qualified magic pet. Drops of ice blue blood with a hint of scarlet quickly flowed out from the skin of the ice crystal snake along the metal wire. Binigo asked Ronan to take the blood from his heart, but Soraya had told Ronan that the most valuable blood of the cold-scaled python that awakened the blood of the ancient ice crystal snake was actually in the blood sac under the horn on its head. That was where the blood power was most concentrated. The root of the blood was extracted, and the huge body of the ice crystal snake twisted and danced wildly. It tried to bite Ronan countless times, but was tightly restrained by the power of the soul contract. Ronan did not stop extracting until he had taken about a fist of blood. He let go of the ice crystal snake's head, and the metal wire retracted back under the robe. The ice crystal snake in front of him also quickly wilted, and its condition looked worse than before. Ronan threw a few hundred high-level magic stones at it to help it recover its vitality. He casually told it to stay nearby and not run around, and then flew towards the valley. When he arrived, Ronan saw Binigo standing next to the holy blood tree, pouring the ordinary blood of the ice crystal demon snake he had just collected as nutrients to the holy blood tree. Let the holy blood tree absorb some of the blood of the ice crystal demon snake first, which will help it purify its own blood later. Seeing Ronan coming, Binigo explained casually. Ronan blinked, but he didn't expect this. Binigo's research on the holy blood tree was indeed much deeper than his. I planned to keep some of the blood for experiments. Binigo paused and continued to speak, as if asking for Ronan's consent. Ronan nodded to indicate that he was casual, and his attention was completely focused on the holy blood tree. The holy blood tree, which absorbed a large amount of the blood of the ice crystal demon snake, grew violently again and had completely grown into the shape of a small tree. The leaves of the tree were as clear as jade, and the red veins in the leaves were eye-catching and delicate. At this time, the whole body was bathed in a layer of light blue glow, full of mysterious and gorgeous temperament. Ronan thought about it, and entered the state of half-giant demonization again, then cut his wrist and let his blood join in the watering of the holy blood tree. The holy blood tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye until it reached an unprecedented peak. Ronan stopped and took out the blood essence taken from the brow of the ice crystal demon snake. The blood ball mixed with ice blue and deep red was placed in his hand, just like an extremely delicate crystal ball, shining under the sun. It was still flashing with strange light. This is the blood of the warcraft that is truly inherited from the ancient times. Any wizard obsessed with blood will go crazy when seeing it. And now, Ronan is trying to make it go further on this basis. Are you full? He reached out and gently stroked the trunk of the holy blood tree, whispering, "You're full, it's your turn to show off." The holy blood tree responded enthusiastically, like a child eager to show off in front of his parents, and the leaves on its body shook and collided with a rustling sound. Its attitude towards Ronan was completely different from that of the ice crystal demon snake outside. Ronan slowly handed over the blood ball in his hand, and countless red tentacles sprang out from under the holy blood tree, instantly wrapping the entire blood ball layer by layer. Immediately after a blood spore was generated on the top of the tree, Ronan let go of his hand and sat cross-legged in the rune array that Binigo had already arranged. Blood transplantation was officially ready to begin. The holy blood tree kept trembling, emitting bursts of red light full of mysterious aura. Ronan kept staring at it, paying attention to its status. Suddenly, a leaf fell from the holy blood tree. The color was dull, as if it had exhausted all its strength and withered and died. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and then he saw more and more leaves falling. The whole holy blood tree seemed to be suffering from some kind of disaster or severe cold. The leaves withered and the whole tree was rapidly declining. The blood spores on the top of the tree were getting bigger and bigger. Ronan's eyes flickered fiercely. He didn't stop, but wanted to cut his hand again to support the holy blood tree with his own blood, but was stopped by Binigo beside him. It's also very important to keep yourself in good condition. Binigo calmly took out the ice crystal snake blood he had reserved before and poured it on the bottom of the holy blood tree. He also took out a lot of bottles and jars filled with unknown liquid medicine from his storage waste bag, opened them all, and poured them down. With the support of these nutrients, the holy blood tree's condition was slightly better, and the speed of leaf falling began to slow down. It was unknown how long it took, but the holy blood tree suddenly burst into a strong red light, and then the whole tree drooped, and the blood spores at the top of it also clicked and spit out a thumb-sized blood crystal. Ronan reached out and grabbed the blood crystal. After the purification, the color of the ice crystal demon serpent blood changed from the original blue-red to dark blue near black color. There was nothing special about the surface. It was hard and a little cold to the touch. Crystallized blood? Then the original method doesn't seem to work. Binigo, who was standing by, saw this scene and frowned slightly. The magic circle will be activated as usual. I'll try to embed and absorb it directly. Ronan thought for a while and replied. According to the blood transplant method provided by Soraya, the transplanted blood also needs to be engraved on the body in the form of runes, and then use the power of the magic circle to squeeze it into the body, which is similar to the process of talent transplantation. But now the crystallized blood cannot be dissolved, so Ronan can only continue in the most direct and rough way. Ronan pinched the dark blue blood crystal and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. No one has ever succeeded in this blood transplantation technique. The stronger the blood, the harder it is to tame. There is a risk that the body may be deformed into a monster. One thought after another rolled through his mind, and finally, he raised his right hand and fiercely cut a hole at the position of his left heart. As the skin and flesh rolled out, he quickly stuffed the dark blue blood crystal in his hand into it. HMPH, the sharp corner of the blood crystal pierced the fragile membrane outside the heart, and a burst of piercing pain came. Ronan groaned and his slender and upright body bent slightly. At this time, the rune array began to operate, and a stream of invisible power penetrated Ronan's body, like countless ropes, slowly wrapped around Ronan's heart, tightening little by little. Under the pressure of this force, the heart pumped out blood crazily, and the blood in Ronan's body began to flow rapidly. A large amount of blood washed over the blood crystal, pierced the heart again and again like a tide. Ronan's face was pale, but his lips were slightly moving, and he quickly recited a series of spells. The power of runes was generated in his body, gently hitting the blood crystal. Gradually, the originally solid dark blue crystal seemed to loosen, and a wisp of dark blue smoke emanated from its surface, drilling into Ronan's heart. With another heart pumping, the mysterious blood power contained in the dark blue smoke traveled throughout his body with a rapidly flowing blood. In an instant, buzz, Ronan only felt a huge roar in his mind, and his heart stopped beating in an instant. In his opened eyes, the original azure color instantly turned into an endless deep dark blue, and even the shape of his pupils quietly turned into a vertical line, like the shape of a snake's pupil. The long hair behind him was raised together, and an indescribable, extremely vast, ancient, primitive, and wild breath emanated from his body. In an instant, all the sounds of insects and birds in the huge valley stopped. Binigo stood still. Ronan completely lost consciousness. Hoo-hoo, the north wind howled, and the vast snowy land was covered by wind and snow. The boy stood there, looking up at the sky and everything around him with a blank look. Where am I? There was a lot of confusion in the boy's eyes. He didn't know where he was now and where he should go. He even forgot his own name. He only felt that he seemed to have gone through an extremely long journey and finally came here. This ancient wilderness, the boundless snowfield. Hiss sizzle shasha, there were low and greasy mumblings, countless sticky and evil voices, as if the most filthy and disgusting existence in the world, whispering in the boy's ears. These voices desperately drilled into the boy's head, as if they wanted to tell him something constantly, but what they brought was a nauseating discomfort, as if sharp metal was scratching back and forth on smooth glass, making people tremble wildly and want to scream. The boy hugged his head painfully, trying to get the sound out of his head like crazy. Suddenly, the sound stopped. The boy looked up with a blank expression, and then saw two blood-red suns in the snowy sky. Chapter 144, Hakator. Bloodline of the Ancient Frost Hydra. Right square bracket. The blood-red suns were almost parallel, hanging in the white sky. It seemed that their appearance drove away the disturbing voices in his ears. The boy had a strong desire for no reason. He began to run towards the direction of the two blood-red suns, as if chasing some kind of devout belief. The boy ran on the vast snowfield, and the raging wind and snow around him could not stop his steps at all. He was getting closer and closer to the two blood-red suns. He didn't know how long he had been running, and he seemed to have crossed countless glaciers. Finally, he climbed a steep ice peak in the violent snowstorm that almost tore the world apart. He stood on the top of the ice peak, and the raging frost swirled around his head in a vortex shape. His eyes were only the two blood-red suns in the sky. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the sun. But he never thought that in the next second, next to the two blood-red suns, another two blood-red suns appeared. Then came the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth blood-red suns, which appeared in pairs, hanging in the sky at different heights. The raging snowstorm between heaven and earth had stopped at some point. The two blood-red suns that the boy had seen at first suddenly approached him, and then a huge, ferocious, majestic and terrifying snake head that could not be described in words quietly passed through the snowstorm and appeared in front of him. The head of the giant snake was covered with dark blue scales, and the so-called two suns were its huge blood-red snake eyes. It stared coldly at the boy. The boy's pupils contracted and he stood there in a daze. At this time, the disgusting evil voices that had disappeared before appeared in his ears again, and shouted at him hysterically in an unprecedented high-pitched voice. Frost. Hickwalter Frost. Hickwalter. Hickwalter. Hickwalter, the name of the ancient frost hydra. Damn it. What kind of ancient bloodline was purified from the blood of the ice crystal demon serpent after being purified by the holy blood tree? Binigo frowned, and was forced to retreat to the edge of the valley. He also forcibly brought a holy blood tree out. Standing at the edge of the valley and looking into the valley, I saw that the huge valley was completely filled with an ancient, primitive and wild atmosphere. The breath came from a figure in the valley. Ronan. At this time, Ronan stood quietly, and three different types of extraordinary domain powers of the same system intertwined and rolled around him. Binigo raised his head and sensed that there were countless ice-type free energy particles between heaven and earth converging towards this small valley, almost forming a funnel-shaped vortex visible to the naked eye. And these massive ice-type energy particles, which were enough to fill the entire valley with solid ice, fell into Ronan's body in the valley, but it was like throwing it into a bottomless black abyss, and there was no reaction at all. The three kinds of ice-type extraordinary domain power that surrounded Ronan's body began to accelerate the trend of fusion under the injection of these ice-type energy particles. Slowly, they became indistinguishable from each other, and transformed into a brand new domain aura that was dozens of times more majestic and condensed than before, rising slowly from Ronan like smoke and fog. Three domains fusion. Binigo's eyes were shocked. Even though he had seen Ronan's eye-popping methods one after another, at this moment, he still couldn't help but be moved and his mind was shaken. He had just been promoted to a second-level wizard and had realized the fusion of the three domains. Binigo couldn't find the right words to describe such a talent. Even though he was once a prodigy of the magic circle and had seen one after another outstanding magic monsters. But what Ronan showed at present was still the only one he had ever seen in his life. The difficulty of understanding the fusion of the three domains was no less than the second-stage domain resonance. And the second-stage domain resonance. That was a field that only wizards above the third level were qualified to touch. What kind of bloodline did he merge into? Binigo murmured, staring at Ronan in the valley. As the energy of the three domains rose, some changes occurred on Ronan, and Binigo's pupils gradually shrank. He saw that Ronan's long white hair on his back was dyed dark blue from the roots, and some fine snake scales grew on his neck and cheeks. The color of the snake scales was dark blue, with complex and ancient patterns on them. Ronan's body seemed to become more slender, and his originally outstanding facial features were handsome to the point of being almost demonic. He slowly rose from the bottom of the valley, and his dark blue hair grew to a length of more than 10 meters, dancing wildly in the valley like an aurora. The aura of the fusion of the three domains, as well as the ancient and wild aura emanating from his body, merged together, and gradually condensed into a vague shadow of a multi-headed giant snake in the sky of the valley. At this moment, the blood aura emanating from Ronan's body had reached a peak. Mysterious, ancient, noble, evil, majestic. When the multi-headed giant snake slowly opened its eyes, Binigo almost had a strong urge to kneel down and worship it. This is the most ancient and primitive blood pressure, the soul suppression engraved in the instinct of living beings. Binigo couldn't stop the slight tremor, his eyes were dazed, and he forgot his words for a moment. In the distance, the ice crystal demon snake, which was hunting in the vast forest and recovering its blood loss by eating, seemed to sense this breath. The scarlet snake eyes suddenly showed confusion and fear, and instinct drove it to lower its huge body. It didn't know what happened, but it felt that it should do this. Silence was like an invisible field, with a valley as the center, and continued to spread out to the surroundings. The living beings who felt the existence of this breath all stopped their activities, surrendered, knelt down, and silently worshipped a certain ancient supreme overlord who suddenly arrived. Finally, when the breath slowly dissipated and the shadow of the ancient multi-headed giant snake disappeared, everything calmed down. Ronan, who was suspended above the valley, also returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was still a lot of confusion and trance in his eyes. It was as if he had just passed through the long river of time and woke up from an extremely long dream. Ronan was still immersed in the previous dream. He looked at the sky above his head and whispered, "Benigo, I saw an extremely huge and terrifying multi-headed snake." After a long time, Ronan got a murmured response. "I saw it too." 7 days later. Outside the silver magic ring, there is a cliff waterfall in the vast primeval forest. The white water flow fell vertically from the top of the cliff, hitting the deep pool below, washing the rocks, and making a huge roaring sound. The countless water mists generated by the collision formed a colorful rainbow under the sunlight, surrounded by green shade, and the atmosphere was magnificent and beautiful. A figure stood quietly in this magnificent scene. A huge energy current flows around him, and countless mysterious ki emerges from his body, forming a majestic and turbulent force of the law domain. Pure black energy particles surround him, like ultra-microparticle black holes, collapsing the air and distorting the light. Counting carefully, there are a total of 499 pure black particles. These pure black particles slowly flow around the figure. Gradually, the 500th pure black particle is quietly born. It is also at the moment when the 500th pure black energy particle is born that all the surging momentum around it is calmed down in an instant, and the huge sound of water impact that has existed under the waterfall for many years also disappears immediately. Everything is calm. Countless free energy particles between heaven and earth gather silently, and 500 pure black particles merge into them silently, and a colorful river is generated out of thin air. It is like a 7-color river flowing out of a legendary mysterious country, quiet and tranquil, but with a terrible momentum that washes away everything. The colorful river flowed, gently passing through the silver-white waterfall that fell from the top of the cliff. The waterfall water flow that was passed by the colorful river immediately disappeared silently and was blocked. "Who?" The figure controlling the colorful energy river exhaled gently, and a relieved sound came out of his mouth. "Finally, I have completely comprehended a domain resonance of energy missile particle torrent." Ronan's eyes flickered, and in the consciousness space, the mirror light talisman was activated. In an instant, more energy particles surged between heaven and earth, and the colorful energy river in front of him suddenly turned into two. One above and one below. It seemed that there was an invisible huge mirror in the middle. The next second, the two colorful rivers merged into one, and the power suddenly doubled, becoming more silent and majestic, flowing through the void, and the cliff waterfall was shaken. After the experiment, Ronan raised his hand to disperse this form, particle torrent Sibirt's colorful river. The power of Spirit's colorful river, that has truly entered a domain resonance, is much stronger than the power he achieved by taking advantage of the characteristics of the mirror light talisman before. If mirror light is activated at this time, the power will be even more terrifying. Ronan estimated that it was almost equivalent to raising the master level proficiency of particle torrent by several hundred points on the basis of 500 points. The mirror light talisman cannot perfectly reproduce the torrent domain aura of particle torrent in a domain resonance, but it is only a partial reproduction of the power, and the effect is quite terrifying. If I face Clemens now, just this spell will be enough to compete with his hand Divinello. Ronan has absolute confidence, even if Clemens is in the late stage of the second level, which is 2 small realms stronger than him. This part of the gap is enough to be eliminated by his stronger domain attainments and the quality of mental power far exceeding that of the same level. He casually opened his current character panel. Name: Ronan Damian. Age: 17. Talents: no attribute affinity, immaculate body, active. Lake of no thoughts, active. Strength: level 2 formal wizard, 2%. Skills: basic meditation, clear realm, master 511/1600, energy missile, particle torrent, Master 500/1600, charged weapon, power to break the law, Master 286, 1600, ice ball, desperate freeze, Master 411/1600, frost ray, ice veins, Master 325, 1600, ice blade, frozen soldiers, Master 257, 1600, ascetic body tempering, Master 489/1600, after being promoted to level 2 wizard, although he had the blessing of the mind-grabbing monster brain fluid essence, the meditation array, and the basic meditation with more than 500 master level proficiency points, Ronan's mental power growth rate was still very slow. In other words, the speed of his natural mental power growth is not slow, but it is far behind the mental power required for promotion. After the second level wizard's mental power crystallizes, every increase in crystallized mental power requires a huge amount of mental power. It is unrealistic to rely solely on meditation to quickly promote. It still depends on the assistance of external resources. I have the master level, basic meditation technique, blessing, and I am not afraid of those mental power impurities. This is the most suitable way of practice. The only problem is that the higher the level of strength, the scarcer the resources that can play a greater role in the rapid growth of mental power. To cherish them, they often need to be found in ancient secret ruins. I hope that this time the mirror cord is opened, I can gain something. Ronan thought, looking down at his hands. A very slender and well-proportioned pair of hands, wide and smooth, probably more beautiful than many women's hands. It is a pair of hands that a serious wizard should have. And only Ronan knows how terrifying the power contained in these hands is. 7 days had passed since he merged with the blood of the ancient frost hydra. No one had expected that after the pure blood of the ancient ice crystal snake was purified, a trace of the blood power of the ancient frost hydra would be awakened from it. Hikalto. Ronan gently read out this ancient and mysterious name, which was the name he heard in the dream of blood inheritance. Representing the pinnacle of the Frost family bloodline, the overlord of the ancient magic beasts, born with 5 heads, and may even grow to 8 at most. Each head represents an extremely cold power. These were all found by Ronan when he searched for relevant legendary materials afterwards. The blood crystal is still inserted in his heart. Every time the heart pumps, it will bring a piercing pain. After 7 days, Ronan has almost become accustomed to the existence of this pain. And every time the pain comes, it also means that a trace of the blood power of the ancient frost hydra has merged into his body. This ancient blood power that was subtly integrated made his body undergo some kind of wonderful transformation all the time. His physical strength continued to grow continuously without increasing his master level proficiency in austerity body forging. This was the effect of pure blood. In addition, his body's resistance to ice spells also increased significantly. What surprised Ronan the most was that his understanding and perception of ice spells seemed to have entered another realm. From time to time, inspiration about ice spells would burst out in his mind. The proficiency of the ice spells on his character panel increased rapidly under the support of this endless inspiration. The 3 major ice-type extraordinary domains have not only successfully entered the stage of formal integration, but their respective skill proficiency has continued to soar. In just 7 days, there is a trend of catching up with each other. Although the words ice attribute energy affinity did not appear behind the talent column of Ronan's character panel, only Ronan himself knew that the ice magic talent he showed had long surpassed the first-class wizard genius with a single energy affinity. For this terrifying talent blessing, even if the body has a reversion to the ancestral frost hydra in the future, it is not unacceptable. Ronan's eyes were burning, and he even felt happy about the bursts of pain in his heart. With the blessing of this bloodline talent, it is not impossible to suppress the ice crystal demon snake forever. Ronan raised his head with a calm expression. Although the transplantation and fusion of this ancient bloodline is a rather long process, perhaps when he completely absorbs the dark blue blood crystal in his heart, it can be considered a preliminary achievement. At that time, the words, Ancient Frost Hydra Bloodline, may also appear behind the talent column of the character panel. But he can wait. His ambition is more than that. Ronan even thought that after he completely merged the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra, he would use the holy blood tree to purify his blood. At that time, who would he see in the dream of blood inheritance? Buzz, sensing some strange rune fluctuations, Ronan's expression moved slightly, and he took out a glowing communication stone from the space ring, put it to his ear, and listened quietly. Chapter 145 Promotion Gift, Kosti's Inconsistency. A few seconds later, Ronan slowly put down the message stone. The message was from the 7th Ring Master, Kosti, asking if he had returned, and the mirror court would be open soon. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Ronan urged the flying ring in his hand, soaring up from the bottom of the cliff waterfall, and flew quickly in one direction. The breeze brushed his face. Ronan looked down at his feet, and his body and mind gradually merged with the sky. It's time to change the flying props, he thought silently in his heart. He is now using the first-level flying ring he got from Laura. It was barely enough when he was a first-level wizard. After being promoted to the 2nd level, his spiritual perception improved, and he became more and more disgusted with his slow speed. The secret realm of the mirror court is about to open. After entering the secret realm, fighting and escaping are inevitable, and a flying prop of excellent grade is quite important. Ronan thought about it and took something out of the space ring. It was a dagger that was only slightly longer than a palm. Both the blade and the handle had a mirror-like sheen, which was strange. Ronan injected his mental power into the dagger, activated the runes inside the dagger, and when the silver light burst out on the dagger, he gently stabbed his shoulder. Shoo! Ronan's flying figure disappeared out of thin air. Almost at the same time, a few hundred meters away, a faint ripple appeared in the air, and Ronan appeared again. This magic tool is good for chasing or escaping. Ronan looked at the silver dagger in his hand and felt slightly satisfied. This dagger that looked like a flowing mirror was brought out by him from the secret realm of the mysterious garden. It was a 2nd-level magic tool inherited from the mirror court. Its function was to teleport objects within a small range, and this object naturally included people. Ronan was unable to fully exert its power when he was at level 1, but now that he has been promoted to level 2, he is quite handy with it. The cooldown time of the runes in the teleportation mirror dagger is about half a minute, and the maximum teleportation distance is about 500 meters. It may not be realistic to use it for long-distance travel, but it is quite suitable for chasing or escaping in a small range. In some cases, it may even have an unexpected effect. Along with the teleportation mirror dagger, there is also a magic tool silver comb, which Ronan also took out to test. The silver comb is a 2nd-level offensive magic tool that can stimulate an extremely sharp spaced blade, and it is a range attack. The power is almost the same as the standard spell level of a 2nd-level late wizard. If it is given to an ordinary 2nd-level wizard, it can be regarded as an extremely powerful magic tool equipment, which can be used as a trump card and a killer. To a certain extent, it can even achieve 2nd-level rampage. But for Ronan, this silver comb magic tool is not as useful as the teleportation mirror dagger. He has many offensive means, and this one is not bad. The opponent he is about to face will also be a leader among 2nd-level wizards like Clemens. The power of this magic tool silver comb is still a little bit less impressive. Ronan sorted them out and suddenly found that he had nearly 20 2nd-level magic tools. Although he took the entire set of Winter Homeland magic tools into account, it was still an astonishing number. For ordinary 2nd-level wizards, having 3 or 4 2nd-level magic tools is considered rich, and they can be considered elites, just like the 2 2nd-level wizards he defeated in the wet jungle. They only had about 2 2nd-level magic tools per person. Of course, the mental power of a normal 2nd-level early wizard is enough to control 2 or 3 2nd-level magic tools at the same time to fight. Even if I don't use the trump cards of 1 domain resonance, 3 domain fusion, unsullied body, and the blood of the ancient frost hydra, I am afraid that the ice and metal spells I have learned and the pile of magic tools and equipment in my hand are enough to compete with most 2nd-level late wizards. During this period, Ronan has already learned several 2nd-level ice spells. 2nd level, Small Blizzard, 2nd level, Ice Rain Armor, 2nd level, Cold Voice. Small Blizzard is the most famous 2nd-level spell of ice wizards. It is the pre-version of the 3rd level, Blizzard. It can summon an ice and snow vortex with extremely strong freezing power in a small area. The stronger the mental power, the larger the vortex. Ice Rain Armor is nothing to say. It is an advanced defensive spell of Ice Armor. Cold Voice is a rare mind control spell among ice spells. It comes from the secret of the Lanster family, Ice Flame Iris. After casting, it can cause a certain degree of negative effects of dullness, fear, and torture to the opponent. The introduction of these 3 2nd-level ice spells has increased Ronan's Tundra Frozen Soil domain spell anchor points by 3 more, reaching the realm of 9 anchor points. If the effect of the mirror light talisman is activated, it is similar to 18 anchor points. The power of the ice and cold domain has expanded unprecedentedly. If we take into account the blessing effects of the Alice Ice Ring necklace and the Winter Homeland magic tool set, without using any other means, Ronan has enough confidence to shout to the former Clemens, "You are worthy of a fight." However, Ronan has not yet learned the second-level metal spells. The second-level metal spells do not improve Ronan's current combat system much, so he did not waste energy on them. Anyway, they are not used much in battle. With the increasing number of spell skills behind the skill bar on the character panel, Ronan has a strong feeling that time is not enough every day, and he wishes he could split 1 second into 2 seconds. However, one good thing is that the Ice Flame Iris, Lancer families, Frozen Soil, spell skill requires each spell as an anchor point to be cast once every time a domain is constructed. For Ronan, who has a character panel, some low-level spells that have been eliminated do not need to be practiced deliberately, and the proficiency will naturally increase in battle. If this goes on, these spells may quietly be promoted to master level at some inadvertent moment. Of course, this is a relatively long process, which requires time to ferment. Ronan informed Benigo of the upcoming opening of the Mirror Court through the message stone. Instead of returning to their secret base, he came to a more vast primeval forest. There are towering ancient trees of unknown age growing everywhere in the mountains. The ancient shade and vines are intertwined, lush and green. Occasionally, strong winds blow, raising waves of ink waves. This place is far away from the Silver Ring, and there are almost no traces of anyone exploring it. The sound of nature echoes in this rarely visited world. Ronan can sometimes vaguely sense some ancient and powerful breath leaking out. He doesn't know what it is, and he doesn't dare to go deeper rashly. Ronan stood quietly in the air, the breeze blew up the hem of his robe, and with the existence of a certain mark in his soul, Ronan conveyed a message. After a moment, something seemed to be approaching quickly in the distant forest. Lin Lang split his waves, and soon, a giant ice crystal snake several tens of meters long swam in front of him. One man and one snake, under the clear sky, stared at each other silently. Since Ronan merged the blood of the ancient frost hydra last time, he found that the attitude of the ice crystal demon snake towards him became extremely complicated. On the one hand, it had the obsession and ambition to surpass him, avenge the previous shame, and turn over to become the master. On the other hand, it had to be suppressed by the soul contract and blood. So that now the ice crystal demon snake stood in front of Ronan. Even Ronan could clearly sense its frustration and entanglement when facing him. "You and I have our own battlefields." Ronan looked down at the ice crystal demon snake calmly, and the latter's huge and scarlet snake eyes reflected his entire shadow. "When I return from the Mirror Court, I will give you the first chance to challenge me." Hiss. The ice crystal demon snake let out a slight hiss from its mouth, spit out its snake tongue, and then looked at Ronan deeply, turned around and went back into the forest without looking back. As a magical beast, this is the most suitable place for it to survive. It can not only enhance its strength by preying on various other magical beasts, but also learn how to control its bloodline in battle after battle. Ronan watched the ice crystal demon snake go away, and gently stroked his left chest with his right hand. There was a piercing pain every time he breathed, and the pain was getting deeper and deeper. If it weren't for the constant practice of ascetic body forging, and often keeping pain as a friend, any wizard would probably be tortured to collapse by the seemingly endless pain. "Why would I lose to you?" Ronan murmured in a low voice, expressionless, and turned away. A beautiful feather pattern was engraved on the pale silver ring. The feathers glowed slightly, and a layer of light enveloped the slender and upright boy. Ronan walked into the tower, stepped up the stone stairs step by step, and the hem of his robe hung on the ground, gently dragging layers of light blue ripples. He did not attract anyone's attention. Only the books flying around like birds welcomed him. After nearly 4 months, he returned to the silver-white tower of the seventh ring again. There was no change here. Everything was as quiet and peaceful as before. When he reached the top of the tower, Ronan stopped, pushed aside the heavy book curtains, and gently landed at the door of his residence. The brass door lock on the black wooden door was yawning. At his sudden appearance, his face suddenly showed a huge surprise. Before he could utter a word in an excited tone, Ronan had already pressed the door handle on the wooden door, which was also the mouth of the brass door lock. "Shut up," Ronan said calmly. "Did anyone come to see me during my absence?" The brass door lock opened his eyes and nodded vigorously. Ronan let go of his hand, and the latter immediately spit out several snow-white letters from the crack in the door. Ronan stood at the door and opened the letters one by one. Those who would try to contact him by stuffing letters into the crack of the door were naturally people who were not friends to him. One was a third-level wizard who had exchanged resources for hair with him once before. In the letter, he proposed to make a second transaction with him. This time, the other party wanted Ronan to provide blood, nails, sperm, etc. in addition to hair. The resources for exchange were also quite generous. The list filled several pages of letter paper. Ronan refused, of course. Not to mention that he was now integrating the blood of the ancient frost demon snake. The blood composition was already different from before, and the other party's request was indeed beyond his bottom line. Moreover, after the last reminder from Kosti, he would no longer give anything that grew on his body to others. Now, even if Ronan accidentally dropped an eyelash, he would carefully destroy it. In the other letters, there were some unknown wizards in the tower inviting him to participate in a small wizard tea party, academic seminars, and even a female wizard named Tatiana, who expressed the hope to become his bed partner when he was free to comfort each other, and also attached a naked magic image with a letter. Ronan was quite speechless. Frost spit out from Ronan's fingertips, and he shook all the letters into ice chips and scattered them, and then threw a few high-level magic stones to the brass door lock, completely blocking its broken mouth that liked to scream. He did not prepare to enter the house, but turned around and went up the stairs again, ready to meet Kosti. Ronan spiraled up to the top of the tower. Surprisingly, he did not see Kosti. Instead, a young man with bright hair and a striking big nose was sitting with his legs crossed, sipping tea. "Hey, Damien, long time no see." Seeing Ronan coming up, the young man with the big nose greeted him with joy. "Good afternoon, Bobby." Ronan greeted Bobby casually, looked around, and asked, "Where's the ringmaster?" "She's not here." Bobby stared at Ronan with bright eyes, and made a sound of tisk-tisk from his mouth. "Congratulations, Damien, you have successfully promoted to level 2, and you are one step closer to stepping out of the fog and touching the dawn. I knew you could do it." After congratulating him, Bobby continued to explain to Ronan, "The mirror court will be open soon, and Kirsty will probably be one of the ringmasters leading the team this time. She is very busy. To be honest, I haven't seen her for more than a month. But she still misses you. Look, this is a gift she specially prepared for you to be promoted to level 2. Bobby said, taking out a small thing from his arms and throwing it to Ronan. Ronan raised his hand to catch it. It was an exquisite metal box. Opening it, there was a light blue emerald ring and a necklace with a yellow gem in the middle. Both the ring and the necklace were second-level magic tools, and both were men's. Ronan blinked, picked up the two items, and felt them a little. Soon, he bowed solemnly to Bobby. "Please thank the ringmaster for me." The two instruments, the ring is the flying ring that Ronan is thinking of replacing. However, unlike ordinary flying rings, this ring is enchanted with a full 5 second-level wind runes, almost maxing out the speed when flying. As for the necklace, it is enchanted with a second-level earth defense spell. For wizards of any skill in any level, there is never too much defense. The two promotion gifts that Kosti gave Ronan were very practical and quite critical. He remembered that Kosti said that she would not give him too much support in terms of external resources, but from the current point of view, she seemed to have been breaking her promise. Chapter 146, The First Battlefield, 4 color medals are iron. You should save the words of thanks for yourself. Actually, I don't think you need to thank her. This little thing is nothing to her. She is a famous rich woman in the third-level wizard circle. Bobby said to Ronan half-jokingly. Ronan didn't say anything. Ringmaster Kosti was not there, so he accepted the things and prepared to leave. Bobby stood up and shouted at him, "Don't go, Damien, stay with me. Without Kosti, I'm so bored that I'm almost getting lice." "Oh, right." Bobby seemed to suddenly remember something and said quickly, "Kosti specifically told you before she left that if she didn't come back in time. Sometimes, I need to explain things to you on her behalf." Ronan was slightly startled, then stopped and walked back under Bobby's expectant eyes. "Hurry up and sit down. Apart from Kosti and me, few people come here all year long." Bobby happily pulled out a chair and invited Ronan to sit down like a host. Ronan glanced at the long table where Kosti often worked, and inadvertently saw an exquisitely shaped double-handled teacup on the table in front of him. The teacup was half filled with brown red tea, and there was a beautiful golden spoon for stirring. It was obvious that someone had just sat here and chatted with Balbi for a while. Didn't you say that almost no one came up? Ronan looked at Balbi, who smiled awkwardly and explained, we just happened to meet. Before you, Clemens came. Clemens. Ronan's eyes flickered when he heard the name. The shadow of a young man with a pair of sharp eyes like lapis lazuli quickly emerged in his mind. Although Ronan won the last battle of the trial selection, Clemens's strength was unquestionable. In the 7th ring, he was the only one who made Ronan feel respected. What is Clemens doing here? Ronan stared at the teacup and spoon on the table, imagining how Clemens looked when he sat here not long ago, and asked. Nothing. Balbi shrugged and replied casually, it's common to be nervous before exploring a large secret realm. He just came to me to chat and relieve his anxiety. Clemens is also nervous sometimes. Ronan blinked, feeling a little surprised. In his impression, Clemens, as the first young wizard of the 7th ring before him, always looks calm, confident and unperturbed. He is outstanding enough and is a title of a true genius. It is hard to imagine that he would also look for someone to relieve his nervousness and anxiety like a student who is about to take a big exam. You never know what is hidden under the skirt of a dignified lady. Ronan glanced at Balbi. The latter curled his lips, put away his strange metaphor, and said, although Clemens is very good, he is only in the magic ring. There are many people who are better than him, not to mention the geniuses outside the magic ring. During the time when you were not on the magic ring, a small internal exchange competition was held in the 7th ring. Clemens went to participate. I still remember his high-spirited look when he left, but unfortunately when he came back. Tisk tisk Balbi sighed and said, this poor little guy can't even squeeze into the top 10. Clemens' strength is not even in the top 10 in the entire magic ring. Ronan was a little shocked. Damn, how weak is the 7th magic ring? Oh no, how strong are the geniuses in the other 6 magic rings? Late level 2, plus comprehending a magic domain resonance, can't squeeze into the top 10? Exclamation mark. Based on his strength, I think he should be between 6th and 8th. Balbi propped himself up with both hands, touched his smooth, beardless chin, and said, but he has really bad luck. First, he was defeated by you once, which frustrated his self-confidence. Then, during the exchange competition, he was unlucky enough to meet the currently recognized #1 genius in the French ring, a genius of the 7th ring level, and was eliminated in the first round of the competition. 7th ring genius. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice, who is it? Balbi was about to answer, but at this time, a calm voice came from behind Ronan. Arian. Ronan turned around and saw a young man who was half a head shorter than him, with a thin body and eyes as sharp as lapis lazuli. He was standing at the entrance of the spiral stone steps of the tower, looking at him calmly. The first and only wizard genius who has been promoted to level 3 in the current soul age of the Ring of Magic within 100 years. Ronan listened to the young man's calm narration, took a breath, and slowly said, Clemens. Who else could the young man in front of him be but Clemens that he and Balbi were talking about? Talking about others behind their backs, talking about their failures, and being caught by the subject of the topic. This kind of thing made Ronan feel a little embarrassed. Balbi didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he greeted Clemens with surprise and joy. Hey Clemens, long time no see, why are you back again? Balbi, we just met 45 minutes ago and sat together to drink tea. Clemens took the initiative to walk into the semi-open room, his eyes fell on Ronan, and said lightly, on my way back to the meditation tower, a soul trapped in the brass door lock sold me the news of someone's return for 20 high-level magic stones. Ronan's forehead floated a few black lines, thinking that after returning, he would immediately change the big-mouthed smart door lock. Don't be angry, even if Sari didn't tell me, Balbi would notify me as soon as possible. I specifically told him this, and I have been looking for an opportunity to have a good chat with you. Clemens spoke to Ronan naturally, without the aggressive momentum when he fought with Ronan. Ronan's attitude towards him was actually okay. After all, the two of them were just competing against each other, without any personal grudges, and in the end, they both got what they wanted. In other words, he and Clemens could be friends. You don't look as depressed as Balbi said. Ronan moved aside a little to let Clemens walk to the table next to him. Clemens shook his head helplessly and said, Arian is the heir appointed by the first ringmaster. He has already mastered the wonderful connection between metals and elements. He is a genius who truly understands the true meaning of the inheritance of the silver ring and has the title of 4-color metal. Even if I stand at the same level as him, I still can't be his opponent. Losing to such a person, I am frustrated, but not as much as you think. Ronan chewed on Clemens' words carefully, which seemed to involve some things he had not had time to touch. Just as he was thinking, Clemens said, "Do you know why the ring held this internal exchange competition?" Ronan shook his head. In order to further select the right candidates who are qualified to go to the first battlefield. Clemens looked at Ronan. "Lord Ringmaster Costi sent you to another place and deliberately missed this competition. It seems that he didn't intend to let you go to the first battlefield at all." "That's right." Clemens paused and said with a little emotion, "You have a powerful ancient bloodline, and your talent and qualifications are far better than mine. In time, I estimate that you can grow to a height comparable to Orion. What you lack now is not the opportunity to hone yourself, but time. There is really no need to participate in the first battlefield. That would be bad for you." "What is the first battlefield? Is it related to the Mirror Court?" Ronan frowned and asked. He learned from Clemens that Costi asked him to go to Whitestone Castle to seek talent transplantation was secondary. The real purpose was to get him away, and it seemed to be another layer of protection for himself. She clearly emphasized repeatedly that she would not let herself become a flower in a greenhouse. This woman who said one thing and meant another. "It is related to the Court of Mirrors." Clemens nodded and said, "The first battlefield is our private name for the innermost core area of the Court of Mirrors. The Thunder Council, the Scarlet Tower, the Black Nightmare Swamp, the Thorn Palace, the Molten Crystal Lake, and our Silver Magic Ring. The 6 major wizard forces in the south have joined forces to open the rune ban in the core area of the ancient Court of Mirrors, but this core area, after preliminary exploration, is roughly divided into 3 layers. In order to reasonably allocate manpower, these 3 layers will be explored by young wizards of different levels and strengths, which are the so-called first battlefield, second battlefield, and third battlefield. Among them, the first battlefield has the highest degree of danger and the highest difficulty of exploration, so those who are qualified to enter are the strongest and most outstanding genius elites of the 6 major wizard forces. I originally wanted to strive to enter the first battlefield, but unfortunately I ran into Orion in the first round of the competition, so I guess I can only go to the second battlefield. The arrangement of the Ringmaster Costi for you should also be the second battlefield. Although the third battlefield is less dangerous, it is almost worthless for you to experience it. As a veteran Ring of Magic genius, Clemens has been in the Silver Ring of Magic for much longer than Ronan, and knows and has been exposed to far more things than Ronan. The two simply sat down at the long table, and Balby brought tea and snacks with a smile, seeming to be very happy to see the harmonious scene of the two people's warm communication. 2 days later, a magnificent and strange energy fluctuation slowly emanated from the metal ring above the Silver Ring of Magic, spreading to the entire Ring of Magic. The young wizards who were inspired walked out from under the 7 silver white towers one after another, like some stars of fire, gathering at the bottom of the metal ring. At the same time as the energy fluctuations were emanating, 3 extremely huge magic airships gradually swam out from the center of the metal ring, like 3 huge metal silver fish, emitting bright blue light all over their bodies, quietly floating in the sky. In the 7th Ring of Magic, at the top of the silver white tower, 2 figures rode the breeze and flew out side by side. One of the figures was probably in his early 20s, with a thin face and average looks, but his lapis lazuli eyes were quite bright, adding a lot of charm to him. The other one was much younger than him, with a more outstanding appearance, a slender and well-proportioned figure, white hair and blue eyes, and a mysterious and elegant temperament like a wizard aristocrat. It was Clemens and Ronan who walked out together after receiving the signal that the Mirror Court secret realm was about to open. You should have memorized all the information I gave you, right? Clemens led Ronan towards the direction of the 3 giant magic airships, and told him, "Those are all rare and precious items that have been discovered in the Mirror Court secret realm space before. You should understand them clearly enough. When you explore, you will know which items are of high value and worth fighting for." Ronan nodded. He and Clemens chatted in Costi's study for 2 days, and they could already be considered friends. Clemens' personality was still good. Not only did he popularize a lot of knowledge to him, but he also specially compiled a treasure list of the Mirror Court for him. Although it is impossible to fully include all the information about the things that will be encountered in the next exploration, a large part of it has been summarized. Exploring with a purpose is much more efficient than wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly. The two gradually approached the huge metal ring that is the iconic building of the Circle of Law and stopped. Like them, there were also a large number of fellow wizards from the Seven Rings Tower who were inspired. Almost all of them were at the late stage of level 1, and there were also many wizards at level 2 or above. Ronan roughly counted and found that there were about 300 people in total. A lot of people, Ronan said in a low voice. Clemens heard a sigh and shook his head. A lot? When you meet the people from the other 5 major forces, you will know what is really a lot. This time, the number of places our Circle of Law got is still relatively small, especially the qualifications for the first and second battlefields. Compared with the other wizard forces, the Circle of Law is still a little behind in overall strength and foundation. It is estimated that it can only rank 4th or 5th among the 6 major forces. Ronan did not speak, his eyes were attracted by the crowd in one direction. It was a small group of wizards with a total of about 10 people. Each of them was at least at the late stage of level 2, and each of them was powerful. They were outstanding in both appearance and temperament, and were not inferior to Clemens standing next to him. When so many young and outstanding wizards gathered together, the aura they naturally carried became more eye-catching, attracting the attention of almost all the wizards who came, and directly became the center and focus of this crowd. In front of these 10 or so true prodigies of heaven, there stood quietly a tall and dazzling young man. The light he exuded alone overshadowed all the auras of the 10 or so level 2 prodigies behind him. He had a handsome face, and his short golden hair shone in the sunlight flowing golden threads. His silver-white eyes were like a deep and quiet lake, with mysterious light emitting from them all the time. He exuded the incomparable huge mental power fluctuations of a level 3 formal wizard, which was the aura of 4 brilliant suns superimposed together. Ronan narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure of the young third-level wizard, feeling his demeanor. Then he heard Clemens whisper in his ear, "Did you see that? That's Orion. It is said that his soul age is not more than 50 years old." Chapter 147 Mirror Lake, Gathering. Less than 50 years old, a third-level wizard. In the long lifespan of a third-level wizard, which is measured in hundreds of years, this time is not even 1/10 of the total length. In a small wizarding place like Hoddam College, stepping into the mist before the age of 50 and being promoted to first-level official wizard can be considered a person with good soul qualifications, diligence and wizard talent. If you can become a second-level official wizard before the age of 50, you will be an absolute wizard genius. Even in the 7th ring, there are not many wizards who can achieve such an achievement. According to Clemens himself, his soul age is 42 years old. He is already the first person in the history of the 7th ring. He has been promoted to the late stage of the 2nd level for some time, but he still does not have the confidence to use the next 8 years to complete the remaining journey of the 2nd level wizard and be promoted to the 3rd level. Orion became a level 3 wizard longer than he entered the late level 2. Orion's title of 4-color metal wizard has been resounding in the Silver Ring and the genius wizard circles of wizard forces at the same level as the Silver Ring for many years. These thoughts flowed through Ronan's mind, and then he recalled what Clemens had mentioned to him about the true meaning of the inheritance of the Silver Ring. Before, he had always thought that the Silver Ring relied on the rune, silverization, to support the reputation of the Silver Metal School. After Clemens' explanation, he realized that things were not that simple. What really made the Silver Ring qualified to be among the 6 major wizard forces in the South was actually the inheritance of the composite spell that combined the metal system and the element system. It also involves the support of energy particles of different systems when casting spells. This composite spell and energy system spells such as energy missile are 2 completely different concepts. The general energy spells have no requirements for the type and distribution of energy particles that make up the spells, but the former is just the opposite. The sophistication of the composite spell model is far beyond that of the general single-series spells, and the difficulty of casting is increased exponentially. The core composite spell inheritance of the Silver Ring mainly comes from part of the inheritance of the legendary wizard spirit, and the crystallization of the common wisdom of the 7 ring masters. The combination of metal and elemental systems is far more powerful than the power of general single-series universal spells, but the difficulty of practicing is also much greater than that of general spells. Only 3rd-level wizards are truly qualified to learn. So far, among the younger generation of wizards in the entire Silver Ring, only Arian has been exposed to this part of the core inheritance system. And according to Clemens, Arian's talent in spells is also extremely outstanding. He should have also comprehended the extraordinary domain and may even have a domain resonance, which is much stronger than the ordinary extraordinary domain. Ronan was thinking about all this silently, and suddenly saw one of the 3 giant magic airships under the huge metal ring light up strongly, followed by a group of top magic circle genius wizards led by Arian, who were preparing to go to the first battlefield of the Mirror Court secret realm, flying towards the airship and boarding the ship one after another. 2 figures flew through the sky, their bodies emitting dazzling spiritual light, making it difficult to see their specific appearance, but their identities could be guessed. They should be 2 ringmasters. The 2 landed on the airship together, and they were the strong ones leading the team. Ronan recognized one of them from the outlines of the 2 people, and it seemed that Kosti had taken a special look at them when he boarded the airship. Clemens also clearly felt it, and suddenly said, "I now suspect that the fact that I encountered the invincible Arian in the first round of the internal exchange competition was probably a deliberate arrangement by Ringmaster Kosti. She also wants to protect you." "Yes, she does." Clemens shook his head and corrected Ronan's statement in an emphasizing tone. Then he looked at Ronan helplessly and speechlessly, and sighed softly. "Kosti was a little worried about letting you go to the second battlefield alone to train, and deliberately asked me to accompany you. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to let the first echelon of candidates who were qualified to go to the first battlefield not have even a wizard of the 7th ring. This is not a matter of shame or not." Ronan fell silent, and finally just uttered one sentence, "You think too much, Clemens." Clemens did not comment, and turned his face away without looking at him. Woo-woo, the magic airship made a huge humming sound that shook the air, like a luxurious and mysterious silver whale, breaking through the heavy clouds and swimming slowly and quickly in the vast clouds. Kosti, wearing a robe with complicated golden patterns, stood quietly at a place on the highest floor of the airship. Her long black hair fell to her ankles like a waterfall. Her skin was as bright and white as moonlight, and her facial features were delicate. Her eyes were blue and purple. She was like a dignified, elegant, noble and beautiful goddess, exuding a charming light that could not be ignored. At least more than half of the young wizards on the airship deck below were secretly watching Kosti, including 2 female wizards of the same kind. A figure in a luxurious robe walked up slowly from behind Kosti and gently called her name. Kosti turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a strange appearance. The man's hair was mostly chestnut, with many silver-gray metallic hairs in the middle. He was handsome, but there was a trace of damage and corrosion on his right cheek and eye. There was no eyeball in the eye socket, but a golden pocket watch was embedded in it. From time to time, tiny transparent runes jumped out on the dial, which looked deep and mysterious. "Kirsty." The middle-aged man with a golden pocket watch eye walked to Kirsty's side, stood side by side with her at the bow, and asked her in a gentle tone, "Why didn't you see anyone from the 7th ring this time? I heard that you recently discovered a talented kid with the blood of an ancient wizard, and Clemens, who is also fully qualified to explore the first core secret realm. He is still very weak, and has just been promoted to the 2nd level. His combat power is all supported by his bloodline. The first core secret realm is not suitable for him. As for Clemens..." Kosti pondered for a moment and whispered, "Carol specially transferred him to the 2nd core secret realm, and for this, Karani gave him a piece of Earth core crystal as compensation. Did Karani deliberately transfer Clemens to the 2nd echelon?" The middle-aged man in the luxurious robe frowned slightly, and the rune light of the golden pocket watch in his eye sockets jumped quickly. "Yes, he is responsible for leading the exploration of the 2nd core area. Maybe he has some other plans and needs Clemens." Kosti replied. The middle-aged man nodded, and did not continue on this topic. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at the group of ring geniuses on the deck below with Kosti. The 2 of them focused their attention on a young man with short blonde hair and dazzling light. From time to time, the middle-aged man's eyes would reveal emotions such as appreciation, satisfaction, and admiration, while Kosti looked at the young man's back, and her eyes were filled with some memories. "Arian has grown so fast. When he first asked me for alchemy knowledge, he had just been promoted to level 2, as if it was yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he is almost at the same level as us." The middle-aged man sighed. The blood talent of the Sylvester family is perfectly reflected in him. Although he is less than 50 years old, his foundation is as solid as those old wizards who have studied hard for 300 or 400 years. In this exploration of the Mirror Court, I am very optimistic that he can compete with the Twin Stars of the Thunder Council and the Scarlet Tower. Kosti listened to the middle-aged man's words silently, But his mind seemed to be completely not on Arian. Instead, when the other party finished sighing, he suddenly said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the topic. It has been 121 years since the mirror court was discovered. The middle-aged man was stunned and turned to look at her. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered, "Are you thinking of Shelby again? Every night when the stars disappear, I will think of him." If the mirror court could have been discovered a year earlier, would he not have left the circle of magic to find the so-called path to higher level? No, you are wrong, Costi. The middle-aged man shook his head. Shelby's character determines that he will never stay in one place for too long. Nothing in this world can bind him. What he yearns for is not just power, but also everything he wants but has never gotten. Whether the mirror court exists or not, he will leave us. Costi was silent for a while, and finally whispered, "But I can't wait any longer. The soul lamp he left for me when he left is almost extinguished. At the latest, 10 years, I must leave the circle of magic to trace the footsteps he once walked until I find him." The middle-aged man stopped talking. The golden pocket watch in his eye socket made a slight clicking sound. After a long time, he slowly let out a long sigh. "It's time for us to board the ship," Clemens reminded Ronan, and took the lead to fly to the second giant magic airship that began to glow. Ronan also received a message from the magic circle at the same time. He was indeed included in the list of explorers in the second battlefield. The number of wizards in the second batch going to the mirror court was much larger than the first batch, but it was still scarce compared to the entire base. Ronan calculated that, including him, there were only 36 people in the silver magic circle who were qualified to board the second magic airship, averaging only 5 people per magic circle. In addition to him and Clemens, only one person was recruited from the 7th magic circle. He was a magic circle genius who ranked after Clemens. Even Lanny was not qualified to go, and they were all included in the third battlefield. It can be imagined that the exploration action opened in the mirror court secret realm this time was of high standards. The stricter the division, the more protection for the wizards under the major forces. Those members of the first, second, and even third rings will miss the chance to enter the first group, and will have to wait until the second or even third group to have a chance to enter the core area of the mirror court to explore. Ronan received a lot of extra attention as usual when he boarded the ship with Clemens. His apparent strength has always been a hard flaw, always making him feel like a husky mixed with wolves. Only wizards of the 7th ring know his details. After the trial selection battle, he became famous in the 7th ring city. But it is limited to the 7th ring city. Few people outside the 7th ring city have heard of him. This is also related to the fact that the strength of the 7th ring is ranked at the bottom of the ring. If he became famous in the first ring, perhaps the other 6 rings would also know. The leader of the second giant magic airship is also a ringmaster. He is wrapped in a majestic energy field. Ronan cannot see his specific appearance, but can only feel that he is a man with a burly figure that is different from ordinary people. The second magic airship also started up soon. The boat body burst into dazzling light, suddenly blurred and twisted, and then broke into the sky and flew quickly in one direction. Ronan was slightly surprised that it was in the opposite direction of the direction that Orion and others had left before. Then Clemens explained, "There are 3 entrances to the core area of the mirror court. We used 3 Nirvana keys to finally find the entrance to the deepest part of the core. We are going to one of them now, and the location is far away from the other 2. Ronan understood. This is also a routine operation for the mirror court, which specializes in space magic. In terms of space, there is no real difference in position or sense of distance. 2 doors in different places are pushed open and found to be the same place after entering. It's normal. This is definitely the fastest magic airship Ronan has ever taken, worthy of being one of the foundations of the Silver Ring. After only flying for less than 2 hours, the airship slowed down and finally stopped over a super huge lake. If Ronan had not had excellent eyesight and could vaguely see the edge of the lake, he would have almost identified it as the sea. Mirror Lake. The entire sea-like lake was without any waves or ripples. The lake's surface was a strange light silver color. There were living creatures, but they all lived below the water surface and could not escape. It was as if they were looking at the world inside through a mirror. After the airship stopped, no one notified them to get off the boat. Ronan and Clemens stood on the edge of the boat and looked in other directions. There were not only 1 airships parked in this mirror lake, but 3, from different wizard forces. Black Nightmare Swamp, Thorn Palace, Molten Crystal Lake. Clemens pointed out the three wizard forces with obvious characteristics to Ronan with his hands. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Why don't I see the wizards from the Scarlet Tower in the Thunder Council?" Ronan's eyes kept moving on the airships of the three wizard forces, and most of the time he stayed on the Black Nightmare Swamp. Because Angel is now a member of the Black Nightmare Swamp, he certainly can't miss this exploration, but he doesn't know if he will be in the second battlefield. The wizard ship in the Black Nightmare Swamp has a very obvious dark wizard style. The whole ship seems to be made up of countless bones of different sizes. The bow is a giant skull of an unknown creature. Black smoke billows out of the whole ship, and even the light of the rune array is dark green. Chapter 148, Entry, Betting and Scheming. When the wizard of the Silver Ring of Magic was looking at the other three wizard forces, the wizards of the other three parties were also paying attention to the Ring of Magic. After the airship stopped, the ringmaster level figure in charge of leading the team of the Silver Ring of Magic left the airship, and powerful wizards also flew out from the airships of the other three wizard forces. A bold wizard in a golden robe walked out of the airship of Molten Crystal Lake. There were bright flame patterns on his head. He held a black staff made of burning stone. The top of the staff was embedded with an orange gold crystal, which looked instantly luxurious. The leader of the Thorn Palace was a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a robe and a long dress that seemed to be woven from plant fibers. Her long hair hung down to her waist like vines, mixed with some brightly colored small flowers and leaves. The skin of the female wizard of the Thorn Palace was green, the kind of healthy and full green. Her hands were empty, and she always had a smile on her lips, giving people a bright feeling like sunshine and rain. Compared to them, the wizard leading the Black Nightmare Swamp was at the other extreme. It was impossible to see his face clearly, as his features were completely obscured by a mask filled with all kinds of strange feathers. His robes were also very strange, with a pure black base and many strange white stripes. When the wind blew over them, they looked like creeping worms. He exuded a strong dark and evil aura. As the only black-robed wizard force on the scene, the Black Nightmare Swamp was obviously the most feared, and the other three magic airships were all far away from it. The four powerful wizards gathered together, and the light of the rune array enveloped them, and they seemed to be discussing something. Ronan heard Clemens talking. It seems that the people from the Scarlet Tower in the Thunder Council will not come to the second battlefield, and it is estimated that they will not join the third battlefield either. Don't they look down on the resources of these two battlefields? Ronan asked casually. Clemens shook his head. No, on the contrary, they always want the most. The Scarlet Tower and the Thunder Council are the two most powerful of the 6 southern wizard forces. They also took out the Nifa key that opened the core secret realm of the Mirror Court this time. I guess the 6 major forces must have reached some agreement, and the Scarlet Tower and the Thunder Council will focus their main efforts on the exploration of the first battlefield. Clemens thought, from this point of view, it is a good thing that I failed to enter the first step. The top wizard geniuses under these two forces have always been one level stronger than us. They are all monsters. It is difficult for ordinary wizard geniuses to compete with them. Their self-confidence will be destroyed. Only monsters like Orion dare to confront them head-on. So exaggerated. Ronan frowned. It was hard to imagine such words coming from Clemens. Once upon a time, he was also a figure standing at the top of the younger generation of wizards in the 7th ring. Whether in terms of talent or strength, he formed a fault-like gap with the second-ranked wizard. Clemens shook his head and didn't explain much. At this time, the 4 leading wizards who had gathered in the sky for a discussion separated and returned to their own airships. Ronan only saw what the leading wizard looked like at this moment. He was a rough-looking, short-bearded, heroic man. From the faint noises coming from the surroundings, it seemed to be the ringmaster of the 3rd magic ring. The 3rd ringmaster who led the team called everyone to get off the boat, stayed in the air, and then began to guide everyone to sign a soul contract. Ronan listened carefully and found that the content of the contract was probably about never keeping the gains from the secret realm privately. While he was thinking about something, a ring with a striking color and no patterns was thrown in front of him. Ronan reached out to catch it and found that it was a space storage ring, and the storage space inside was less than half of the one in his hand. After entering the Mirror Court, anything you obtain can only be put into this ring. After you come out, you must hand it in. If you lose it, you will be deprived of all the rewards for this exploration. The majestic 3rd ringmaster warned each of the ring wizards expressionlessly. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he felt that this meant to distribute the harvest uniformly. He asked Clemens, who nodded and said, "This is the case for every joint exploration. Generally, the harvest you obtain will be divided into 3 parts. You keep one for yourself, hand one over to the ring, and the other is distributed to all the wizard forces participating in the operation according to the strength of each force and the contribution made in the operation. For individual wizards, there will be extra rewards for outstanding performance. In addition to the ring, the other 3 wizard forces are also following this process." Ronan took this opportunity to look at the 3 wizards who walked out of the airship one by one: the Molten Crystal Lake wizard in the red robe, the Thorn Palace wizard in the green robe, and the Black Nightmare Swamp wizard in the black robe. Most of the faces he saw were quite young, powerful and high-spirited. All of them were talented elites from all sides. Most of them exuded spiritual power fluctuations of the late 2nd level, a few of them were in the middle 2nd level, and Ronan, who was in the early 2nd level, was still unique. He didn't see Angel. Ronan couldn't tell whether he was happy or disappointed. The last time he saw Angel, his strength seemed to be in the late 2nd level. With Angel's talent, he was able to cross the border and kill the 2nd level wizard at the 1st level wizard stage. He must not be an ordinary person, and it was reasonable for him to go to the first battlefield. Just thinking about it, Ronan suddenly felt that the crystal containing the blood of the ancient frost hydra inserted in his heart moved slightly. Under the intense pain, he felt something in his heart, and his eyes quickly locked onto a figure. It was in the direction of the Molten Crystal Lake, a young figure wearing a red robe, with hair blown by the wind like a swaying flame. When he looked at it, the latter seemed to have sensed it and turned his head to look at him. Ronan saw a pair of rare orange eyes, which seemed to contain a lot of fiery passion. He remembered it deeply and then quickly retracted his gaze. "Igor, what's wrong?" Among the group of wizards in Molten Crystal Lake, a young man with a hint of indifference and hostility between his eyebrows glanced sharply in a certain direction. Hearing the question from the person next to him, he retracted his gaze and shook his head coldly. "Nothing, I just feel like there are bugs spying on me." The questioner was silent for a while, and then said, "Lord Ignatius asked me to tell you before leaving. In this exploration, you can release part of the power of your bloodline without killing anyone." The young man with orange eyes heard this, and a strange and cruel smile appeared on his face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Can we finally set a fire?" The preparations for the 4 parties were completed, and the 4 leaders gathered together again, followed by the beautiful 3rd-level female wizard of the Thorn Palace, stepped out and sang softly to the mirror lake below. A light purple flower grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye on her chest. The petals opened one by one, and then a key with the length of an index finger and emitting golden light emerged from it. There were no bumps or patterns on the handle of the key, but a golden beam of light shot out and sank straight into the mirror lake. With the entry of the golden beam of light, the tranquility of the silver lake was immediately broken. The lake surface, which was originally as smooth as a mirror, began to have ripples. Then the ripples increased and soon turned into a huge silver vortex. Powerful energy fluctuations came out of the vortex, causing a strong wind and blowing the hems of the robes of many wizards in the field. "Go in." No one knew who gave the order, and wizards from all 4 forces began to step into the vortex one after another. Ronan followed closely behind Clemens. When he got close to the vortex, he looked down and found that it was unusually calm. There was a shimmering light flashing, and there was some almost invisible gray smoke lingering around the entrance of the vortex. At this time, the wizards from the Thorn Palace were in front of them to enter the secret realm. Ronan saw with his own eyes that a handsome green-robed male wizard accidentally bumped into a ball of gray smoke. As a result, in a few blinks of an eye, the whole person aged rapidly at a jaw-dropping speed. The male wizard screamed in fear and flew desperately out of the vortex, attracting many people to stop and watch. "Don't stop, keep going in." A cold and majestic voice sounded in his ears, urging the stopped people to continue. Ronan saw that the strangely aged green-robed male wizard was quickly wrapped in a ball of green light by the leader of the Thorn Palace, and then sent into the magic airship. I guess he used some special means to hide his true soul age. Clemens shook his head beside Ronan and commented, "Almost every time the ancient secret realm is opened, there are guys who try to have a fluke mentality in the face of the time curse. Generally, souls over 80 years old will be affected by the time curse. Just now, the guy's lifespan was lost like that, and his soul age must be at least over 120 years old. Is this the time curse?" Ronan's eyes fluctuated. Binigo had told him about the time curse a long time ago, But it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes, which really made people feel palpitating. For us, it won't affect us, don't worry too much. After Clemens finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Ronan deeply, and then whispered, "Then, Damien. See you in the mirror court." After speaking, he moved down and quietly drilled into the shimmering light. Ronan was slightly touched, took a step forward, gently smashed a few wisps of gray smoke, and crashed into the vortex. It seemed as long as a century. In fact, it was only a short moment. Ronan's feet touched the hard ground, and his first reaction was to feel a little tired, probably because of the sequelae of the time curse. However, as the vitality ball in his body washed away, the tiredness disappeared immediately. He opened his eyes, wanting to see what the legendary Mirror Court's core secret realm looked like. After seeing it clearly, he was stunned and surprised. What appeared in front of Ronan was a small room of only about 70 or 80 square meters. A simple small room. There was no one in the room except him. When the last molten crystal lake wizard disappeared in the vortex, the huge silver vortex also slowly disappeared. The huge mirror lake returned to calm. The green-robed female wizard who had been controlling the key of Nepha put away the key, but her hand did not stop casting spells, and she directly recited another long and strange spell. As she chanted the spell, the spiritual power of a powerful wizard at the late third level surged out, and dozens or even hundreds of semi-transparent ripples began to appear in the void on the surface of the mirror lake. The ripples spread, and pictures appeared in the middle. There was a figure in each picture. If you look closely, you will find that it was the young wizards from the Four Forces who had just entered the secret realm. The black ring distributed to everyone before the exploration is not only for storage. It also has the function of exploring the scene in the secret realm and monitoring the behavior of the explorers. In these pictures presented like water mirrors, the environment where the exploring wizards are located, some are in the bedroom, some are standing on the strange mirror stairs, and some appear in the empty corridor. Everyone in the picture is looking around cautiously and curiously. Occasionally, when someone meets and bumps into each other, the independent water mirror pictures of the two people will also approach each other and merge into a larger piece. "Whew," the green-robed female wizard exhaled lightly. After finishing everything, she seemed to relax. There are 3 entrances found in the mirror court. The first area leads directly to the core inheritance area. The third area leads to the magic potion garden and experimental field of the ancient mirror court wizards. As for the second entrance on our side, it should correspond to the living area of the mirror court wizards. The green-robed female wizard muttered to herself, and then turned her attention to the other 2. Molten Crystal Lake. The bald wizard holding the burning stone staff narrowed his eyes, twitched his lips slightly, and then seemed to start communicating with someone. The third-level wizard wearing a feather mask in the Black Nightmare Swamp stood still, but the heroic middle-aged man on the side of the magic circle did not even look at the 3 people, and walked straight to his own magic airship. He sat down directly in the air above the airship, closed his eyes, and seemed to be thinking or meditating. This behavior lasted for a while, and then was interrupted. "Carney." A gentle voice called the heroic man's name. The man opened his eyes and saw the green-robed witch who had been responsible for opening the secret realm. She had appeared in front of him with a smile. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Are you interested in chatting?" The heroic man's face showed no emotion. He nodded and said, "This exploration will probably last for a long time." The green-robed witch quickly took out some strangely shaped and fragrant fruits and threw them in the air in front of the 2 of them. She floated in the air and then took out 2 wine bottles with slender necks and handed one to Carney. "They're starting again." The green-robed witch took the wine bottle and took a sip in an elegant manner. She glanced to the side and said softly to the heroic man Carney. Chapter 149 Exploration, Harvest, Space Energy Beads. Kironi followed the green-robed female wizard's gaze and saw the bald wizard of Molten Crystal Lake and the black-robed wizard with a feather mask from Black Nightmare Swamp standing side by side, facing the many water screens suspended above the mirror lake, talking in low voices. Soon, the 2 of them took out something, and then drew rune traces in the air, as if they were signing a contract. Kironi naturally knew what they were doing. This was almost a reserved entertainment item for the 2 every time they met. A small betting game to compare the performance of their wizards in the exploration. For these powerful wizards who are standing at the top of the 3rd level and are about to step out of the fog, there must be something that can arouse their interest in the long life to kill the boring time. "Aren't you going to join?" The green-robed witch bit a brightly colored fruit and said to Karani, "They don't mind having 2 more people participate. If you want, I can join." "Forget it." Karani shook his head, took a sip from the bottle in his hand, and said, "You know I've never been interested in this kind of game. I'm not as confident as they are. We, the French Ring, have not been rooted in the South for a long time, and our foundation is still a little lacking after all. But it's too boring to just wait like this." The green-robed witch sighed softly, as if she really wanted Karani to participate in this gambling game. Karani knew the character of the person in front of her very well. She was restless and adventurous, and was full of interest in any exciting and challenging things, but she lacked enough courage, so she hoped someone could accompany her. "If you really want to." Karani thought for a moment and made a suggestion, "We can play a little bit, but the stakes can't be too high, you know." "Great, Karani." The green-robed witch readily agreed before Karani finished speaking. "To be honest, I've been waiting for you to say this. Molten Crystal Lake and Black Nightmare Swamp are much stronger than both of us. The chances of winning the bet against them are too small. We are evenly matched opponents." Karani glanced at the excited green-robed witch speechlessly, and then the two agreed on the stakes and signed the contract. After everything was settled, the green-robed witch couldn't wait to lift her skirt and get close to the water curtains on the mirror lake, staring at the figures of the magic ring wizards on the screen, muttering something in her mouth, as if she was quickly calculating her chances of winning in this bet. Looking at the other party's back, Karani's eyes flickered slightly, and she calmly took out a communication stone and laid it gently. "Well, did she agree?" "Yes. I specifically added the star spirit orchid seeds and reproductive flower juice you wanted to the bet. The wizards of the Thorn Palace have always regarded these 2 things as their lives. Without this method, they would never take them out." "Well done, Karani. I have asked Orion to keep an eye out for the things you want when exploring. If there are none in the mirror court, I will compensate you separately. The point is, are you sure that your arrangements can successfully win this bet?" "Valina from the 2nd ring, and Clemens from the 7th ring. They are all seeds from the 1st echelon. They may not be very competitive against the geniuses of Molten Crystal Lake and Black Nightmare Swamp, but just wanting to win over the Thorn Palace's manpower in the 2nd area. It shouldn't be a big problem." Karani put down the communication stone in his hand, fixed his eyes on 2 of the water screens in front of him, and then took out 2 brand new communication stones from the storage ring and began to inject information into the communication stones respectively. Ronan looked around the room in front of him. In the center was a black high-legged 4-poster bed with translucent gray curtains. A silver candlestick was placed on the bedside table next to it. On the walls on both sides were heavy velvet curtains on one side and delicate brocade tapestries on the other. The color of the tapestries had faded a little, and there were some patterns that Ronan could not understand. Next to the 4-poster bed was a white desk. The surface of the desk was bare, with a few feather pens scattered around, and it seemed that there were a few open notebooks or books. In addition, there were a few gray wardrobes, 2 empty shelves, and a silver dressing mirror embedded in the wall column. There was nothing else. This seemed to be a bedroom for people to rest. It was completely different from what Ronan had expected, which was a bizarre, ancient wonder, and murderous scene. A slight energy fluctuation came from the space ring. Ronan took out a communication stone and clicked it, and Clement's voice came from it. "Ronan, are you okay?" "Very good, the surroundings are very peaceful." Ronan responded. "Where's Darby? Can you hear me?" I'm fine here too." A calm but slightly unfamiliar voice responded. It was another 7th ring wizard besides the 2 of them, with a higher ranking, just behind Clemens. Before the 3 of them came in, they exchanged communication marks with each other. Then explore separately, and remember to contact each other in time if there is any situation. "If we can meet up, it would be great." Clemens cut off the communication. Ronan didn't care. After entering the secret realm, the 3 of them didn't know where they were sent to. It was not easy to meet up. It could only rely on luck. Just as he was about to put away the communication stone, Ronan found that Clemens had sent another message, and his tone of voice was much more serious this time. "Damien, be careful of people from other forces you meet in the secret realm. Generally speaking, plundering fellow wizards in the secret realm is a tacitly accepted behavior. It is even regarded as a more advanced way of harvesting. Of course, the premise is that your strength is strong enough. I just got the news that the internal struggle in this exploration may be more intense. Be careful. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he put away the communication stone, ignoring everything else and focusing on the room in front of him. He walked to several shelves and wardrobes first. There was a thin layer of dust on the empty shelves, and the wardrobe was also empty. Ronan tapped the cabinet door with his fingers, and then walked to the desk, picked up the scattered papers and notes on the desk and looked at them. They were all blank, without any handwriting. They should have been erased by magic. It can be seen that the owner of this room should have left quite calmly, packed up everything, and did not intend to leave anything for the later people. Ronan spread his mental power, and with his keen insight, he carefully explored the entire room. In the end, he only found a palm-sized cloth bag in a small secret compartment at the foot of the bed, which contained some herbal powder and a flat metal box. Under the erosion of time, the herbal powder had long turned into dust. The metal box contained an unknown black ointment, which still had a slightly pungent smell. Probably something that the owner of the room had forgotten here. Ronan silently put the two things away, and waited until the exploration was over, and someone would naturally come to identify their value after leaving. After exploring the entire room, Ronan planned to leave, but he didn't find any door after searching around. While he was wondering, he glanced at the silver dressing mirror on the wall and realized it. I almost forgot. This is in the mirror court. Ronan walked to the dressing mirror and easily found a row of rune traces on the edge of the mirror frame. After writing them down one by one, he slowly injected his mental power into them. After activating 5 or 6 runes in a row, there was no response. When the last rune was tried, ripples like water waves appeared on the mirror in front of him. Ronan took a light step forward and appeared in a long and narrow corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were also bare, with traces of things hanging on them. Ronan kept his mental power scattered, pressed his fingers on the wall, and stroked the wall as he walked. After walking for more than 10 steps, he finally found a straight and shallow dent on a wall. He explored it a little and finally successfully opened a portal leading to the inner room on the dent. He pulled the state to the maximum, remained alert and stepped in. What appeared in front of him was another room that was not much different from the previous one. After a moment, Ronan walked out of this room and continued to explore. He continued the previous operation and explored 5 or 6 rooms in a row, but found nothing. Ronan couldn't say how disappointed he was. No risk also means no gain. Many things in this world are equal. After searching the 7th room, he planned to leave using the mirror passage that must exist in the room. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the room this time, what appeared in front of him was no longer a narrow and monotonous white corridor. He appeared at the entrance of a small garden with a fountain. A low fence enclosed a beautiful milky white house. Behind it was a gravel path with green plants on both sides, leading to the unknown. The entrance was no longer visible. Ronan was not surprised but happy. It was a bit different. He stood outside the fence and looked around the garden inside. At first glance, this garden was quite similar to the mysterious garden secret realm he had entered many times before. There were also rattan tables and chairs in the garden, 2 unknown fruit trees, and a swing hanging. However, there was nothing on the tables and chairs, and everything in the garden looked much more real. It should be because no one had taken care of it for a long time. The weeds were overgrown, and the space for the flowers to survive had been completely taken away by the weeds. Ronan stepped into the garden lightly, ready to deal with attacks from the transparent distorted humanoid. But until he walked around the entire garden, nothing happened, and he didn't run into any hidden space teleportation array. Not every mirror garden wizard has the same bad taste as the owner of the mysterious garden, Ronan thought to himself, turning towards the house. He walked smoothly around the fountain and came to the door of the milky white house. Before entering, he politely knocked on the door twice. Of course, no one answered. Pushing the door in, the scene inside was still very ordinary. Living room, dining room, kitchen, and there were several plates filled with things next to the oven by the window. Ronan walked up to the plate. The food on the plate had already weathered into slag, and there were some silver tableware that had not been packed yet. Ronan's eyes lit up slightly. Turning around, he looked at the whole house from his angle. He quickly sketched a picture in his mind. The owner of the house was entertaining guests, and he had baked delicious food for this purpose. But before they could enjoy their food, something happened. The people sitting on the sofa and chairs got up in a hurry and left. The owner of this house did not seem to be as calm as the owners of the rooms he had met before. He seemed a little hurried. Haste meant that something might be missed, and Ronan might have the chance to gain something. Ronan acted quickly, first carefully inspecting all the corners of the first floor. This floor was probably a pure living area, without any magic props or magic materials left. Of course, Ronan's main target was also the second floor. He walked upstairs step by step along the almost rotten wooden floor, making a creaking sound under his feet. The air on the second floor was a little turbid, and there was a faint pungent smell of decay. Ronan quickened his pace. When he stepped onto the second floor, he saw a messy laboratory in front of him, with crystal vessels and glass bottles and jars that had not been cleaned up in time, and transparent debris on the ground. On a broken stone slab directly opposite Ronan, some runes were slowly jumping. He walked up quickly and saw that the runes, which were so dim that they were almost exhausted, were constantly forming some twisted and scattered words on the remaining corner of the broken stone slab. Failure. Taboo experiment terminated. Ka. Noth. Ronan tried hard to identify the words on the stone slab and recorded all the words that appeared. For a while, he couldn't piece together any valuable information. At this time, where he was standing, there were a lot of broken pieces of stone slabs scattered under his feet. This should be just an ordinary spell prop used for recording. It was not worth taking away, so it was destroyed manually. But because the destruction was not thorough enough, some of the content that was once recorded on the stone slab reappeared under the urging of the disordered rune array. Ronan directly put away all the remaining stone slabs, and then began to sweep the things on the surrounding experimental tables. Unexpectedly, he really found some valuable materials. A box of refined energy stones. It can also be called energy orbs. There are about 20 pieces, large and small, with various attributes, colorful, like a box of beautiful glass balls. In fact, it is to extract a single energy and condense it into a crystal bead using special technical means. To extract a high-purity energy stone, a large amount of high-level magic stones are needed, and it may not be successful. This is an extremely luxurious alchemical method, and the alchemical experiments that use such expensive materials are usually quite advanced. It can be inferred that the owner of this small house should be of high strength. At least in the alchemical experiments that the second-level wizard is qualified to try, materials such as energy beads are not used. The most valuable in this box of energy stones are 3 space energy beads. Space energy beads can be used to build artificial secret spaces, such as the miniature secret space of Binigo. So far, the entire South has no technology like refining space energy and refining it into space energy beads. The 3 space energy beads in Ronan's hand are worth a lot of money. It's been so long since I left the Mirror Garden, but the energy in these beads hasn't been lost much. They are still abundant and pure. The refiner's technique is quite advanced, and he is a master alchemist. Ronan sighed silently in his heart, and then put away this harvest. Chapter 150, Space Spirit, Dawn Instruments. Ronan continued to check along the circular laboratory table. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a groove whose color and material were out of tune with the surrounding laboratory tables. As he walked closer, the pungent and rancid smell at the tip of his nose gradually became stronger. In fact, the smell was not that obvious. Because of his body training, Ronan's sense of smell was far superior to that of an ordinary second-level wizard. He smelled the smell when he just went up to the second floor. It turned out that it was emitted from this place. The rough black groove embedded in the pure white and delicate laboratory table was very conspicuous and abrupt. There was some dark green viscous liquid residue in the black sink, lightly covering a corner of the sink. Judging from the large green marks on the inner wall of the sink, these unknown liquids should have filled the entire sink, but they slowly disappeared over time, leaving only this little bit in front of him. Is it a waste pool for processing experimental waste? Ronan looked at the sink in front of him and made a judgment. He had seen similar things beside Binigo's potion and alchemy lab tables. The waste pool usually contains specially prepared highly corrosive energy potions that could dissolve most of the experimental waste. Ronan hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and shot out several silver metal filaments made of nightmare tungsten steel from his fingertips, which were immersed in the dark green liquid in the sink and stirred carefully. The metal wires and the dark green liquid made a hissing sound when they touched, and a faint green smoke rose. Ronan frowned, and could sense that the nightmare tungsten steel was being consumed rapidly. In just such a short period of time, the amount consumed was almost catching up with the amount he used to cast metal spells with the nightmare tungsten steel to fight against others. You have to know that this is the nightmare tungsten steel after being blessed by silverization. The corrosiveness of the liquid in the waste pool in front of him is much stronger than he imagined. It is estimated that it is at least a third-level existence. Just when Ronan was about to retract the wire, click, something seemed to be touched by the wire under the dark green liquid. Ronan's expression changed, and he quickly manipulated the wire to catch the thing he had found. He had originally just planned to try his luck, wondering if there would be anything left in the waste tank of the ancient Mirror Court Wizard's experiment, which might have some research value, and he could give it to Benigo as a souvenir for this exploration. Unexpectedly, he really caught something. The thing he fished out of the waste pool was an irregularly shaped black metal ring, with pits and pits on the surface, and the ring body was almost broken. There was a small sharp protrusion at one end of the ring. It was estimated that the original shape of this thing was not like this. There were other parts outside the ring, but they were corroded. Ronan drained the dark green liquid on the metal ring and gently held the ring in his hand. However, he never expected that as soon as he got it, the black ring would break like a biscuit, and then quickly weathered into dust. Before Ronan could react, he felt a burning pain in his palm. He subconsciously threw away the ring fragments in his hand, and looked down, only to see a strange mark on the palm of his right hand. It looked like an arrow on the top of the ring. At just one glance, Ronan recognized that this pattern was the original appearance of the broken metal ring. Ronan rubbed the skin on the palm of his hand, which was smooth and flat, without any wounds, and even the palm lines were not damaged. This strange arrow-shaped pattern seemed to be imprinted into his flesh through the skin. After a few breaths, it slowly faded, and finally only a shallow mark was left. What is it? Some kind of rune. Ronan frowned, and could sense that the mark still remained in his body, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. He subconsciously recalled the words he had just recorded on the broken stone tablet: taboo, experiment, and canis. Could it be related to the taboo experiment mentioned on the stone tablet that was forced to end due to failure? Before leaving, the owner of the house hurriedly destroyed all the experimental materials, including this arrow-shaped object. He or she threw the thing into the waste trough, but never thought that after such a long time, it had not been completely dissolved. Ronan was thinking about the pattern mark and the mysterious experiment, when the communication stone in the space ring suddenly moved. He took out the communication stone and unexpectedly found that it was from the wizard named Darby in the 7th magic ring, except for him and Clemens. I encountered someone from the Black Nightmare Swamp. I am not his opponent. The mission ring was taken away. I may have to withdraw from this exploration early. Clemens, Damien, you two be careful. Good luck to you. The wizard Darby's voice sounded a little weak, as if he had suffered a serious injury. After listening to the message from the other party, Ronan's face was slightly condensed. So quickly, Darby, a wizard of the 7th ring, was plundered and eliminated? Exclamation mark. Darby's strength is not weak, with a strength close to the late stage of the 2nd level, and he is also a genius who has comprehended the power of the extraordinary domain. As a result, he encountered a wizard from the Black Nightmare Swamp and was directly injured and eliminated. The other party was not polite at all. Clemens was right before. In the exploration operation, the wizards from other forces should be the most careful. At this moment, in the secret space of the Mirror Court, perhaps many similar plundering and being plundered are happening. Just thinking about it, Clemens also sent a message. Where are you now? Can you see a floating and rotating tower nearby? Ronan did not reply, but quickly searched the 2nd floor, and then went up to the attic on the 3rd floor of the small house to check around. After confirming that there was nothing missing, he walked out of the house. He walked through the garden and walked quickly along the path outside the yard. After walking for about half a minute, Ronan's footsteps stopped abruptly. In front of him, at the end of the winding gravel path, a familiar milky white house with a garden appeared in the distance. Back again? The mystery of space and mirroring was perfectly reflected at this moment. Along the way, Ronan did not sense any abnormality, no energy fluctuations, and no traces of rune arrays. But he was trapped in a closed-loop maze. Ronan frowned and continued to walk forward. In less than half a minute, he returned to the original small house. Turning around and returning along the same path, the result was still the same. Ronan wandered around here for a few minutes, and finally it was the experience of previous exploration that gave him a way to break the deadlock. If I can't find the way in, isn't it easy to find the way out? Ronan shook his head and returned to the hut. Finally, He found a familiar mirror in the compartment between the first and second floors of the house. He successfully found the activated rune, activated it, and took a step forward. Shoo-it! When Ronan successfully walked out of the exit, he found himself on a silver-white spiral staircase again. Whether going up or down, the staircase has no end in sight. The entire staircase seems to be slowly rotating. Ronan tried to take 2 steps up. The crisp footsteps came from the top. He looked up suddenly, and met a pair of brown eyes looking down. A handsome young man in a green robe, with hair tied into small braids like vines and several black nose rings on his nose, was looking down at him with a slightly stunned expression. On the silver spiral staircase, Ronan and the green-robed wizard went up and down, separated by dozens of steps, and their eyes met silently. Time seemed to fall into a strange stillness at this moment. The quiet and almost stagnant atmosphere was broken by the sudden sound of a strong wind. The young man standing at the top of the stairs suddenly had his robes fluttering, and a strong and unparalleled green light burst out from his hands. There was a majestic and invisible power of the domain of law penetrating his body. In just a moment, it seemed as if a storm was about to brew. However, before his terrifying might could spread, a loud sound like thunder hitting the ground exploded. A figure that was almost blurry appeared in front of him like a ghost. Dazzling silver light lit up, and dark blue flames bloomed. A silver palm was like a sharp blade out of its sheath, quickly tearing open the layers of the young man's body like tearing brittle paper, and the storm-like domain and energy force field were fiercely imprinted on his forehead. Crack boom! The forehead of the young wizard in the green robe was broken. Before a spell was released, the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, directly smashing the bottom of the spiral staircase above his head, and then another layer, and the third layer. Boom, 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 dot. He smashed 7 or 8 layers of spiral stairs in a row, and finally the whole person was deeply embedded in a certain layer of stairs, with blood all over his head, and his eyes were distracted and staring at the handsome boy who was approaching him step by step. You bang. Ronan struck out with another palm, still in the same position, this time completely dispelling the mental fluctuations of the young wizard, who fainted and passed out. After doing all this, Ronan calmly withdrew his right hand. The dark blue flame of breaking the law wrapped around his right hand converged, and the silver metal attached to his arm was gradually untied, revealing the slender and well-proportioned arm underneath. There were some dark blue lines on the surface of the arm that looked like fine snake scales, quietly disappearing all the abnormalities. Even if I don't actively activate the stainless body, now, the pure physical strength is terrifyingly strong. Ronan looked at his meritorious right hand, and the tips of his wide and slender 5 fingers seemed to grow a little bit of sharp black nails, which looked a bit weird and ferocious. The subtle transformation of the bloodline of the ancient frost hydra has made his body make great progress in addition to the practice of ascetic body forging. And for the bloodline inherited from the ancient frost hydra, this is just a very insignificant manifestation of power. Ronan hadn't even fully activated the power. At such a close distance, melee means are the fastest way to end a battle. The terrifying physical strength, the master-level melee fighting skills, the second-level metals, silverization, amplification, plus the effect of the flame of breaking laws created this almost one-hit kill result. Ronan put down his hand and expressionlessly took off a brightly colored space ring from the hand of the seriously injured and unconscious young wizard. This young man was a wizard from the Thorn Palace, in the middle of the second level, with a spiritual power cultivation close to the late second level. The overall strength is probably stronger than Darby with him, but he was defeated in just one encounter with Ronan. In the secret realm, except for those wearing the same robes as me, the rest are indeed opponents. Ronan simply counted the things in the young wizard's space ring and thought silently in his heart. When the two met just now, the other party had almost no hesitation and chose to attack him directly, without any reason at all. The young wizard's task ring had more rewards than his. He didn't know where he had been lucky enough to find a lot of strange-shaped crystal bottles of medicine. Ronan swept everything into his ring, and then casually threw the empty ring back to the young man. The guy's head was severely injured, and the 2 spiritual crystals in his brain were almost shattered by Ronan's 2 palms. After waking up, he had to go through a period of recuperation. In a short period of time, he would not have the ability to continue exploring. It was equivalent to withdrawing from this exploration. Just as Ronan was about to cross the other party's body and continue to go up, suddenly, the entire spiral staircase began to vibrate violently, and strong spatial energy particle fluctuations came from both sides of the stairs. Before Ronan could figure out how to respond, a strong silver light came from both sides of the stairs. He only felt that his body was sucked by a strong force and tilted to one side uncontrollably, followed by a dizzying space teleportation. When Ronan finally stabilized his body, he opened his eyes again. He suddenly found himself standing on a straight corridor. The corridor suddenly became strange, with all four sides made of mirrors. Mirrors reflected mirrors, and the images overlapped. For a moment, Ronan didn't know how many of himself there were. He moved slightly, and countless figures around him moved together. The sense of space and distance was diluted to an extreme at this moment. Ronan felt that there seemed to be someone walking behind the mirror beside him. The sound of breathing, chanting, and the roar of spells. Some messy sounds seemed to be close at hand, and they came from more than one direction and one location. It seemed that many people were with him at this time, and they were all teleported to a similar place, and they were actually very close to each other. Just when Ronan was considering whether to try to break the walls on both sides to see if the back was as he guessed. An extremely strong light, accompanied by an extremely rich wave of space energy particles, came from the end of the mirror corridor. Ronan squinted his eyes and looked over. Indistinctly, he saw a silver figure as dazzling as the sun, standing at the other end of the corridor, facing him. A wave of consciousness suddenly passed through many distances and was transmitted to his mind. It was a difficult and vague voice that could not be distinguished between men and women. It said in a low voice, "The return of light corridor. Through the inheritance of 8. At the same time, outside the secret realm, above the peaceful and tranquil mirror lake, more than 100 water screens of all sizes suddenly gathered together, silently collided together, and turned into an oversized giant water screen. On the water screen, all the wizard geniuses from various forces who participated in the exploration of the secret realm stood side by side on the same strange corridor. At the end of the corridor, a silver light ball as bright as the sun kept changing various forms, emitting waves of majestic, terrifying, mysterious and obscure energy fluctuations. The 4 third-level wizards who were originally standing or sitting above the mirror lake were shocked at the moment they saw the silver light ball appear. They suddenly stood up from the void, staring at the silver light, and blurted out in disbelief. Space Yuanling. Dawn-level magic tool. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.